still committed to... Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed to
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran on this?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran on this?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran on this?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you kind of respond to Iran on this?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you have a response to Iran?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you have a response to Iran?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you have a response to Iran?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you have a response to Iran?
Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that? Don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Everybody for another fun-filled WeNotMe today. It's gonna be way fun-filled because there's a lot that happened today. I don't know what could have happened. I mean, last night we were talking about the Israel breaking the ceasefire. How long was that going to take? Hours. Didn't take that long. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we're going to go over. We're going to go over pi. And when you find out what pi is, you're going to be disgusted. And we're going to go a little bit over the Milikowskis. BB, his father and his grandfather. Because once we can start seeing all that, then everything comes into play. So, I do want to welcome everybody on YouTube also. Today, we just became monetized on there. Nice job, Dina. Kicking ass as always. And yeah, I want to start this out with a video because then we have some very interesting stuff to go over. But this one is a doozy. It's the small hats and their bizarre rituals.
Yeah, okay.
Fuckers. I gotta piss. Excuse me.
Oh, go take a leak, as they call it. I have an iron bladder. Always have. Don't know what that's all about, but yeah, couple of things, couple of fun things. Jews. You see, you think I'm going to get in trouble? I'm going to say something bad? No. Passover is coming up. I couldn't tell you when. I'm a staunch Catholic. There you go. Passover. Did you know that when we drink Coca-Cola, I have a bottle right here, carbonated water, high fructose corn syrup. That's what makes it sweet. You would think, why not sugar? Well, it's cheaper, it's easier to process with the corn syrup, and that's what you get. But do you know that Jews cannot consume anything with corn or a corn byproduct? So that around Passover, if you go to a store and you see a Pepsi or a Coke bottle with a yellow cap, it is made with sugar and not corn syrup. They get special treatment and get real sugar. Watch this Jew talk about it.
Why are non-Jewish people shopping in Jewish stores before Passover? The answer is the yellow caps on the soda. On the Jewish holiday of Passover, Jewish people don't eat bread, leaven, or ingredients, including corn. The problem, because most sodas today are made with corn syrup, but they make a special run of soda that's actually kosher for Passover. It's made with real sugar. It's not made with corn syrup. Apparently, sugar is not good for you, but corn syrup is worse, and many people who are not Jewish know this little secret.
So, answer me this. Why is it that they could have it in sugar for their little Passover, which was from 422 to 430 this year, which was in the midst of the Feast of Molech, Baal. So why is it that they get special rights for their religious stuff, but then if they can't have any corn, but then they're pushing the high fructose corn syrup down our throat, isn't that a big problem here?
Go to Jewish stores this time of the year to stock up on soda. that's made with sugar the old-fashioned way instead of corn syrup.
Anti-Semites going to the Jewish stores and stealing their sugar Coke.
What is leaven?
It's risen bread that has yeast, so it rises like bread. That's why they eat matzah and stuff. It's thin and hard because it doesn't.
One has Christian blood in it, one does not.
Have any yeast. It hasn't risen like that. As everyone knows, only Christ has risen. Missy said she wanted to make like a bread store and call it Crust Has Risen, and that's kind of clever.
Yeah,
get the Catholics in there for their leavened, nice Jesus leavened bread.
What's the religion down there? It's Baptists mostly, right? I don't.
A lot of Baptists, but Christian. Yeah, it's a Christian thing. It's
but
a
what
lot
kind?
of
Any Catholics?
Yeah, there are plenty of Catholics. Missy goes to church every Sunday. Goes to mass. You know, she wants me to come for Easter. I got to do the Easter.
You got to do the Easter.
She drags me there every so often. I went for one of the Christmas things. It was beautiful. She got a awesome church that she goes to. The people are, you look around and go, no problems are going to happen here, unless some muzzy runs in to blow himself up. But then I don't go even to church without
right
without a little, body of Smith and Wesson. Yes, amen.
So, Deborah, I've noticed when I go to church, what goes through my mind is, and I'm not proud of this, but I will look at couples and I'll be like, I wonder what was the best sex they ever had. They've clearly been married for 20, 30 years. Can I see the hottest sesh they ever had when they were, I don't know, college, whenever it was? Can I see that? What did it look like?
I don't think you're normal if you don't get evil church thoughts. It just happens. I don't know why. But when you're sitting there or standing there or kneeling there, whatever you do, the aerobics of Catholic church, you'll start, because you have so much time to think about stuff. The priest is saying things, but are you really like, what? I didn't catch that. What did he say? What was that last? He's just talking, and, you take the cues to kneel and whatnot. But you have plenty of time to think. So you might lock in and go, I wonder how they fucking, doggy or backward facing cowboy or something. Yeah. And I think those are your tests, it's Jesus testing you.
Really?
How evil can your thought, and how quickly can you get him out of your head, you motherfucker? He doesn't say motherfucker, he's Jesus.
Well, yeah, you do the cycle. You're like, I wonder what it was like. They look, they probably met in college, blah, blah. Then you move on to that couple, then that couple. But I never think about ripping anyone's head off. That's probably good.
No, that's good. I do one terrible thing is when the altar boys come walking out.
You think of fucking them?
Yeah, that's normal. But I do think of, you see like some of the older priests sitting around.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't get it out of my head. I'm just thinking, oh, man, what's going on? Is anything going on? That kid is like a cherub, a little adorable kid. With the little, and there's this old deacon sitting there. Yes, let the evil come through you, young Anakin. It's so, you're just like, God. So that bit of evil goes through my head, but it's not without precedent.
Yeah, that's normal. I also, my beef with churches, and this, if you're in a super nice neighborhood, you get a pretty good guy, but even then I'm not impressed. But like everyone mocks mega churches and they say they're all money grubbers. But I check them out occasionally online, and you go, this guy's articulate and interesting. He's didactic and charming, and we're getting a lot out of this guy. My guy is the big fat pig with a mustache who has volunteered so much at the church that they go, you know what? You've earned the right to read from the Bible in front of everyone because you're such a great worker. No, you haven't earned the right to be the drummer of Motley Crue. This is a big deal. And it's a very boring book. No offense, God, but the book sucks. It's dull. Yeah. So if there's a guy out there, I want him to be, I hate to toot my own horn, but like us. And I want him to like read a paragraph and go, and when he says the sheep, he's metaphorical here. Like he's saying that not just the literal sheep, but like his flock, like you guys. And he's saying we all have to get on board. And you're like, oh, okay, I get it now. And like, keep my interest in this 3,000-year-old fucking story, please. but they don't have the most charming and articulate guy. And then you leave like the nice areas, and it's like, what is going on, buddy? Oh gosh, the Jesus cometh down, and all the people of the apostles, and you're like, I don't understand. You shut the fuck up, get out of here.
I wouldn't want a foreign priest. Or
oh my God, they're fucking everywhere up here.
Yeah, well, obviously. No, when I went to the church with Missy, there was a nice young priest guy.
Great.
You know, and
good body.
He's very like, you don't look at him and think like, oh, this is going to be some old stuffy thing. And yeah, he's like, you could tell he's a human being. You know, priests have always been like this thing where they're not human, they're priests. And then you don't want the really stupid, cool priest. Hey man, what's up?
Jesus was like, it looks like these dudes look like they're looking for trouble. And you don't want no trouble. So he goes, how about I show you what trouble is?
No, you don't want douche chill priest guy. You want him to stick to the traditions, but it's nice that they're not just, you know, the old the force.
Is that too much to ask? It's a podcast. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Even the Talmud, they go, you know, I read this in the Talmud and it's super offensive. Jesus is boiling in feces. Well, the Talmud is 600 years of podcasts from 2,000 years ago. So you're going to find a Joe Rogan that Gavin McInnes or Anthony Cumia is on that they didn't manage to delete. That is pretty rude and pretty offensive.
And the Ant-Man said unto thee.
But like podcasts, you should have some color and like be a storyteller. Like people got up early, they put on nice outfits, not the nicest outfits anymore, I've noticed. It's just like a Patagonia fleece. And you should be able to like convey this boring book. I think I've had like one time where the guy was a dazzler. And he got out there and he was relatively old, meaning our age. And he said, you know, I was a teacher at a Catholic high school and my job was to catch people doing bad. And I would say, don't do that, move over there, that's wrong. And I realized all my job was negative, negative, negative. And then I realized one day it's a lot more effective to catch someone doing good. And I would go, hey, that's really impressive what you did. I like the way you handled that. And you helped him out a lot. And that does a lot more, is basically talking about positive reinforcement. That does a lot more than just constantly saying, you did that wrong. And I was like, wow, what a revelatory concept. What a cool.
So you got something out of it.
I got something out of it.
Something that is relatively obvious or should be was conveyed to you and it clicked that circuit breaker and you went, yes, I got something from this. Yeah.
And I went up to him after and I go, do you have a schedule? Like I'll drive an extra 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Got a tour t-shirt?
What's your tour chart? Do you go to censored.tv/tour? Are you going to be in Boca or the end? Like I want to follow you. People at bars, they follow waiters. A bartender will quit. He'll go to another bar. His guys will follow him. They have like a group.
Yeah. Well, that's what happened with Jesus. Yes. Jesus did the same thing. He said some words and people liked what they heard and they followed him. How'd that work out for Jesus?
I haven't checked in on him, but I'm sure he's fine.
Yeah. He's doing good. He's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. The Passover is coming up, you know, the Easter Passover thing. And my algorithm now, for some reason, because I looked at a couple of Jewish things, it's like all Passover things and some of the crazy stuff they have to do. Passover, they have to take, a guy comes in with a blowtorch and torches their countertops, their sink.
Oh, right.
The stove. They have to make it kosher for Passover. And they're blowtorching things. I was like, this is insane. And then there's a couple that they asked the guy, his name is Moses, and his wife, and the wife asked some questions about Judaism. And he goes, and he's kind of like he says it in a cool way. She goes, are you able to take a train or a bus on Shabbos? He's like, nope, that can't be done. Cannot be done. No way. Can't be done. And he's like the cool Jew
Jack
guy.
Black. He's Jew Black.
He's Jew Black. And then, because I was kind of looking at how Jews can sometimes, you know, they try to skirt those rules.
Yep.
You know, they go, well, they go, can you use a refrigerator on Shabbos? And then they go, he goes, no, but you can have a refrigerator that has a Shabbos mode. And if you press the button, and then you could use,
if you press the button on Friday or before Shabbos, yeah.
Right. Then you can use it because the light doesn't come on and some other things are disabled. So now you can use it. It's like, oh, you're real. Yeah, you kind of, oh God, look what I did there.
I got a buddy, a lawyer, John Gross. I hooked him up with Jake Shields, and they have become best pals arguing about Judaism and anti-Semitism. Jake Shields is a UFC fighter that hates Jews more than Garfield hates Mondays.
Oh,
and John is a great sport. I've argued with him about Jesus a lot. And he's like, we just have a problem with a guy that's being part God. And I go, well, it's been proven that he rose from the dead. Like all the cynics converted. So you can have a problem with it, but it happened. And I go, his wife was right there, and she wears a $3,000 wig made of human hair. Yeah. And I go, what's your actual hair? And she goes, it's about this. And I'm like, all right, well, can we cut the shit, please? And her thing was like, it's a tradition. We're following the tradition. So it's not like if you ripped off my wig, I'd go, wah, and burst into flames.
Right, right.
It's like we respect, where we came from, and we do these traditions because not that it's fun, but it's more like reverence to, our ancestors. It's sort of like when they, and now I'm being cool with learning, when they go, Proud Boys aren't allowed to beat off more than once a month.
Right.
And it's like,
tradition.
It's not like you're not allowed. Like nothing happens to you if you beat off.
Right.
It's just like, that's one of our traditions.
But I think it's more stringent in Judaism that if you break those rules, it isn't just you broke a tradition. There will be some type of spiritual repercussions from that. I don't know what those are, but yeah, women can't show their hair. Married women can't show their hair to any other man. So you would think they just wear a kerchief or a burqa like they did in Islam. But then again, this is a workaround. This is a God workaround. They get these thousands and thousands of dollar wigs, and that's the cover of their hair. So they're married men don't see their hair, but they see your hair. It's an exact reproduction. So I find those rules a little silly. But look, every religion has some ridiculous rules.
Like
yes.
Even well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I quit Maker's Mark. I quit hard liquor for Lent, and I quickly realized, I have a problem with hard liquor. I'm very, very addicted to it. And I think the reason they sort of invented Lent was to say, take your worst, habit. Take it away and see how much you miss it. And
there's something more than just willpower to it. There's a reason you're doing it.
You don't want to
for a higher purpose.
Yeah, you don't want to defy God. So say it was porn. You don't want to you're jerking off to some meth head, and you're like, sorry, dude, I was horny.
Because in June, you could go, I don't want to drink Maker's Mark anymore. And then after 2 days, you'd be like, fuck it, I'm going to have one because it's only you. You're only kind of going against yourself and what you thought or wanted to do.
Well,
if it's against, a religion, a tradition, whatever, Lent, however you define that, then it's different. You're a little more.
Well, look at the way these comedians will reinvent it with Sober October and all this stuff. And I think there's one for jerking off. Isn't there no porn somethings or something? But they're just recreating Lent. They're recreating religion. And you quit hard liquor for Lent, and then you go, holy shit, I really miss it. I must have a problem. And then after Lent, not November. After Lent, you go, okay, I'm not going to dive right back in because I missed it too much. So I don't know if I'll follow Lent rules, but I'll just be like, let's take it easy during the week and maybe not have, hard liquor at home. You can't handle it, faggot.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's what I did. I just went, especially after having
your chest removed.
Having a chainsaw taken to your sternum.
Right.
But look, some of us need a little more of a nudge than the others. But, you just, at some point, you go, all right, I still drink. I don't drink anywhere near what I used to. And, you know, I steer clear of hard liquor, and mostly wine on the weekends. That's what I am. I'm a weekend wino. And that's a commitment to me and to my loved ones because, you know, they kind of like having me around.
Thank you.
So that's kind of like the higher purpose, I guess they would talk about, you know,
Yeah.
when, you know, you're laying there and your family and friends and loved ones are like, you gotta take better care of yourself. It's like, it's for them. You know, I really don't give
I'd
a
happily
shit.
drink myself to death.
I'll drink myself right into that box. But
No, a lot of these, like I think a lot of Orthodox Jewish women, when they do it, they realize, hey, I was showing God my hair too much. And after they wear a wig for a while, they're like, I'm not going to show God my hair anymore because he was like, can you get that shit out of my face, please? This is relentless.
Get that shit out of my face.
What are you doing?
I don't remember
right there.
seeing that carved in a stone tablet. Could you get that shit out of my face?
It's so, and plus Jewish women's hair is so frizzy. It's like Rosanna Dana. Like,
yeah.
Can you get a wig on at least?
Yeah, and they get like they get what black women buy. They get those straight fucking straight hair wigs. It's weird though. It's so simple yet such a fooling of God. Lights, like a bedroom light. You want a night table light, and you can't turn it on and off during Shabbos, but you want it dark when you go to sleep, and you want it light when you want to find something. So they have a light that you turn on and it's on. It's on all the time. But there's a sleeve that you cover the light with.
Oh, really?
So the light is still on, but it's blocked by this sleeve. And then if you want light, you just pull the sleeve up and it's light in the room again. It's like, stop, you're fucking bullshitting. It's brilliant. Only Jews could come up with these amazing little workarounds.
Scams, these little tricks.
Yeah.
I do like.
Yeah, they're pretty psycho. Just a very psycho. All right. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the chat. And let's get ugly with it, huh? The pedophile information exchange. Define exchange. These people are sick. Goes without saying. So the pedophile exchange, PI, was a British pedophile activist group founded in October 7, 1974 and officially disbanded in 1984. Sure it did. They're described by BBC in 2007 as an international organization of people who trade obscene material. Do you think it ever went away? I doubt it. Early history and activity. PI was set up as a special interest group within the Scottish Minorities Group founded by founding member Michael Hansen, who became the group's first chairman. Says the majority of inquiries were from England in 1975. PI 23-year-old Keith Hose became chairman. The group's stated aim was to alleviate the suffering of many adults and children by campaigning the age of consent, thus legalizing sex between adults and children. The Pedophile Action for Liberation has developed as a breakaway group from the South London Gay Liberation Front. It was the subject of an article in the Sunday People, which dedicated its front page and center spread to the story. The result was intimidation of and loss of employment for some of those who were exposed. Wood chippers. It later merged with PI. This exposed on PAL had effect on PI members' willingness for activism. In the PI chairperson's annual report for 1975-76, Hose wrote that the only way for PI to survive was to seek out as much publicity for the organization as possible. If we got bad publicity, we would not run into a corner but stand and fight. We felt that the only way to get more pedophiles joining PI was to seek out and try to get all kinds of publications to print our organization's name and address and to make pedophilia a real public issue. A public issue, not in the bad sense. A campaign to detract media attention was not effective at the time, but Hose's attendance at the 1975 annual conference of the Campaign for Homosexual Equality, CHE, CHE, in Sheffield, where he had made a speech on pedophilia, was covered at length in The Guardian. Peter Hain, then honorary vice president of CHE, condemned Pi. Some plain speaking is called for. Pedophilia is not a condition to be given a nod and a wink as a healthy fringe activity in society. It is a wholly undesirable abnormality requiring sensitive treatment. Case in point, wood chippers. In the same year, Hose also attended a conference organized by the charity Mind, the National Mental Health Organization. Who deals a lot with mental health? If you got a button, hit it. Where it suggested that Pi should submit evidence to the Home Office's Criminal Law Revision Committee on the age of consent. Pi submitted a 17-page document in which it proposed that there should be no age of consent, and that the criminal law should concern itself only with sexual activities to which consent is not given, or which continue after prohibition by a civil court. And who was trying to push this too in the Supreme Court? Ruth Bader Ginsburg, under Clinton. That's why Clinton put her in. Pi was set up to campaign for an acceptance and understanding of pedophilia by producing controversial documents, but its formally defined aims also included giving advice and counsel to pedophiles who wanted it and providing a means for pedophiles to contact one another. To this end, it held regular meetings in London, but also had a contact page, which was a bulletin in which members placed advertisements giving their membership number, general location, and brief details of their sexual and other interests. Now you think about this. Are kids getting these magazines? No. So how is it consensual? I mean, if you go by the Bible, you don't turn into an adult until you're 20. So replies were handled by Pi, as with a box number system, so correspondents were unidentifiable until they chose to exchange their own details. Since the purpose of this contact page was to enable pedophiles to contact one another, advertisements implying that contact with children was sought and advertisements for erotica were turned down. The contact page ultimately resulted in a prosecution for a conspiracy to corrupt public morals. Say that again. Pi produced regular magazines that were distributed to members. The original newsletter was superseded in 1976 by Understanding Pedophilia, which was intended to be sold in radical bookshops and to be distributed free to Pi members. It was a mainly concern of Warren Middleton, who attempted to make the magazine a serious journal that included extracts from sensitive pedophilia literature and articles from psychologists with the aim of establishing respectability for pedophilia. Psychologists. When Middleton ceased active work with Pi, Understanding Pedophilia was replaced by the magazine Magpie. What's a magpie, guys? A magpie is a bird. Which was more of a compromise between the proselytizing of the earlier publication and a forum for members. It contained news, book, and film reviews, articles, non-nude photographs of children, humor about pedophilia, letters, and other contributions by members. And to think that some of these people are still alive. In 1977, Pi produced another regular publication called Childhood Rights. When editor David retired, this content was assimilated into Magpie. In 1978 and 79, the Pedophile Information Exchange surveyed its members and found that they were most attracted to girls aged 8 to 11 and boys aged 11 to 15. In 1978, Glenn Wilson and David Cox approached O'Carroll with a request to study the Pi membership. A meeting was held with the Pi leadership to vet the survey instruments, and after approval, these were distributed to Pi members in the course of their regular mailing. Wilson and Cox went on to use the data in writing their book, The Child Lovers, A Study of Pedophiles in Society. That's a problem. Legal action against members. In the summer of 1978, the homes of several Pi committee members were raided by the police as part of a full-scale inquiry into Pi's activities. As a result of this inquiry, a substantial report was submitted to the directors of public prosecutions, and the prosecution of Pi activists followed. In particular, 5 activists were charged with printing contact advertisements in Magpie, which were calculated to promote indecent acts between adults and children. Others were offered lesser charges, thanks UK, of sending indecent material through the mail if they testified against the 5. These charges related to letters that the accused exchanged detailing various sexual fantasies. I think this was the Wonderland Club, too. Was this pedophile information exchange? I think it was, because they were using all the computers and shit like that. So, but this was before. This was when they were printing everything. Then it came back as the Wonderland Club, and then the rest is history. These charges related to letters that the accused exchanged detailing various sexual fantasies. It eventually became clear that one person had corresponded with most of the accused, but had not been tried. After the trial, it emerged that there had been a cover-up. Mr. Henderson had worked for MI6 and been a high commissioner in Canada. Mr. Henderson was later revealed in the magazine Private Eye to be Sir Peter Heyman. Notice how all the pedophiles are all knighted. 1981, Jeffrey Dickens, MP, asked the Attorney General if he will prosecute Sir Peter Heyman under the Post Office Acts for sending and receiving pornographic material through the Royal Mail. The Attorney General, Michael Havers, replied, I am in agreement with the Director of Public Prosecutions' advice not to prosecute Sir Peter Heyman and the other persons with whom he had carried on an obscene correspondence. They cover their own. Dickens asked, how did such a potential blackmail risk come to hold highly sensitive posts at MOD, Mrs. Ministry of Defense, and NATO? Wonder if a certain nation state is, complicit in that. Probably. He also asked the leaders of the House of Commons to investigate the security implications of diaries found in the diplomat's London flat, which contained accounts of sexual exploits. There was much debate and condemnation in the international press of these events. Stephen Adrian Smith was the chairperson of PI from 1979 to 1985. He was one of PI's executive committee members charged in connection with contact advertisements. He fled to Holland before the trial. Yeah, just let him go over. 1981, the former PI chairperson, Tom O'Carroll, was convicted on conspiracy of charge and sentenced to 2 years in prison. O'Carroll had been working on pedophilia, the radical case, in the period between the initial police raid and the trial. While the charges did not relate in any way to the publication of the book, the fact that he had written it is listed by the judge as a factor determining the length of his sentence. Yeah, you wrote a book about pedophilia and you only had 2 years. In 1984, the Times reported that 2 former executive committee members of PI had been convicted on child pornography charges, but acquitted on charges of incitement to commit unlawful sexual acts with children, and that the group's leader had fled the country while on bail. So, convicted on child pornography charges, but there's no incitement to commit unlawful sexual acts with children. Well, if you have child porn, what do you think they're doing with it? It was announced that the group was closing down in the PI Bulletin as of July 1984. One-time treasurer of PI, Charles Napier, became an English language trainer at the British Council and was convicted of sexual assault against minors in London in 1995. See, it never went away. They never went away. And investigated as an alleged member of a pedophile network operating in British schools in 1996. Oh, and we have the stuff on that too. It gets, yeah. He set up his own school in Turkey and resumed English language training with the British Council after serving his sentence. Napier was accused in 2005 by journalist Francis Ween of having sexually assaulted boys while a gym master at Copthorne Preparatory School, CPS. Ween gave evidence at Napier's 2014 trial, waiving his right to anonymity. Napier was convicted in December 2014 in jail for 13 years for child sexual abuse. It's still not enough. Because remember, they protect them back there over in the UK, so it's not like you're over here in the US. January 2006, the Metropolitan Police Service pedophile unit arrested remaining PI members on child pornography charges. One of those arrested, David Joy, was warned by a sentencing judge that his beliefs may preclude his ever being released from jail. Now here's where it gets funny. 76, both PI and PAL had been asked to help the Albany Trust to produce this booklet on pedophilia, which was to have been published by the Trust. This collaboration was uncovered by Mary Whitehouse, who alleged that public funds were being used indirectly to subsidize pedophile groups. The Albany Trust was partly supported by government grants. Now, think about USAID. Do you think all that money's going to, help starving people in Sudan and Uganda and all that? Nope. The trustees decided not to publish a booklet saying that it wasn't sufficiently objective. A year later, a question relating to the incident was asked in the House of Commons by Sir Bernard Brain, but despite a statement by Home Officer Minister Brynmore John that there was no evidence of public money going to PI, the issue was drawn out into 1978 in the letter pages of the Guardian and the Times. In March 2014, evidence emerged that PI had received grants totaling £70,000 from the Home Office, as after a whistleblower told police he witnessed a successful 3-year grant renewal application of £35,000 in 1980, implying that a similar grant had been made in 1977. When PI was affiliated with the National Council for Civil Liberties, now Liberty, and when you click on Liberty, it brings up freedom. Always getting out of everything. I agree that photographs of undressed children should not be considered indecent and therefore illegal. We'll get through the National Council for Civil Liberties. wait to see who hits that. It's watch the wives, right? Therefore illegal, unless it could be proven that the subject had suffered harm or that an inference to that effect or to the effect that harm might have been caused could reasonably be drawn out from the images themselves. With Harriet Harman, later deputy chief of the Labor Party, arguing that it would increase censorship. So, we're going to go through Harriet Harman. She's evil. So what she's saying is that, well, photographs of undressed children can't be indecent and therefore illegal because it'll increase censorship. Right. In May 1978, according to Magpie, NCCL, which is Liberty, motions were passed by supporting Pi's rights, and their annual meeting went on to condemn attacks against pedophiles and their supporters, saying this AGM, in fact, AGM, I don't know what it is, condemns the physical and other attacks on those who have discussed or attempted to discuss pedophilia, and reaffirms the NCCL's, which is Liberty, condemnations of harassment and unlawful attacks of such persons. NCCL had excluded Pi by 1983. They still took their money. February 2014, Shami, whoever this guy is, a baroness, director of Liberty, issued an apology for the previous links between NCCL, as Liberty was then known, and Pi. She said, it is a source of continuing disgust and horror that even NCCL had to expel pedophiles from its ranks in 1983 after infiltration at some point in the 70s. Allegations against senior politicians. A number of senior Labor Party politicians. Remember, Labor Party is communism. Anything whenever you have to do with labor, labor equals communism. Democracy, communism. So, a number of senior Labor Party politicians were linked in newspaper stories to Pi in December 2013 and again in February 2014 as a result of their involvement with the NCCL at the time of Pi's affiliation. The party's deputy leader, Harriet Harman, had been employed by NCCL as an in-house solicitor and met her husband, the MP Jack Dromey, then a member of NCCL's executive committee, while working in this capacity. In addition, Patricia Hewitt, MP, was NCCL's general secretary for 9 years. The former chair of Pi, Tom O'Carroll, claimed the three had not attempted to expel Pi out of fear for the impact this might have on their careers at the NCCL. Yeah, this Harman chick's she's a psycho. Harman denied that she had supported Pi while at NCCL, and the specific allegation that she supported a campaign for the age of consent to be reduced to 10, and expressed regret at the involvement of the NCCL with Pi. So, do you want to drop the 10? Nope. It gets worse. Dromey also denied the accusations. Hewitt apologized separately, saying she had been naive and wrong to accept that Pi was a counseling and campaign group. Okay. June 2015, documents emerged as a result of BBC Freedom of Information requests that revealed that then Conservative Home Secretary Leon Britton himself, the subject of historical child sex abuse allegations, refused to support a bill designed to outlaw Pi because he considered the law on incitement of sexual activities with children to be not so clear. July 19, 2015, Australian TV program 60 Minutes broadcast an investigation of a pedophile ring which supposedly supplied children by Pi founder Peter Wrighton, former director of education at the National Institute for Social Work and Legal Aid to the Thatcher government, that included senior politicians from all three main parties, naming Leon Britton, Greville Janner, and Cyril Smith, alongside ex-head of MI6, Sir Peter Heyman. So, see. Just want to make sure I got these in order. Yeah. So, yeah, and then let's go right there. All right. So, we're going to go to Greville Janner first. All right. Greville Janner. Oh, wait till you see this. Lord Janner of Braunstone, born to Lithuanian Jews on July 11, 1928, was a Labour peer and active member of the British Jewish community. He was the president of the Board of Deputies for British Jews and the main representative body from the British Jewish community from 78 to 84. He was credibly alleged to have abused vulnerable children over an extended period. Yeah, get that, right? The allegations were first made in 1991, but no action was taken. They emerged again in the early 2000s. The DPP, which is Director of Public Prosecutions, Alison Saunders, decided He was too ill to prosecute, but a public outcry ensued. So the decision was overturned and the review and hearings were scheduled. Janner died before court proceedings could be formally established the facts. Yeah. Yeah. The Henriques Report. On November 19, 2015, the CPS published a report by Sir Richard Henriques into allegations against Janner. It's a damning indictment of both the police and CPS handling of the affair, and nobody reading it can be in any doubt that Janner was indeed a serial abuser of vulnerable teenage boys in local authority care. As Robin Ramsey of Lobster Magazine puts it, the report by Sir Richard Henriques contains a striking portrait of Janner more or less openly cruising children's homes and then carrying on his normal life with one particular boy attached to it. It's as if he wanted to get caught or was a psychopath unable to assess risk. See this? That goes along with this. Reading this chronology of complaints to the police not acted upon, the prosecution's not begun, it is hard not to conclude that the fix was in. If so, why was Janner being protected? JC Power 100. 2008, Jewish Chronicle declared the top spots on their second annual list of those who wield the greatest influence on British Jewry. Janner is listed number 20. The criteria for being listed is described as those with a vision for Jewish life in this country and who did their utmost to bring it about using either money, persuasion, religion, culture, political or social leadership, or simply inspiring through word and deed. Pedophiles. Top spots. Makes sense. In order for someone to be listed in the top 20, it was generally necessary to demonstrate influence in more than one of the spheres. The article describes how, and quote, the Labour peer's high standing in the inaugural Power 100 partly signifies his role as incubator of communal talent by giving starting jobs to leaders of the future. You know, making sure they pass the pedophile test. That influence may be waning as an indefatigable Cardiff-born politician operator approaches 80. He represented Leicestershire constituencies in the Commons from 1970 to 1997 before moving to the Lords. Modernizing Board of Deputies president in the 1980s, he remained an impassioned voice on restitution and other Shoah issues as chairman of the Holocaust Educational Trust. But here's where it gets little dicey. He speaks 9 languages and is a member of the Magic Circle and the International Brotherhood of Magicians. You mean black magicians. Others included in this list were Lord Levy, number 9, Ron Proser, number 10, Daniel Finkelstein, number 11, John Mann, number 17, Jonathan Freeland, number 18, Julia Nunberger, number 19, Trevor Chin, number 14, Prime Minister Gordon Brown, number 29, and Poju number 30. So, affiliations. Parliamentary Committee for the Release of Soviet Jewry, founded in 1971. You know, let all the communists out. Board of Deputies of British Jews, Director 1975 to 85. Interparliamentary Council Against Anti-Semitism, 1982 to present. But he died not too long. He died in 2015. 12/19. Commonwealth Jewish Council, founder and president, 1982 to present. British Israel Parliamentary Group, Vice Chairman. World Jewish Congress, Vice President since 1991. Founder and President of the Interparliamentary Council Against Anti-Semitism, 1985 and on. I mean, wouldn't this be the same one here? I mean, he's the chairman of the Holocaust Educational Trust and of the Lord Fortey Charitable Trust. Members of both Black Magic Circle and International Brotherhood of Magicians. 1991, Leicestershire Police investigated allegation that Janner was involved in child abuse at a children's home. Notice how they all have ties to children's homes. You know, like Bush with Grandma Rita's orphanage, just outside of D.C. and Virginia. What is it? It's right outside CIA headquarters, right across from the pig farms. Was Claude's old colonial pig farm. November 1991, a former children's home resident gave evidence at a trial of a convicted pedophile, claiming that Janner regularly abused him. December 1991, the Crown Prosecution Service stated that they would not prosecute Janner over the allegations. The CPS repeated this decision in 2007 after receiving more testimony of a similar nature. However, in January 2016, the prosecutor Richard Whitman, QC, told the trial judge, Mr. Justice Openshaw, that the proceedings planned for the Old Bailey in April that year. His decision had been widely criticized. And here's the report here. I mean, great people, you know? I mean, outstanding people. I mean, greatest, right? So, let's see. Britain. Okay. Now we will go to Leon Britton. Loading. There we go. Page is too shallow, of course. Conservative peer and former European commissioner. See, if you go to these pages right here, UK VI pedophile. Yeah. A lot of pedophiles. A lot of pedophiles. We'll be going over this too. But for now, religion. Can't make this up, can you? Leon Britton was publicly named in July 2015 as being involved in the VI pedophile child abuse inquiry as a result of allegations made by Carl Beach. Carl! February 2013, Scotland Yard commanders were briefed by the detective chief inspector in charge of the Metropolitan Police Service's pedophile unit, who outlined his intention to arrest and charge Lord Britton. The senior detective said that his team was still at an early stage of his investigations, but had already gathered a good deal of evidence that the ex-minister had sexually abused boys. Of course. They always sexually abuse boys, because it's that root shocker that they're always after. They're disgusting pigs. In addition, one woman had told detectives that Lord Britton raped her when she was a young woman. XRO, I don't know, what was it, XRO? I think it's a magazine or something like that. UK media source which showed itself willing to address topics with the establishment, commercially controlled media have refused to, notably sexual blackmail and VI pedophiles. So they had a list of them. Does not have a list of who attended the briefing, but the commanders had asked to be updated on where the highly sensitive investigations under Operation Fairbank and Operation Fernbridge were going. Sources involved in investigations have expressed fears to XRO that they will be closed down as it happened in the past. So if you're going to bring out the truth, then they're just going to shut you down. Isn't that censorship? A year later, Labour MP Tom Watson named Lord Britton as the former cabinet minister who allegedly raped a young woman identified only as Jane in an explosive letter to Director of Public Prosecutions Alison Saunders, which is a 9/11, which is Alison 1 and then Saunders 1/9. It has no meaning, but it's right there. While suggesting that police were unwilling to investigate him, properly because of his status. Of course, when you're knighted, it's almost like getting one of those, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Same thing. June 2014, Britton was interviewed under caution by police in connection with the alleged rape of a 19-year-old student in a central London flat in 1967 before it became an MP. They had not pursued the allegation when it was first made on the grounds of insufficient evidence. The police reopened an investigation after Alison Saunders had been lobbied by Tom Watson to investigate further. In a statement on July 7, 2014, Britton denied the claims. In October 2014, the Labour MP Jimmy Hood used parliamentary privilege to refer claims that Lord Britton had been linked to child abuse. After Britton died in January 2015, Watson accused him of multiple child rape. He said he had spoken to two people who claimed they were also abused by Britton. On September 1st, 2017, it had been reported that Metropolitan Police had paid substantial compensation to Lord Britton's widow for having raided their home after accepting that the searches had been unjustified and should have never taken place. Even though you were raping kids. Carl Beach, whose claims spurred Operation Midland, was convicted of making up the allegations in July 2019. Was he really making them up? No. In January 2020 on Sky News, Watson explained, "I was doing my very best and tried to give a very vulnerable people their voice in the criminal justice system." He said Lady Britton had refused to accept his apology. Which events did he go to? Oh, we went to Bilderberg in 92 and 98, and then the Weffer in 2004. Where, of course, billionaire CEOs and politicians and civil society leaders met under the slogan, "Partnering for Prosperity and Security." We have the people who matter. said the World Economic Forum co-chief executive officer Jose Maria Figueres. Huh. Civil society leaders. If you want to push communism that much, just go ahead. I mean, we're big kids. We understand. You're an idiot. Now we go to you're not even going to believe this guy. So Cyril Smith is also in that first link under the pedophile information exchange. So one second. All right, sorry about that. Had to blow the schnoz. All right, Cyril Smith. Oh, wait, you see this? This is just. Look at that picture. I skipped lunch, save the children. What do you mean, so did I? Who's high up in Save the Children right now? Well, you got Angelina Jolie. You've got Jill Biden. Late 1960s, Lancashire police carried out several investigations of Cyril Smith's sexual behavior with juveniles, compiling an 80-page file and may have been ready to prosecute. Died in 2010. Cute, right? Jack Tasker, a retired Lancaster police detective sergeant who carried out the third investigation of Smith in 1969, followed by two by Rockdale police, told Sky News that MP may have exposed several other sexual offenders. He said the investigation into his alleged child abuse at Cambridge House Care Home was stalled because other people were rather worried that if Cyril Smith went before a court, he would open his mouth. Protection. UK branch officer Tony Robinson reports receiving a call on 77 from Box 500, the police code word for MI5, requesting a file on Smith's sexual behavior with children be sent to them in London by a special courier. Now, South African blackmail. An attempt to blackmail Smith took place around the time of the Lib Lab Pact of the 1977-78 when the Labour government was maintaining power with the support of Liberal MPs. British police became aware of the plot in the mid-70s while questioning a man over an art theft. He was subsequently convicted for possession of stolen goods. The individual told police he had filmed footage of Smith sexually abusing boys. Detectives established that the man had links with the South African embassy in London and appeared to be working on behalf of Boss. Remember when Trump called him a boss? He called Putin the boss? Well, Boss is the apartheid-era intelligence agency. So who's gathering the intelligence? Wouldn't it be Putin? Which was attempting to undermine Liberal MPs and others they regarded as unsympathetic to the regime. According to official narrative, the attempt was unsuccessful and British Special Branch found the man had no credible evidence of Smith abusing children. The individual escaped prosecution for attempted blackmail and no action was taken against Smith. But you said that if he went in front of a court that he would open his mouth. Yeah. When hasn't he opened his mouth? Let's face it. Now, we go to, and all these sites are on Wikispooks, because Wikipedia is not going to give you this. We use Wikispooks, Infogalactic, Wikipedia. We use Wikispooks a lot more than Wikipedia. Infogalactic way more, because sometimes Infogalactic and Wikipedia are mirrored, but sometimes there's a lot more information in the Infogalactic ones. So we're going to go to Peter Henderson was a British diplomat. Why? Look at this. Look. What? It's like, man, just insane. Peter Heyman joined MI6 age 40 and 54. He rose through the ranks until working as UK High Commissioner in Canada from 70 to 74 when he officially retired, but is suspected to have become Deputy Chief of the Secret Intelligence Service. You know what the funny thing is that didn't he have a lot of problems with kids coming up missing in all of these, all these schools up in Canada? You know, a certain queen and prince coming over and taking them to lunch and not returning kids? Previously, he was Director General of British Information Services in New York, 1961-64, and Deputy Commandant of the British military government in West Berlin, 64 to 66. Heyman was knighted in 1971 for his work in HM diplomatic service. Nope. You got knighted because you're a pedophile and everybody else knows the same secret, so you have to keep your mouth closed. The Guardian referred to Heyman in his obituary as longtime Deputy Chief of MI6, but did not give any dates. Sexual misconduct. In October 1978, Heyman supposedly left a package of pedophile-related material on a London bus naming him as Peter Henderson. Police traced it back to him. He was investigated for pedophilia, but was never charged. So, even though you have pedophilia-related material, you're not charged. It's uncertain whether he was Deputy Chief of MI6 at the time. What do you think? Pedophilia allegations. In 1981, Heyman was named in the House of Commons as a pedophile by Geoffrey Dickens MP. In April 1981, Sir Michael Havers, the Attorney General, said in Parliament that while Heyman was a member of the Pedophile Information Exchange, he was never a member of the executive committee, so was not prosecuted as others were for publishing contact advertisements. So he's a member of the Pedophile Information Exchange, but he wasn't in the executive committee, so you can't really blame him. It's like, why would you be a part of that in the first place? Unless you're a pedophile. Later on, November 29, 1985, Dickens complained in the House of Commons that he had suffered harassment following his naming of Heyman. The noose around my neck grew tighter after I named a former high-flying British diplomat on the floor of the House. Honorable members will understand where the big money is involved, and as important names came into my possession, so the threats began. First, I received threatening telephone calls, followed by 2 burglaries in my London home. Then, more seriously, my name appeared on a multi-killers hit list. The Independent newspaper in February 2013 could not find no corroboration for Dickens' claims in 1985. 2014 allegations. 2014, a man identified as Nick claimed to have been abused by a number of VIPs in a luxury apartment complex from 79 to 82 when he was age 11. Right now, 11:15, he identified Peter Heyman from photos. The same informant told police that he saw a child being killed at those parties. The Metropolitan Police publicly described the allegations at the time as credible and true, but no arrests were made as a result of a 2-year investigation of the allegations, and the accuser was later identified as Carl Beach, who was himself jailed for child sexual offenses, perverting the course of justice and fraud in July 2019. They need to go get this guy to jail. If this guy is trying to, out all these, if you have the evidence, 1984, right? Heyman was convicted for an act of gross indecency in a public lavatory. So what was he doing? Gross indecency, huh? As Thomas Heatherton agreed not to prosecute Peter Heyman, the late senior diplomat, MI6 officer, at a private meeting with the solicitor to Sir David Napley. Napley, who pleaded with the country's top prosecutor to let his client off being charged with distributing obscene material through the post. Disclosures were contained in a statement by Jeremy Naughton, a solicitor who worked for the case in the DPP's office for the inquiry into child sexual abuse. The statement is set to be presented to the inquiry panel next Wednesday when Naughton is due to be called to testify during the 3rd week of hearings in Westminster investigation. So, Thomas Hetherington, UK deep state actor, of course. 2019, the Mark Watts wrote that the DPP at the time, Sir Thomas Hetherington, agreed not to prosecute Peter Heyman, the late senior diplomat MI6 officer, at a private meeting with the solicitor, Sir David Napley, who pleaded with the country's. I just want to make sure that. Napier. who pleaded with the country's top prosecutor to let his client off being charged with distributing obscene material through the post. The disclosure is contained in a statement by Jeremy Naughton, a solicitor who worked on the case in DPP's office for the inquiry into child sexual abuse. The statement is to be presented to the inquiry panel next Wednesday, when Naughton is due to be called to testify during the third week of hearings in its Westminster investigation. So, what I'm going to do here is now, the thing is with this, right? Under Wikispooks, and I put the link in there so everybody can get it. UK Deep State. So they have all of these countries, every country listed with their deep state, with their deep state following. 18th century Hellfire clubs. Oh, who was a part of the Hellfire Club? Oh, that was Benjamin Franklin. You know, the same one that they found a bunch of bodies under his in a crawl space in what was it? Pennsylvania, I think it's Philadelphia. Bullington Club, the Milner Group, the Pilgrim Society, you know, all the societies we went over, the Circle, went over them. I mean, all this. COVID-19, it goes down the whole history. City of London, Middle Ages. So if you got time, you definitely want to go over this, because this stuff is, I mean, there's a lot of great information in this. Especially at Pilgrim Society. We went over that, and oh boy, is it big. World War II, post 1945. And when you go to the bottom, they'll have, I believe, let me see. Sorry, guys, just want to make sure. I know there's a lot. Let's see. And they have documents here and everything, but if you go to like Deep State, we'll just go up to the top again. Let's see. If you pull Deep State, right? Interest of, it's all people for and against it also. They have Deep State 2007 popularization, Deep State policy, supranational nature. I mean, this whole thing, it's just, there's tons of them. I mean, they have got like 2017 popularization with Trump. I mean, there's just so much information on this. Now, the Peter Wrighton, I mean, I could read right here. I mean, it's on one page. You know, Peter Wrighton was a notorious pedophile who boasted links to powerful figures in government. He gave considerable assistance as an expert in childcare to a government report in 1970. People are disgusting. Now, let's go to sorry, guys, just want to make sure I get this in order. What kind of out of order right there, but I had to. So okay. Oh. Just wait for this load. Oh. All right, it's loading right now. So we can get through. We go. Okay. All right. Harriet Harman. I wonder if she's related to Jane Harman. You know, that was married to, well, no. Yeah, Jane Harman, because she married Harman Kardon, this guy who started Harman Kardon, you know, the speakers and everything and amps. She married him. Not this one, Jane Harman. The one that wrote that it was some kind of a bullshit Jewish book or something like that. You know, trying to get them all out of everything. Ruth Harman is a British politician and solicitor who had been member of parliament for Camberwell and Peckham, formerly Peckham, since 1982. Member of the Labour Party, and she was in various cabinet and shadow cabinet positions. Did you know the British have a shadow cabinet? So it's a shadow government. Yeah, go figure, right? Political career. Henry Lambert, a Labour MP for Peckham, died on August 21st, 1982. Subsequent by-election held on October 28th, 1982. Big day there, huh? Harman was elected to succeed Lambourne with 11,349 votes. A majority over the Social Democratic candidate Dick Tavern, the former Labour MP for Lincoln. Social Democratic, I mean, that's communism. It's like, well, you get to vote for pedophiles or communists. Which do you get? Former Labour MP for Lincoln, the Conservative Party candidate was John Redwood, who came in third and went on to be elected MP for Wokingham in 1987. Harman was involved in European Court of Human Rights case against MI5. During a 1984 television interview by Kathy Massiter, it was revealed personal files were held by MI5 on Harman and on by then former General Secretary of the NCCL, Patricia Hewitt. They successfully argued that there had been infringement of their rights because MI5 was not a legally constituted and democratically accountable organization, this being the minimum standard of democracy. So it's not like you swapped a communist for a pedophile, you just swapped a communist for a communist pedophile. The success of the case led to the enactment of the Security Service Act of 1989. In 1984, Harman became a shadow social services minister and served as shadow health minister in 1987. That should really scare people, you know? Oh, the opposition members and the shadow government members? Got it. Got it. Well, now we see why Democrats over here started their own little shadow government, huh? I mean, you'd think that if we're all trying to work together as one cohesive unit, remember they're like, oh, we need to reach across the aisle. Then why are you creating a shadow government? Shadow Cabinet, Shadow Chief Secretary of the Treasury, and later served as Shadow Employment Secretary, Shadow Health Secretary, and Shadow Social Security Secretary. There's a problem with that. Because if you have a Chief Secretary to the Treasury already, why do you need a shadow one? After Labor's victory in 1997 general election, she became Secretary of State for Social Security and the first ever Minister for Women. Secretary of State for Social Security. Guys, Social Security is based out of the UK, not the US. I hope you guys know that. The US has nothing to do with Social Security. It all comes out of the UK. She's given the task of reforming the welfare state. She also headed up the New Labor's controversial cut to single-parent benefit, despite the majority of those affected being women. There was public outcry at this perceived attack on the living standards of some of the poorest women and children. According to an independent group of women protesters shouted labor scum as the measure was approved in Parliament, albeit with a rebellion of 47 Labor MPs and the absentation of many others. Harman was sacked from the position in 1998. According to many in the media, this was a result of a series of public rows with Junior Minister Frank Field, though others had cited her decision to cut benefits to lone parents as a factor. Harman voted with the party on all but a few instances during its period in government. Expenses. January 2009, Harman proposed a rule change to exempt MPs' expenses from the Freedom of Information Act. Her parliamentary order aimed to remove most expenditure information held by either House or Parliament from the scope of the Freedom of Information Act. Oh, so exempt MPs their expenses, so nobody knows how much they're spending. So where are they spending it? What countries are they going to and screwing kids? It meant that under the law, journalists and members of the public would no longer be entitled to learn details of their MPs' expenses. Yeah. How's that for a transparent government? Labor MPs were to be pressured to vote for this measure by the use of three-line whip. Her proposal was withdrawn when the Conservative Party said they would vote against it in light of an online campaign by My Society. The failure of the motion led to the disclosure of expenses of British members of Parliament. December 2010, it emerged that Harman was amongst the 40 MPs who had secretly repaid wrongly claimed expenses between 2008 and 2010. November 2010, Harman's parliamentary private secretary, Ian Lavery, had blocked a motion that's designed to allow the repayments to be made public. Cute, right? Also, she voted for, UK Parliament voted yes to vaccine passports in 2021. So, let me see if I can find this. It's right here. Daily Mail. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. It is in the other one. 1 second, guys. That one. Okay. And this article was actually in the pedophile information exchange. So we're going to go over it. Beast. Labor's deputy leader, that Harriet Harriman expresses regret over links to pedophile lobby, but still won't apologize. Just stop it. Labor's deputy leader, Harriet Harriman, offers regret but no full apology, mounting pressure to explain link to pedophile information exchange, came while holding key role in the National Council for Civil Liberties. You know, that they call it Liberty now. Get out of here. Said revelations were politically motivated smear campaign. Her husband, Jack Dromey, and Patricia Hewitt also yet to apologize. Harriet Harman belatedly expressed regret yesterday that the vile pedophile group was allowed to forge links with National Council for Civil Liberties. But still she refused to apologize over the NCCL's extraordinary relationship with the notorious pedophile information exchange. This came out in 2014, right in Obama's wheelhouse. Still screwing kids. Labor deputy leader has repeatedly resisted calls to comment on the mail's revelations that she, her husband, MP husband Jack Dromey, and former Health Secretary Patricia Hewitt held key roles in the pressure group that granted affiliate status to PI, a group of predatory pedophiles who openly campaigned to legalize child sex. A group of predatory pedophiles. Yeah. Monday evening, Ms. Harman dismissed the revelations as politically motivated smear campaign. Wow, where have we heard that before? But hours after the disastrous BBC Newsnight appearance, she abruptly changed tack. Faced with questions over why she found it so difficult in an interview to condemn the link with Pi, who wanted the age of consent to be 4. 4. Age of consent 4. Ms. Harman issued a statement yesterday through a spokesperson who said she regrets the existence of Pi. She regrets her involvement with NCCL before she joined, although it was immaterial to her work. Notice how they always regret involvement. Like Bill Gates. He's like, oh, I regret meeting, Jeffrey Epstein, but I don't regret screwing all those kids on the island and running all those demonic scientific tests they were running underground. Another TV interview yesterday, Ms. Harman insisted, I'm not going to apologize because I've got nothing to apologize for. Look at them. They look like a couple of pedophiles. I very much regret that this vile organization Pi ever existed and it had everything to do with the NCCL, but it did not affect my work at NCCL. They had been pushed to the margins before I actually went to NCCL, and to allege that I was involved in collusion with pedophilia or apologizing for pedophilia is quite wrong and it's smear. But she never, ever, ever apologized for it. Pressed on whether it was a terrible misjudgment to work for NCCL when Pi was affiliated, she said it was regrettable that they even existed. It was regrettable that they had anything to do with the NCCL, period. But Spider claims that Pi had been effectively banished by the time she became an NCCL legal officer in 1978. A book published that year makes the link clear. The NCCL Rights Guide to Your Rights was co-edited by Miss Hewitt, and Jack Dromey was an acknowledged contributor. After a chapter titled Sex, covering laws on rape, incest, and age restrictions for men and women, Pi is listed as one of 18 organizations which may be helpful to readers. Its name and association and name and address is printed in full and listed alongside groups such as Family Planning Association and Rape Crisis Center. I mean, really? Sick fucking people. They're not even people. These are subhuman. Ms. Harman's statement on Monday claimed any group could be affiliate of the NCCL simply by paying a fee, but its constitution from April 1982 states that they had to be approved by the committee. So you guys approved it. The NCCL's power to terminate the membership of affiliated groups if deemed not conducive to the best interests of the council was laid out in the organization rules, and yet Pi was not expelled. Her lack of a full apology came despite the fact that Shami Chakrabarti, current director of Liberty, had previously issued an apology for the links with Pi. Liberty's formal name still remains for National Council for Civil Liberties. In a statement, Ms. Hartman stated that the Daily Mail had accused me of being an apologist for child sexual abuse and of supporting a vile pedophile organization, or of having a relaxed attitude to pedophilia and watering down child pornography laws. These are horrific allegations. I strongly deny all of them. Don't they all? You're not going to say, oh, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I knew. Oh, well. Spider Partial climbed down. Her spokesman added, she stands by the statement from Monday, and she's certainly not going to apologize to the Daily Mail. The Mail discovered during the 1970s and 80s that NCCL described Pi granted formal affiliate status from 75 to the mid-80s in glowing terms as a campaign counseling group for adults attracted to children. A campaigning counseling group. Now we need to look at all these crisis groups. Because who's funding them? Who likes to deal with trauma? Them, once again. NCCL, now the Respect to Liberty, filed a submission to Parliament claiming that childhood sexual experiences willingly engaged in with an adult result in no identifiable damage. My God. These people aren't sick. These people just need to be executed. Ms. Hewitt was General Secretary of NCCL from 74 to 83. Ms. Harmon was newly qualified solicitor when she became its legal officer in 78 until 82, when she entered Parliament. So they were even part of Parliament and still doing this. Of course. Police are investigating Pi as Operation Fernbridge, launched after the Jimmy Savile affair, with one source saying there's evidence that Pi members were abusing children on an industrial scale. The Home Office is also carrying out a thorough independent investigation into shocking claims that the Labor government of the 1970s may have helped finance the notorious group. Well, hopefully they're not investigating themselves, because we all know how that goes. Ever since December, when the Mail first investigated NCCL's link to the pedophile lobby, we have been sending detailed questions to Ms. Harmon, Ms. Hewitt, and Mr. Dromey about their links to Pi and whether they now regret supporting such a group. Ms. Harmon denies allegations that she supported lowering the age of consent to 10 or opposed the law on incest, despite the Mail investigation never having made such a claim. Instead, this newspaper stated that the NCCL, which she joined in 1978, had controversially lobbied on these issues 2 years earlier. And here's all the briefing bills. Wonder who wrote these, right? I mean, if it has to do with kids, she signed it. I mean, they're even talking about pedophilia, that the maximum penalty for an offense under Section 1 IC should be reduced. Carries a bottom of briefing that argued that a pornographic picture of a naked child should not be considered indecent unless it could be proven that the subject had suffered. UK, you guys better do something about this shit. Ms. Harmon also denied having opposed the law on incest, again, an allegation which Mail did not make. This was nevertheless the NCCL's position when she became a legal officer. So if you're saying, oh, denied of an opposed law and this and that, nobody mentioned anything. You're the one saying it. It's all projection. No big deal. Ms. Harmon also said the allegation she sought in 1978 to water down a proposed ban on child pornography was untrue. Although her name is on the NCCL's 4-page submission to MPs urging that images of naked children should only be considered pornographic if it could be proven if the subject had suffered. She had previously, the reason I decided to go to work for the NCCL was because I actively supported the work they had done, and in particular for the work of the Women's Rights Committee of the Equal Pay Act on the introduction of the Sex Discrimination Act and for greater protection of victims of domestic violence and against race discrimination. It's all the same shit that they're doing here under the Civil Rights Act. That needs to be revoked. Sorry, guys. LBJ's Civil Rights Act needs to be completely revoked. In her interview on BBC's Newsnight on Monday, Ms. Harmon refused several times to accept that the connection with Pi was a mistake. Mr. Dromey said, during my time on the NCCL executive, I was at the forefront of repeated public condemnations of Pi and their despicable views. Sure you would. The accusations of Daily Mail are untrue and beneath contempt. What accusations? They didn't have any accusations. You guys had the accusations. You go, oh, we didn't do this, we didn't do that. They didn't say it. You did. Of course, labor leader Ed Miliband defended his deputy, saying Harriet Harman is somebody of huge decency and integrity. I know she has a long and proud record of being on the right side of all these issues. You know what? When it comes to David Miliband and Ed Miliband, screw them too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to find this document unscribed. And yeah, gay rights. So in the box, it says some groups have been the target of extreme harassment in the past year. For example, Pedophile Action for Liberation, a campaigning counseling group for adult sexually attracted children, was the subject of a hysterical and highly inaccurate article in the Sunday People designed to foster misunderstanding and hatred. The article, The Vilest Men in Britain, was written after reporters attended group meetings pretending to be pedophiles. NCCL also made a complaint to the press council and also acted as for some of the men when there were police inquiries as a result of the article. In a leader column on Monday night, the Mail said, for 10 weeks now, the Mail has repeatedly asked 3 leading labor figures to answer questions about the involvement of the NCCL, a body in which they played leading roles with a vile pedophile group whose actions are currently being investigated by police. The belated statements today of Ms. Harman and her husband, full of pedantry and obfuscation, failed to answer the Mail's central points and deny allegations the Mail had not made. More pertinently, they had failed to utter a word of contrition or sorrow about the NCCL's closest and notorious pedophile information exchange, an organization that validated the activities of a monster like Jimmy Savile. Nor did they utter a word of apology to the victims of PI. In stark contrast, Shami Shakabari, the director of Liberty, which took over the NCCL's mantle, had condemned the historic links with PI as a source of continuing disgust and horror. As for smears, it is newspapers' job to ask awkward and controversial questions, questions that, in this instance, are still awaiting a satisfactory answer. Held at the University of Lancaster. PI, Executive Committee elections 1977. Yeah. Pedophiles. David Joy, member of the PI's governing committee, was prosecuted for indecent assault, child rape, and possession of 1,129 indecent images of children, while Dr. Morris Fraser, a child psychiatrist, was also linked to the child sex ring. Weren't the psychiatrists the ones that were trying to, like, move it all in? So, how she was skewered in TV grilling. Harriet Harman was repeatedly asked by Newsnight presenter Lauren Kussenberg whether it was a mistake to allow a pedophile information exchange to affiliate with the NCCL. 7 times she sidestepped the question. This is an edited transcript of the interview. So Laura says, we'll just go Laura and Harriet. Laura says, you were the legal officer for several years at the National Council for Civil Liberties, which was affiliated to the Pedophile Information Exchange. Were you aware of that affiliation? Harriet. Basically, NCCL was an organization which had something like 6,000 members and 1,000 affiliates, and anybody could join the NCCL simply by paying a fee. When I was there as NCCL legal officer, there was nothing that, far from it, that I put forward that supported the sexual abuse of children. Here comes Laura. But why was it acceptable even to have an affiliation? They didn't try to hide what they were. The title of the group was Pedophile Information Exchange. Why was it even okay with them to have any link with the group you worked for? Harriet. Well, NCCL was an organization where any organization could pay their affiliation and join it, and that's the way it was. Cute. Laura, an affiliation is an official link. And when you were the legal officer, did you do anything to suggest that the link should be broken? Did you do anything to try to push them away from your organization? Harriet, they'd already been pushed away. Laura, well, they were still members of it until 1983. When you were a legal officer, you wrote in a briefing paper to MPs that prosecutions in relation to child protection and photography should only proceed if you can prove that children were actually harmed. Can you see why people might raise an eyebrow? 2 of them. Harriet, but basically, if you look at that briefing paper, it actually welcomes the Protection of Children bill, which for the first time was going to introduce criminal law, which said photography of children, which was going to be used for pornography, which was sexually abusive of children, was for the first time going to be a criminal offense. Was for the first time. Was. Keyword is was. Laura, was the affiliation between the 2 groups a mistake? Harriet, there wasn't an affiliation between the 2 groups. You're making it sound as if there was somehow a mutuality, but there wasn't. This is how stupid this gets. But it gets dumber even in our Congress. So after this, we're going to show a nice video because they're stuck on stupid. Democrats, totally. Laura, they were part of the wider group. Was that a mistake? Harriet, they paid their money to NCCL, and at the time, well, NCCL takes money from any organization which was a lawful organization and any individual. A lawful organization. Okay, but was it a mistake to have that affiliation? Well, I think it was right from actually dispel them from the conference and make sure that their views were never taken forward by NCCL. It is. It's not the case that my work when I was at NCCL was influenced by PI, was apologizing for pedophilia or colluding for pedophilia. That's an unfair inference, and it's a smear. Sure it is. Here comes Laura. That was by Harriet. Laura says, asked, it's a very simple question. Yes or no? Was it a mistake to allow an overt group who were publicly campaigning for pedophiles to be affiliated, which is the term they used to the National Council for Civil Liberties, when you were the legal officer? Well, I think on the basis that it created somehow a sense that NCCL's work was therefore tainted by them. Yes, obviously that is very unfortunate inference to happen, but it's not the case that my work when I was at NCCL was influenced by PI, was apologizing for pedophilia or colluding for pedophilia. That is an unfair inference and it is a smear. Laura asks, why won't you just say whether or not clearly it was a mistake for there to be any affiliation, that you could have sent back their membership fees, you could have thrown them out? Harriet, well, you know, it's just not the sort of organization which actually people applied to and then were vetted, you know? Are you able to give your donation? People are fucking psychotic. Laura, why won't you, with the benefit of decades of hindsight, just say, yes, it was a mistake for there to be any connection at all? Harriet, because they were challenged and they were pushed aside from their views having any influence on NCCL. And we'll go back to the article above. Laura, so it's okay for them to carry on. Harriet, no, your implication is somehow by giving them money, NCCL was influenced. It wasn't. You know, I don't even know by how much they gave, possibly even 10 pounds a year. You were and Laura's like, you were happy that your employer took membership money from a group that was overtly campaigning for the rights of pedophiles. That wasn't a mistake. That's what you're saying. So Harriet's like, well, I was content with the fact that in the knowledge that nothing that I did supported pedophilia in any way, shape, or form. Nothing that you did. You're complicit in it. Laura, but you're happy for the National Council of Civil Liberties to have taken money from a pedophile group. Harriet, I wasn't even happy that the group existed. They shouldn't have existed. They were obvious front for very bad people who I think many of them were then prosecuted. No, they weren't. Bullshit. Then how would you know? Then why would you take their money if they're prosecuted? So, Harriet hits back by attacking Mail Online. During a Newsnight interview, Harriet Harman sought to deflect criticism of her support for the rights of pedophiles by attacking the Mail's website for using pictures of young women in bikinis. They're not using young women in bikinis. They're using naked children. She said, it's ironic that they accuse me of supporting indecency in relation to children when they themselves are not above producing photographs of very young girls. And yesterday, she removed the attack, tweeting, when it comes to decency and sexualization of children, would you take lessons from the Daily Mail? Accompanied by a photograph taken from Mail Online showing American teenage model Courtney Stodden posing in swimwear with her two sisters. A 17-year-old posing with her sisters in swimsuits is a lot different than pornography. Child porn, kiddie, all that. The picture published in October 2011, having first appeared on U.S. website, accompanied the story which described how 17-year-old Miss Stodden had achieved notoriety by having posed as a model from the age of 12 and controversially marrying an actor 34 years her senior. See where the pedophilia comes from? It comes from the moms too. Their picture, released by the model's mother, who is also her business manager, was taken when she was 12 or 13 and described as a family snap. Okay, so you take a bunch of pictures of kids in bathing suits at the beach. Okay, well, so it's the you can't even, this apples and oranges here. Daily Mail consultant editor Andrew Pierce, speaking on BBC Radio 4's World at One, said the pictures were images that could be seen on any British beach. He added to try to conflate those pictures with girls in a bikini on a beach with the grotesque activities of the pedophile information exchange smacks of desperation. There's not a hell hot enough for all these sick fucks to bring them. Let's see. Bigger. Okay, now we are going to go back to Charles Napier. Jail for 13 years for child sex abuse. 2014. Former teacher Charles Napier had been sentenced to 13 years in prison for sexually abusing 23 boys between 67 and 83. He admitted 30 indecent assault charges and one offense of indecency toward a child. All his victims were under 16. 23 boys, you get 13 years in prison. I mean, they should just take you right out back and shoot you. But they can't because they don't have guns. Nice job, UK. Many of the counts included multiple incidents and are estimated to account for hundreds of individual assaults. Napier from Sherborne and Dorset was a one-time treasurer of the Pedophile Information Exchange. The group campaigned on behalf of pedophiles in the 70s and 80s. Dramatically damaged. The judge said there was no doubt he had become a teacher because of the proximity it offered him to young boys, some of whom had been dramatically damaged by his crimes. But there's no victims. The court heard that one boy was indecently assaulted on 8 separate occasions between 1969 and 72. Napier forced another boy to commit a sex act on him. Francis Ween, a victim of Napier who had waived his right to anonymity, told the BBC how the teacher would win boys' trust by offering them sweets, fizzy drinks, and cigarettes. He related that he stayed away from Napier after the teacher tried to put his hand down his shorts, but others had suffered more serious abuse, which left them very badly damaged. He was in a position of trust, which he abused wholesale. The people you're supposed to trust the most. He was cleared of one other charge in October because of lack of evidence. Just throw it all on him. Much of the abuse took place in a workshop at the school where he taught. Napier's a half-brother of Conservative MP John Whittingdale. He left the school in the early 70s and went on to hold jobs working with children in Cairo and Sweden, raping them worldwide. Arrogant and controlling. Prosecuting Peter Clement said Napier exploited his role and his position as trust for his own sexual gratification. Acting Detective Chief Inspector Keith Braithwaite described Napier as an arrogant, controlling, and manipulative individual who has shown no remorse. I mean, you can imagine what his religion is, right? Deputy Chief Inspector Braithwaite thanks those who came forward to give evidence, adding that he hoped the sentence indicated how seriously the courts take such offenses. 13 years, 23 kids. Get fucked. He was arrested in 2013 as Operation Kayakos, one strand of Scotland Yard's wider investigation in the historical child abuse called Operation Fairbank. Operation Fairbank launched in 2012 after Labour MP Tom Watson wrote to the police about allegations of pedophile ring linked to Westminster. It's also linked to Buckingham, linked to the families. During interviews in police, Napier told officers he had been completely out of control and was desperately sorry for his actions. Yeah, sure you are. Just hope he's dead. Let's see, I got one more here. Here it is. I'll say, guys, get it one more time. Shit. All right. So, I'll put this in here. Now, the first part I'll read because for some reason it's covered up by these stupid ass ads. So, it starts out, the whole Guardian says, when I was at school, John Peel's autobiography reveals that he was raped at Shrewsbury School in the 1950s. So, was his experience typical? We asked 7 prominent former public school boys to spill their dormitory secrets. So, the first one is right here. Al Alvarez, writer. I was at Undle in the mid-40s, and it was tough. There were cold baths every morning, and the food was awful. As far as I could see, the point was to produce people to run the British Empire. If you could survive 5 years in public school, there was nothing the Kalahari Desert or Antarctica could throw at you. Sex was part of the culture of the school, but it was all pretty ingenuous. It wasn't a culture of gang rape. It was boys getting crushes on other boys. Now you see why they're all... It was like a ghastly parody of courtship, more to do with adolescent yearning than lust. Imagine it. 650 adolescents with nothing on their mind but sex who had tried to sublimate it all into plain rugger. So, 650 adolescents. I mean, you could talk about the military. Bunch of military guys going in, fucking high on testosterone and all that. You don't see them butt fucking anywhere. Nope. Stop that. Here's another person. Peregrine Worsthorn, writer and former editor of Sunday Telegraph. I think rapes certainly wouldn't have been called rapes. I've never been raped. There was a system of sexual favors at Stowe, but they never happened with violence. A lot of buggery went on and things in that area, but I don't think there was ever anything that brutal. These things are so difficult, and it's not unusual for people to exaggerate after the fact. In my view, the John Peel case would have to be very much a one-off thing. There are a lot of homosexuality at certain periods in English public schools, but I've never heard of rape. Never heard of it. But you're a writer and former editor of Sunday Telegraph. Because if you said anything about it, you're no longer a writer of the Sunday Telegraph. Derek Malcolm, film critic. That sort of thing was very widespread. Not particularly at Eton, but at schools that prepared you for it. I remember at my prep school, there was a music master who fiddled with the boys. He once sat me on his knee in front of a class. We were listening to Mendelssohn's Fingal's Cave, and he put his hand in my pocket and fiddled with me in front of a class. And the other boys were actually laughing. We also used to have cold baths, and he would stand outside and tap each of us on the ass with a switch as we went in. There was another teacher, a good teacher, a very nice guy. He must have fiddled with somebody because he was suddenly expelled. Or maybe he said something about them diddling the kids and they threw him out. At Eton, if you were a fag master, and they did say fag master here, I just want to make sure, there we go. At Eton, if you were a fag master, you chose the prettiest fag from among the lower boys. You just like to have a pretty fag. Wow. Doesn't Macron too? I was a substitute for girls. The funny thing was, if you shagged one of the maids, you were instantly expelled. But if you had anything to do with the boys, you got a severe ticking off. And you hope that by the end of your career at Eton, you didn't turn out to be gay. Eton produced a lot of people who had John Peel's experience, mutual masturbation, all that sort of thing, but nobody was raped in my day. They're kids. It's rape. Francis Wayne, writer. I wasn't raped at Harrow, though oddly long after I left. I noticed that various masters and ex-masters were being done for pedophilia. We had fagging at Harrow, but when I was a fag, I was never propositioned. I'd love to pretend I knew about these things, but I didn't. I ran away at 16, but for entirely different reasons. In my prep school, Copthorne, there was a fair bit of leaping in and out of beds and dormitories, comparing notes and general exploration. I was sexually molested by a gym master called Charles Napier, the one that got the 13 years, who always putting his hand down boys' gym shorts. He eventually attained the giddy heights of a treasurer of the pedophile information exchange. The only thing I can remember from Harrow is a story about a veteran physics master who, according to legend, found a couple of boys doing something in his house and said, I don't mind mutual masturbation, but I draw the line of buggery. It was quoted from time to time as a bit of an accepted rule. Now you see why it's taking so long, guys? Do you think you just get 1 and 2 and it just all ends? George Melly, jazz singer. It's not uncommon, I believe, to be chased at public school, especially if you're pretty. I was gay at school, so I had a lovely time. My school still was tolerant too. They didn't follow you around. They didn't follow you about trying to catch you in a flagrant. I'd rather enjoy it all. If you're pretty, which I think John Peel probably was, either you become the school tart or you hate it and are very indignant about it. I was quite successful. I wasn't pretty, but I made people laugh, which is a form of seduction. I told you guys going to be fucking... This shit's just... This is ungodly. Oliver James, psychologist. I just missed, thank God, the Tom Brown school days era. When I was first at Eton in summer of 67, it was still pretty authoritarian between senior boys and juniors, but that dissolved rapidly, certainly by the end of 68. They abolished fagging not long after I left. You could only really talk about your own house, and in my case, the headmaster was a very nice man. Any behavior like that would have been acceptable to him. Some heads would allow a more brutal regime than others. When we got older, nearly all of us fancied boys who looked like girls, but I think it was pretty rare that anything actually happened. There's a curious, platonic, romantic attitude. Did anybody growing up going to school, did you ever start getting faggy? I know I didn't. I don't think anybody else said here did. So, yeah. Yeah. They were egging it on. Having said that, I can think of at least 3 cases in which actual homosexual acts were performed. In one case, it was a boy who liked doing mutual masturbation with other boys his own age. In another case, it was an older boy and a younger boy, but there was no coercion. And there was one notorious case against between an older boy and a younger boy, and I'm almost certain that 2 was non-coercive and agreeable to the young boy. Unfortunately, he got found out, and an older boy was sacked. I think the housemaster got sacked pretty soon after, too. Because remember, you just give him some cigarettes and some fizzy drinks, and it's like, it's almost like you're at church again. Catholic. Matthew Ford, food writer. I was at E-Town in the early 60s and enjoyed every minute of it, of course. Fagging was still very much in evidence. I mean, he's a food writer, guys. Of course he's faggy. The food was memorably disgusting, and I seem to remember being served at my table a sequence of Spanish men. No one tried to have sex with me. It may be that I was protected from older boys by having an older brother at the school. I also had a spectacular outbreak of acne, which ran from one side of my brow to the other like the Himalayas. Relationships were going on, but it was less than love that dare not to speak the name that the fact that you put 1,200 testosterone-fueled boys in an enclosed space there is bound to be some cross-fertilization. Jesus Christ. I mean... Oh. So, guys, yeah, one more. Let's see. Oh, I. And here is Patricia Hewitt. UK former politician, General Secretary for the National Council of Civil Liberties in the 70s, and Member of Parliament for Leicestershire West. And here is National Council for Civil Liberties. If you care to go through it, see? Not much, is there? To protect civil liberties and promote human rights for everyone. It's still around, too. Thought I'd add that in there. She was appointed Administrator of Small Business E-Commerce Department of Trade and Industry, 1999 to 2001, before becoming Secretary of State for Trade and Industry in 2001. Secretary of State for Health from May 2005 to June 2007. Yeah. In 2002, Tory Chancellor Jeremy Hunt announced, I have asked former Health Secretary and Chair of Norfolk and Waveney Integrated Care System, Patricia Hewitt, to help me, the Health Secretary, Stephen Barclay, to advise us on how to make sure the new integrated care boards work properly with appropriate autonomy and accountability. There's no accountability. Patricia's 5 ways to meet a minister. In the Dispatches program, Politics for Hire, broadcast on March 22, 2010, Dispatches set up a fictional U.S. public affairs company and contacted Hewitt and several senior politicians asking them if they were interested in a position on an advisory board in their London office. Hewitt attended a bogus interview and outlined to the undercover reporter 5 ways to which corporations could gain access to serving minister of state. 1. Whining and dining. Here's some quid pro quo, right? Full of it. Whining and dining. You know, when I was business secretary, I would cheerfully accept hospitality initiations, for instance, because it's just a really useful way of getting to know business leaders rather better. Gordon is pretty against all that. Yeah. Think tank route. All this correlate with ours. Think tank route. Now, the think tank and the seminar route, I think is a very good one and will remain a good one, and so identifying the right think tank. Policy exchange is a good one at the moment. Demos is another good one. I mean, it's a Greek word for demon, for devil. I mean, and saying, okay, does the think tank already have a relationship with Minister X? Can we invite Minister X to give a seminar on the subject? Your client would then sponsor the seminar, and you do it via the think tank. And that's very useful because what you get for your sponsorship is basically you sit next to the minister. 3, sponsor a party conference event. It's a classic one, increasingly crowded for the conservatives at the moment, a bit uncrowded for labor last year. It used to be the reverse. Direct invitation. Sometimes, just a direct invitation to have, what we want to come and see about Mr. X will sometimes work. 5, establish a presence in the minister's constituency. So depending on the company, if they've got a presence in some part of the country or there's some link, and then that fits where, roughly speaking, where a minister's constituency is, that could be more subtle route and doesn't get trapped by officials. NCCL links to PI. February 2014, Patricia Hewitt apologized for the connection between NCCL, which she headed, and a pedophile rights group, accepting the claims by PI that it's a campaigning and counseling organization. She said in a statement, "I got it wrong on PI, and I apologize for having done so. NCCL in the 1970s, along with many others, was naive and wrong to accept PI's claims to be a campaigning and counseling organization that does not promote unlawful acts." Like I said, who else runs a bunch of counseling organizations? And that is Das Juden. All you have to do is check Data Republican, and it's all there. They've been, I mean, you got Friends of the IDF. I mean, they're all terror organizations, which we'll get to as well. As General Secretary, then, I take responsibility for the mistakes we made. I got it wrong on PI and apologize for having done so. I should have urged the Executive Committee to take stronger measures to protect NCCL's integrity from the activities of PI members and sympathizers, and I deeply regret not having done so. Harriet Harmon, who was NCCL's legal officer in the late 70s, had said she regrets the link with a vile pedophile group, but has nothing to apologize for. Her husband, Jack Dromey, who also worked for the NCCL, he has also said he vigorously opposed the PI presence in the Civil Liberties Organization. Of course you did, right? Special Consultant, International Chemist Chain, Alliance Boots. Non-Executive Director, BT, a communications company. Senior Advisor, Sibin, private equity firm. Yeah, these people aren't dirty at all. No, not at all. Look, why would they be, right? Let's see. Do we have let's see. Just want to make sure it's that one. So there is something that I want to point out in the drops from today. Now, take it as you wish, right? So, shall we play a game once more? What game are we playing? Oh, War Games. Oh. Makes a lot of sense with the whole Iran thing, doesn't it? Just a little bit. But look, no attached earlobe, right? But look at Barry's eyes. See how you see his pupils? What do you see here? Lizard. Big time. Let's see, is there anything else? Plus, remember, President Trump did post an American flag on his True Social. 4506. People's General, soon, 3 stars. Who's that going to be? Remember, they don't have the head of the National Security Council yet. It was Mike Waltz, but he got moved because he's one of Das Juden. He's sympathetic. So who's the People's General? Blinn, of course. Let's see, I do have, oh my God, so much good stuff came up. Oh. Let's see. Ooh.
And that's the name.
Shit.
Florida's a
Damn it. Sorry, guys. All right. So this came out 5 hours ago. You guys aren't going to believe this. I'm smiling because guess what is happening? Remember we talked about they need to load up the Rio Grande with all alligators, right? They did. But it seems like, Florida and DeSantis, they're just going to.
And alligator Alcatraz, that's the name Florida's Attorney General has given to a proposed detention facility he wants to build in the Everglades to house undocumented migrants.
Well, this is actually happening. The budget has been approved by Homeland Security to start construction on alligator Alcatraz.
You don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons.
So we are going to dig into the details of Alligator Alcatraz, and obviously some people are very upset about the project. Now, before we start the video, make sure to please like the video. It's the #1 way you guys are helping this channel, and it also helps others see the videos as well, and I think people want to know about Alligator Alcatraz, so here we go.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier Training Facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Florida's been leading on immigration enforcement, supporting the Trump administration and ICE's efforts to detain and deport criminal aliens. The governor tasked state leaders to identify places for new temporary detention facilities. I think this is the best one. As I call it, Alligator Alcatraz.
Okay, so this is the location where the new migrant detention center is going to be built. And just to give you an idea of how isolated it really is, they are not lying when they're saying it is quite literally in the middle of the Everglades. But that's the selling point.
This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Within just 30 to 60 days after we begin construction, it could be up and running and could house as many as 1,000 criminal aliens.
So the budget has officially been approved for Alligator Alcatraz, and I'm not that surprised. If you know anything about the US government, if you tell them that something is going to be effective and cheap and fast to build, it's most likely going to get approved.
Right now, the area is used as a pilot training facility, and as you heard, it's surrounded by pythons and alligators. Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer says the facility would sit on the already constructed runway and would hold more than 1,000 beds and is surrounded by the Everglades, though it is not part of the Everglades.
Python starts with a P, which is a 16, and alligator starts with an A, which is 1. What's 16 plus 1, guys?
National Park. Still, many are slamming the idea, citing environmental concerns.
Okay, so first things first, what we know so far is that the runway is going to be the area for this facility. Now, as far as is it going to be one long facility, is it going to be individual areas, we have no idea. All we know is that the runway is going to be used for some sort of housing for illegal immigrants, and the surrounding area is just going to be left open. Now, you're probably asking, well, if you're going to leave the facility open, would somebody just try to run away anyway? And all you have to do is zoom out. There is one road system an illegal immigrant can gain access to as far as trying to run away from the facility, but generally speaking, the entire area is left open to wildlife. And I also want to point out the closest village is 35 miles away if you use a vehicle.
This site is really important to Friends of the Everglades. It's actually the reason Friends of the Everglades was founded by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in 1969 to stop what would have been the world's largest airport from being built right there. We call on the governor to put a stop to this proposal right now. It's a terribly bad idea.
Okay, I have to point this out. Some people are upset that we are going to lose a runway in the middle of the Everglades. There happens to be an airstrip right down the road. Now, before we dig into the real details of this case, make sure to please subscribe to my channel so I can give you guys more updates on cases like this and others around the United States. Here we go.
He announced the plans just last week.
It is Alligator Alcatraz is going down. It is. We have commenced with the construction. Again, we don't need a lot. It's light infrastructure.
The airport sits on 30 square miles of land that belong to Miami-Dade County. The enormous runway is used for commercial pilot landing training. Mayor Daniela Levine Cava expressed reservations about the idea last week, and in a statement Monday, the county says it asked the state detailed specific questions and requested additional information.
Okay, light infrastructure. This actually gives us a lot of information. What this means is that the illegal immigrants are either going to be housed in tents or some sort of light metal material. Now, something to keep in mind, Florida has hurricanes, that's a lot of wind, that's a lot of water, so it's just something to keep in mind when they have to pick and choose what light material they want to use to house these illegal immigrants. Because again, the housing also has to include the officers that are guarding the area. area.
There are concerns about the environmental impacts and the property's appraisal. The state offering $20 million, but the county says the most recent numbers put the total value of the site at least $190 million. The statement goes on to say, while we understand that the Attorney General has stated the federal approvals have been received for the project, we have not yet received a response from the state to the county's letter.
The perimeter is already set by Mother Nature. A lot of people thought maybe it was just a joke, but no, we're serious. We care about immigration enforcement. We're leading and helping the federal government.
Okay, now let's talk about the alligators and the pythons. Leave your comments down below how you feel about this. One thing I want to say is this. Everyone is focusing on the alligators and pythons. However, we are all missing the really obvious fact. We actually have a prison in Colorado called ADX, also known as the Alcatraz of the Rockies, and the concept is the same. You put a prison in the middle of nowhere, so if somebody wants to try and run away, you have wildlife and terrain that would slow them down.
And who is housed at the ADX Florence, the Supermax? Jose Padilla. We'll get into that.
So the selling point here could be surrounded by bears and bobcats. Now I know the big difference is at these prisons you have actual security and you have fences and barbed wire, but again I do want to point out the idea of using wildlife to try and stop an escape is really not that new. Now, what's unique about Alligator Alcatraz, you definitely have a higher probability of wildlife slowing you down. If it's not the alligators, it's the pythons. If it's not the pythons, it's the water. If it's not the water, it's the mosquitoes. If it's not the mosquitoes, it's the sun. So again, we do have a higher probability of the terrain slowing you down. I'm just trying to make the point. We're really sensationalizing this area when it's not a new concept to use the terrain to try and prevent escapes.
Alcatraz is also being criticized by pro-immigration groups as inhumane.
Trust me that if people are dying in detention centers that were constructed in much longer time frames, people will die in the facility.
Now, what did we learn about symbolism? Who is behind this? The Jewish Defense League. Remember, they have a specific symbol patented. It's the fist. This right here, they patented. Shelley Rubin and Irv Rubin, they patented the fist. So whenever you see this, it's the Jewish Defense League.
If we allow this to move...
Oh, no shit. You worked at ADX? Oh, I'd love to hear some
we are allowing them to prematurely kill our loved ones. That is not an exaggeration. The conditions in this facility will not be fit for human life.
Okay, something I want to point out is this. Livable conditions.
It's not supposed to be. It's a prison.
Everyone seems to have a different perspective of what livable conditions are. This right here is considered a 5-star hotel for anyone who's ever been in the US military. Living in a Connex that has Wi-Fi and AC and the ability to communicate with others. This right here is livable according to the US government. This is also considered livable conditions. In no way, shape, or form am I trying to minimize what livable conditions really are, and I've had to live in a tent for a very long time, sometimes in a foxhole. What I'm trying to prove is that the US government, they have different ideas of what a livable condition is compared to these volunteer groups who are saying otherwise.
And tonight, the Department of Homeland Security commented on the plan, saying, quote, in part, Alligator Alcatraz will expand facilities and bed space in just days thanks to our partnership with Florida.
Because Biden would fly him in the middle of the night, not tell us about it.
So, you got to admit, right here is the picture speaks a million words. You have the Santas in the middle, you got old boy on the left that wants to kill people graveyard dead, and then you have Sheriff Grady Judd. I mean, Florida's doing everything right.
It, and then all of a sudden you'd have people, the feds would bust them all over God's creation. That's not going to happen this time with the Trump administration. We'll be able to work constructively together. We also want to make sure that we are expanding our existing authorities so that local and state officials are empowered, and the federal government would have to bless this, and I think they will, they should be empowered to detain and deport people who are here illegally. It should not be, well, we ran out of ICE beds, therefore you got to release somebody on the street and then they go out and create problems for our communities. That's not the way it works. So that is going to be really, really significant. We also need better gang enforcement. We've got to broaden the legal definition of gang-related activities so that it includes these groups of very dangerous illegal aliens.
Now, I think a lot of you are aware that Florida is heavily involved with deportations. But one thing I also want to point out is it looks like the totality of the state of local law enforcement, sheriffs, state troopers, a lot of them work together with federal agents, unlike other states. So this state is really locked down as far as deportations, going after illegal immigrants, and coming up with new ways or ideas to implement how can we make these deportations more effective and efficient for the state of Florida, which is why we are seeing Alligator Alcatraz. The governor of Florida is super down with this idea.
Large piece of unused land. Attorney General James Uthmire, he says the potential site would serve as a 3-in-1 immigration enforcement facility. It would house detainees, process legal cases, and serve as a deportation hub. Now, the proposed integrated federal and state approach includes the construction of temporary structures and 1,000 beds, making it the state's largest detention facility.
This remote area is surrounded by the Everglades, but it's not part of the Everglades National Park. It was chosen because it already has an airstrip. The proposal includes flying people directly out from here for deportation.
The 30-square-mile property in question is owned by Miami-Dade County. It has been used for military and law enforcement training in the past, so Uthmire says officials are familiar with the area, as the Florida National Guard will play a key role in operation. They have offered military attorneys to be trained as immigration judges to expedite the legal process. Now, the proposal is designed to detain and hold people for weeks or even months. Uthmire says this can be a low-cost site due to the natural terrain surrounding it.
If somebody were to get out, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Only the alligators and pythons are waiting.
Okay, well now we have complete verification that this entire process will include judiciary or due process as far as what's inside of Alligator Alcatraz, which means this is all going to be a very, very fast process for any illegal immigrant that ends up at Alligator Alcatraz. Now, there's something else I want to point out in this video. ICE detention centers are not free from escape. Up in New Jersey, there was actually a pretty big incident. Illegal immigrants were able to escape.
Tonight, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI offering a $10,000 reward to find these 4 detainees. Investigators say they were arrested on criminal charges but managed to escape after apparently busting through a wall.
What they explained to us was that this particular wall in Unit 5 was essentially just drywall with some mesh inside.
Senator Andy Kim and Congressman Robert Menendez toured the embattled facility Friday. The company awarded the billion-dollar contract did not respond to a series of questions from News 4, but sent out a statement mirroring the account from DHS.
So, Delaney Hall has concrete, sheetrock, has an entire fence surrounding it. However, it is nearby a metropolitan area, which is how the illegal immigrants were able to evade and stay away from the U.S. government. What I'm trying to point out is this. When you look at the contrast, that was an area that had all of the security features you would expect of these holding facilities. What we're going to be seeing at Alligator Alcatraz is the exact opposite. There is a hope that psychological warfare will stop these illegal immigrants for wanting to run away. But again, we don't know exactly if it's just going to be no perimeter or no fence. I would assume there has to be some sort of sensor surrounding the area, but we'll just have to wait and see. I'm just trying to give you guys a contrast. Illegal immigrants have escaped before in way tougher conditions as far as no security conditions we're going to see at Alligator Alcatraz. Okay, so make sure to please leave your comments down below how you feel about all of this. I'm going to give my very honest opinion here. Generally speaking, I do think this is a good idea. However, practically speaking, I do think illegal immigrants are going to try and run away, especially if there really is no security surrounding this facility. Mainly because there are illegal immigrants who already had to get through alligators and pythons and leopards and cartel members getting through the Darien Gap. between South America and North America, and then surviving the trip through the Mexican border if you went that way, or the Canadian border. So my point is, I don't know if the surrounding area is going to be enough to deter an illegal immigrant. Maybe for some, but for others, they're about to lose their freedom and be sent back home. So if their only chance to escape freedom is trying to evade alligators and pythons, maybe that's not going to be enough to stop somebody. That is just my honest thought. Go look into the Darien Gap between South America and North America. It's one of the unfortunate places in the world where people don't make it out alive who try to come to America. So anyway, thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed this detailed critique of the facility, and we'll see what happens. Apparently, we're going to see it here very soon in July. Thank you guys for everything. God bless, and we'll see you all later.
What if it's not for illegals? What if they're homegrown ones? Right? Because, let's see, let me go with this. That one closed, that one closed. This one, here. All right. Now, this is where we're going to have some fun. Ready? Enemy combatant. It's in 5 posts, guys. 2524, 2523, 2381, 2300, and 652. Enemy combatant is a term for a person who either lawfully or unlawfully engages in hostilities for the other side in an armed conflict used by the U.S. government and media during the War on Terror. Well, it's happening right now again, right? So, usually enemy combatants are members of the armed forces of a state which in another state is at war. In this case, a civil war or an insurrection state may be replaced by a more general term, party to the conflict. PC. Because you can't call it PTTC because it doesn't work. To and the you don't have as acronyms. After September 11th attacks, the term enemy combatant was used by George W. Bush administration to include an alleged member of Al-Qaeda or the Taliban being held in detention by the U.S. government. In this sense, enemy combatant actually refers to persons the United States regards as unlawful combatants, a category of persons who do not qualify for prisoner of war status under the Geneva Convention. However, unlike unlawful combatants who qualify for some protections under the 4th Geneva Convention, enemy combatants under the Bush administration were not covered by the Geneva Convention. See how the precedent has already been set? Thus, the term enemy combatant has to be read in context to determine whether it means any combatant belonging to an enemy state or non-state actor, as in communists, whether unlawful or lawful or unlawful, or if it means an alleged member of Al-Qaeda or the Taliban being detained as such an unlawful combatant by the United States. And here he comes on March 13th. March 13, 2009, Obama administration announced its abandonment of the Bush administration's use for the term enemy combatant. Why? Because wouldn't the Muslim Brotherhood also fall under enemy combatants? You know, when Obama in 2009, he lifted all the Muslim Brotherhood terrorists and he let them go with them over to Geneva and have a convention with them? Yeah, okay. 1942 Supreme Court of the United States ruling ex parte Quirin. The court used the term with their historical meanings to distinguish between unlawful combatants and lawful combatants. Unlawful combatants are likewise subject to capture and detention, but in addition, they are subject to trial and punishment by military tribunals for acts which render their belligerency unlawful. The spy who secretly and without uniform passes the military lines of belligerent in a time of war, seeking to gather military information and communicate it to the enemy, or an enemy combatant who, without uniform, comes secretly through the lines of the purpose of waging war by destruction of life or property, are familiar examples of belligerents who are generally deemed not to be entitled to the status of prisoners of war, but to be offenders against the law of war, subject to trial and punishment by military tribunals. Emphasis added, by military tribunals. Johnson versus Eistrager, 1950, reaffirmed the idea the Constitution does not apply to enemy combatants and that U.S. courts lack jurisdiction over them. It's just a problem. Wake of September 11th, 9/11, the United States Congress passed a resolution known as the Authorization for Use of Military Force Against Terrorists on September 14, 2001, wherein the Congress invoked the War Powers Resolution. We are Trump enacted the War Powers Resolution. Why do you think he could get all this stuff done on such a such a fast time? Using this authorization granted to him by Congress on November 13, 2001, President George W. Bush issued a presidential military order detention, treatment, and trial of certain non-citizens in war against terrorism. The administration chose to call those who detained under presidential military orders enemy combatants. The Bush administration began using the term in March 2002. William Lightsow, a legal advisor in the Bush administration, first proposed the term, using the term. According to Lightsow, America was detaining people not because they were criminals, but because they were the enemy. While the term was not drawn from the Quirin case, the administration looked to Quirin as a validation of the term. Since then, the administration has formalized the use of the term by using it specifically for detained alleged members and supporters of Al-Qaeda or the Taliban. For example, under the provisions of the Secretary of Navy Memorandum Implementation of Combatant Status Review Tribunal, procedures for enemy combatant detained at Guantanamo Bay Naval Base in Cuba. An enemy combatant has been defined as an individual who was part or supporting the Taliban or Al-Qaeda forces or associated forces that are engaged against the United States or its coalition partners. This includes any person who committed a belligerent act or has directly supported hostilities in the aid of enemy armed forces. Found out where you got Das Juden, right? This lead has been followed by other parts of the government and some section of the American news media. The result of this new usage means that the term enemy combatant has to be read in the context of the article in which it appears as to whether it means a member of the armed forces of an enemy state or if it means an alleged member of Al-Qaeda held prisoner by the United States. No, it means anybody, associated forces that are engaged in hostilities against the United States. Like if you're sending, 20 million people over a border, an invasion. Military Commissions Act. Following the Supreme Court's ruling of Lexi Hamdan versus Rumsfeld, the United States Congress passed the Military Commissions Act of 2006, which contained definitions for lawful and unlawful enemy combatants. The Military Commissions Act mandated that Guantanamo captives were no longer entitled to access the U.S. civil justice system, so all outstanding habeas corpus petitions were stayed. So, if you're going to use military tribunals in Alligator Alcatraz, who can you put there? You put Americans in there too. June 12, 2008, the United States Supreme Court ruled Bowman versus Bush that the Military Commissions Act could not remove the rights for Guantanamo captives to access the U.S. federal court system, and all previous Guantanamo captives' habeas petitions were eligible to be reinstated. The judges considered the captives' habeas petitions would be considering whether the evidence used to compile the allegations that the detainees were enemy combatants justified as classification of enemy combatant. Following the Supreme Court's Bowman versus Bush ruling, February 20, 2009, the administration of President Barack Obama sided with the Bush administration's interpretation of law. They argued to bar access to civil courts sought by enemy combatants held at the Bagram airfield in Afghanistan. We know that airfield. During a hearing on October 23, 2008, U.S. District Court Judge Richard J. Leon commented on the ambiguity of the term enemy combatant. Farrah Stockman, writing in the Boston Globe, quoted Leon's remarks that characterized him as lashed out at Congress and Supreme Court for leaving the term undefined. Of course, it's all these judges, federal judges, you have to redo that too, the Judicial Reform Act of 1802. We're here today, and that was under Jefferson. We're here today, much to my dismay, I might add, to deal with a legal question that, in my judgment, should have been resolved a long time ago. I really don't how the Supreme Court made the decision it made and left that question open. I don't understand how Congress could let this go this long without resolving. October 27, 2008, Leon ruled the definition of enemy combatant he would use that was set forth in the 2004 rules for combatant status review tribunals. Enemy combatants shall mean an individual who is part or of supporting Taliban or Al-Qaeda forces or associated forces that are engaged in hostilities against the United States or its coalition partners. This includes any person who has committed a belligerent act or has directly supported hostilities in aid of enemy armed forces. Now, as I say enemy armed forces, well, Trinidad. I mean, how are they getting the guns? Ask that shooting. Defense attorneys for Vladimir Budin and his fellow Bosnians of Algerians descent were pleased with the definition because the DOD had long since dropped the allegation that they had plotted the attack of the U.S. Embassy in Sarajevo, and they felt that none of the remaining allegations met Leon's definition. March 13, 2009, Eric Holder issued a statement the United States had abandoned the Bush administration term enemy combatant. Of course, because they need to get fast and furious so they can start doing all the gun running, all to the cartels, in order for the cartels to garm all the people that are fucking invading us today. The statement said, as we work toward developing a new policy to govern detainees, it is essential that we operate in a manner that strengthens our national security and is consistent with our values and is governed by law. However, various human rights groups noted it as a primarily symbolic act. As of 2019, the United States continues to hold 40 detainees at the Guantanamo Bay detention camp. And unfortunately, that shot way up and then down and then up again because they mentioned Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and we have mentioned him before. Because I just want to make sure that we get this out there because let's see. Sorry, guys. A lot of photos just should be at the top. What is this? One second, guys. Almost there. Where are you? How's everybody doing out there? I'll find it, but what it is we have the calendar from 12/7 to 12/17. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's case was canceled. Why would it be canceled? Because they didn't do it. They shipped them out already. They shipped all these guys out because they didn't do it. I mean, Jose Padilla, I mean, yeah, they have those guys locked up, but Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, no. No. And, oh. Now we're going to get to some straight stupidity. Oh, a couple things, okay? So, P equals C also, right? So, C before D, all right? What's Iran's real name? Persia. If Persia equals C, C before D, what is D? Demona? A little bit. This is just because. Well, actually, we got a couple. I'm gonna show this one first, real quick. This is a quick one, but yeah, this is.
Yeah. What I hope that.
Oh, shut up!
People continue.
Just shut up. Fucking commies. Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. All right, this one is 206 long. Standing up the Trump ICE raids.
Yeah. What I hope it happens is that people continue to take to the street, but like there was footage of a woman who was just trying to get to her apartment. She's walking by herself. She's talking to them, and whoever was captioning this said this was a woman trying to go home, and she had to walk along the edge of this militarized perimeter, and she's telling them that's my house. And there's one guy who just takes aim at her, shoots her in the stomach with a rubber bullet. No provocation. And I think those are the kinds of incidents that are going to turn people away from what's happening. And, unfortunately, I think when it begins to impede the lives of, sort of white middle class America, that's when people start going, oh, it's not just happening to others. It's happening to people who look like me and live like.
Yeah. Racist much? Right? Oh, white middle class America. No, this affects us all. That's the problem.
Me. No.
But they put their names out there, so
that's part of
enemy combatants.
What may unfold.
I hope so. Although it's sad that it has to, it takes that level of things to get anybody to move. But I want to say also just a shout out to everybody who is out protesting, because I feel like it's really, really important when these Nazis show up, this Gestapo shows up and they start with their masks and their lack of papers and everything else, it's incumbent upon people living in those communities to not let them in. And if there's enough people showing out and, basically forming a wall between the ICE agents and the people that are coming to arrest, they will leave. Because like Trump, like their, Obenführer there, they're cowards. If they weren't cowards, they would not wear masks, and they would, actually have documentation that shows who they are. And they wouldn't come in with the guns blazing and all this stuff, because it's not, why does it require that at all? You can't arrest or go talk to a woman who's 8 months pregnant. You need a gun and 6 people to do that.
Yep. That's exactly what we need. You guys came here illegally. Get the fuck out. That's it. Case closed. Leave. I got one more here. This one's a good one. Okay, I wanted to bring this up to a point. It's at the hour 44 mark, and this is from today, the Doge cut hearing. Listen to it all, so it's like 2 hours and 4 minutes. But I took it to 144.06 because you're not going to believe how stupid these guys are. Just.
This is Mr. Jack from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I'd like to acknowledge our colleague, Mr. Lynch, for his hard-fought campaign. And I'd like to, at the same time, spend a little bit of my time today working with Mr. Dickerson and Mr. Burton. First, Mr. Dickerson, I want to congratulate you and EPIC for all that you've accomplished. I worked with both Paul and Zoe at the White House in the President's first term, and commend you all for your work. Mr. Burton, if you could, I was reading through your testimony. I would love for you just to walk this committee through the history of impoundment and rescissions, I should say. It started, as I understand, in Thomas Jefferson's administration. Would love for you to walk us through the history.
The earliest impoundment that I know of was by Thomas Jefferson. The Congress appropriated money to build some gunboats. Peace broke out, and he chose not to build the gunboats. So he, in effect, impounded the money and sent it back to Congress. That's been going on for a very long time. In older appropriations bills, particularly in the 19th century, generally read not to exceed X dollars. So presidents often didn't, because they didn't think you needed to spend that much money. And President Roosevelt impounded money, and so did President Nixon. And at that point, there was serious objection by the Congress, and the Impoundment Control Act was enacted, which establishes an expedited procedure for rescissions, but it has very broad prohibitions on impoundment. There are certain reprogramming permitted and things of that sort. Obviously, if as with improper payments, if you can't spend the money, that's fine. The president should do that. So the rescissions process, however, is somewhat cumbersome, as you probably just discovered. It could be streamlined and made better, but nonetheless, that's the general requirement today.
And one thing that stood out to me in your opening testimony and your testimony throughout this hearing is you mentioned the work that Speaker Gingrich and President Clinton undertook.
Yes.
So in your estimation, is our committee's work an extension of what was successfully done in the 90s to rein in spending?
Yes and no. I mean, the effort in the 90s was very broad. The Clinton administration was serious about improving government administration. They resisted some of what the Gingrich Congress wanted to do, but ultimately there were serious, very hard negotiations, and then they reached an agreement. President Clinton signed legislation that substantially reduced federal spending. And there was tremendous amount of legislating going on throughout the Congress, not just in one committee, but committee by committee by committee by committee. There was a lot of legislating done, a lot of markups, a lot of investigations, a lot of hearings. It wasn't just one hearing like here. There was systematic throughout the Congress and in government in the executive branch.
Thank you. Mr. Dickerson, if we could spend a little bit of time in the remaining time we have left talking about improper payments. The first hearing our chairwoman convened was on the troublesome improper payments we discovered over the last 4 years of the Biden administration. Would love for you to touch on some of the challenges we face with respect to verifying identity, with respect to payments that are going out the door. Would love for you to comment on that.
Absolutely. Improper payments is a huge issue. In one program alone, Medicaid, for example, spent $1.1 trillion over the last decade on improper payments. And that is incredibly harmful because it's a waste of taxpayer money, but it's also funds that aren't going to people who are truly vulnerable and truly needy. And so this waste, fraud, and abuse is rampant throughout the federal government. And so one of the major sources of that is the lack of ability to identify the people who are claiming money and checks are going out the door to who are actually eligible. For example, the Do Not Pay registry is supposed to be a database of accounts that the federal government's not supposed to write checks to. But in many cases, those checks go out the door and then they ping the registry. And in many cases, that registry doesn't have access to all the databases that it's supposed to. So it's a huge problem, and you really should be fixing it.
And I recall in our first hearing, we talked about the amount of payments going out the door that are still done by hand, not by computer or electronically. Is that something you all have uncovered in your work?
Yeah, I think it's something that we should be using new technology, using AI to actually look at what we have across the government to ensure that only people who are actually eligible for benefits are receiving it, nobody else.
Thank you. Madam Chair, and my closing, just a point of clarification.
This is
the
awesome
poll
here.
behind you, behind our ranking member, it adds up to 110%. Just wanted to clarify, is it meant to add up to 110%, or is that an error?
Do you yield?
Yeah, I do.
This is from a Quinnipiac poll that
What's 67 plus 38 plus 5? It's 110.
was held 2 weeks ago.
Is supposed to be
I want to just why because
a database
sorry.
of accounts
Full
that the federal
thing.
government's not supposed to write checks to. But in many cases, those checks go out the door and then they ping the registry. And in many cases, that registry doesn't have access to all the databases that it's supposed to. So it's a huge problem, and you really should be fixing it.
And I recall in our first hearing, we talked about the amount of payments going out the door that are still done by hand, not by computer or electronically. Is that something you all have uncovered in your work?
Yeah, I think it's something that we should be using new technology, using AI to actually look at what we have across the government to ensure that only people who are actually eligible for benefits are receiving it, nobody else.
Thank you. Madam Chair, and my closing, just a point of clarification. The poll behind you, behind our ranking member, it adds up to 110%. Just wanted to clarify, is it meant to add up to 110%, or is that an error?
Do you yield?
Yeah, I do.
This is from a Quinnipiac poll that was held 2 weeks ago, and this is the data that was provided. There's a wealth of information, including information about Donald Trump's falling poll numbers, so you should take a look. Thanks.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. And
Okay, she's so stupid that she's like, oh, you can go to this. It's like, you can't do math.
And it still adds up to 110%. That's a fake poll right there. I now recognize Mr. Subramaniam from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get started on Doge, Mr. Burton, you were one of the co-authors of Project 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is this administration trying to implement Project 2025? Yes or no?
In some respects, yes.
Okay, because last year we kept hearing about how they wanted nothing to do with Project 2025, and that must have hurt your feelings, I bet. But are you saying that they're trying to implement all parts of Project 2025?
I just said in some respects, yes.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to get that out of the way. I'm glad there's someone being honest these days. But let's talk about Doge. So Doge promised us $2 trillion in cuts back in January. And so far, we have a report card now out. And it's actually cost us billions of dollars, maybe over $100 billion by one estimate. It's actually costing taxpayers money. And it seems like, they're cutting a lot of things. How is this possible? Well, the reason it's possible is because they're cutting the very people who are actually there to help get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And they're cutting people who do essential research and run really important programs that save taxpayer money long term. And so the dashboard that we're talking about, the so-called transparency, was riddled with errors. There's been article after article about this. And so we know now that that dashboard cannot be trusted. What can be trusted is that we're not anywhere close to $2 trillion. In fact, there's another bill that this House just passed that adds $3 trillion to the debt. And so even if we did all these cuts, even if you cut every single federal employee in the entire government, you still end up with a situation where you're adding to the debt in this administration because of the $3 trillion in the bill that was passed a couple weeks ago that's being added to our debt. And, the examples that I've heard are things like cutting meteorologists at the Weather Service, cutting essential researchers at NIH, people who are doing groundbreaking research that will spur entire industries are being cut. Sometimes the government does research and funds research because the money just isn't there in the private sector. The private sector mandate isn't there. And so that actually, you talk about the internet, for instance, that was a DoD project at one point. And DoD funded ARPANET, which became the internet. And so we'll never know all of the things that we missed out on because of some of these cuts. And I've heard a lot about, we heard earlier about these cuts to veterans benefits. There's PFAS inspectors, nuclear scientists fired, although they tried to rehire them. There's been a lot of firings where they tried to roll them back. But, I think Ms. DeVita, I just want to know if you were to do this, is Doge doing what they're trying to do here? And why is Doge so unsuccessful right now? Why has it been such a failure?
Thank you. I believe that Doge has been a lose-lose. It has failed to find the sizable savings, as you mentioned, and has only made life harder and more expensive for working families. You mentioned a lot of the mistakes. Those don't just cost, there is not just an opportunity cost to lost potential and lost impact from those mistakes, but there is also a cost to correct for them. So rehiring and retraining all of the federal workers.
So is Doge on track to save us money? Is it going to save taxpayers money long term?
No.
Why is that?
I think Doge has been making incredibly hasty cuts, and these have consequences. There are already a lot of protections baked into our federal workforce, our system of regulations. We can always add more that protect people in even better and stronger ways, but we cannot take them back without costs.
So I'd ask Mr. Burton or Mr. Dickerson, I had one idea for cuts, which is the president actually, his last term, spent $150 million plus on golf trips. Do you think that's waste, fraud, and abuse? Yes or no?
I certainly would think there's more high priority spending.
So, how did Trump spend all this money golfing when he owns the golf courses?
Things, yes.
But do you think that's wasteful spending? Do you think we should cut? Do you think that's less or more waste?
Wasteful spending. President Trump has donated every paycheck he's gotten from the United States, correct? Yeah.
Than cutting veterans benefits, his golf trips.
I would rather spend money on veterans.
What about $50 million for the Department of Homeland Security's private plane? That's what they requested in the appropriations bill. Do you think they should a private plane?
That's a factual question on whether or not this.
No, so I'm reclaiming my time. In the end, what's happening is there's more waste, fraud, and abuse since Doge has come into effect. It's led to poor services, a brain drain on our federal government, and it's going to cost taxpayers money long term. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I now yield to Ranking Member Stansbury for closing remarks.
This is where it gets good. They can't even meme.
All right. Well, that's another Doge subcommittee in the books. And another morning and a number of hours of our lives that we will never reclaim, spent here doing more political theater with our friends across the aisle as the president is starting wars in the Middle East. And by the way, news just broke, canceled the classified briefing that had been scheduled for Congress without a rescheduling. He's deploying United States troops against our people here in the homeland. And this Congress, controlled by these folks right over here, is trying to gut your health care, food programs, and steal your public lands while saddling the American people with trillions of dollars in debt to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. This is one of the most unpopular domestic and global policy agendas in modern history. And they're here trying to convince you all that we should make DOGE permanent. But here's the thing. The GOP may continue to try to make DOGE a thing, but no matter how hard they keep trying, GOP will never make DOGE happen. Even with their Regina George out of the picture, that's Mr. Elon Musk in this scenario, Americans just aren't buying tickets to this show. And just like the movie business, House Republicans' DOGE reboot isn't hitting like they thought it would. And in fact, a majority of Americans actually oppose DOGE cuts, a number that will only grow as the devastating and real-life impacts continue to sink into everyday life for all of us. And I think we've all seen this film before, and we didn't like it. The fact is, DOGE is costing taxpayers more than it is saving, and Donald Trump has spent more of your hard-earned taxpayer dollars in his first 6 months in office than any other president in modern history. That's right, he spent more money than the last president just in the last 6 months, going golfing and doing other random things. While the Republicans are actually trying to increase federal spending in reconciliation with trillions of dollars in tax breaks and kickbacks to their donors. But despite this box office bomb, that's DOGE, here in this subcommittee, we're stuck on repeat watching the rerun over and over again as the GOP continues to roll out the same tired talking points that got Elon Musk fired in the first place. And not only that, we're seeing the same kinds of witnesses backed by the Heritage Foundation and their allied organizations coming to testify again and again, attempting to back up a flailing administration and its flailing policies. So where are we? In case you forgot, the Heritage Foundation is the same organization that brought you Project 2025, which is what this is actually all about. A show that was so unpopular that even the president and members of this committee tried to distance themselves from during the campaign season and even lied to the American people about. But the American people are smart, and they're watching, and they know what a scam is when they see it. You cannot run away from Project 2025 because it's right here. And we will not let you destroy our government, our democracy, our institutions, and our freedoms. And we will hold you accountable. Medical trials ended, veterans benefits cut, Social Security decimated, thousands of children without food and medicine, thousands dead across the world, American lives upended. That is DOGE's legacy. But it's clear, however, no matter the impact, the Trump administration and the GOP doesn't seem to care because DOGE isn't actually about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's not even about cost cutting or making the government more efficient. It's a means for pushing their political agenda on the American people. And if you couldn't tell already by their obsession with the culture wars, from attacking education to slashing global food aid to stripping health care, this is about remaking American society. They want to remake our country in a hyper-conservative image, just as they laid out in Project 2025. The American people know what's going on, and this is not the sequel we asked for. So, I want to just take a note from America's real anti-hero and to say to Mr. Elon Musk, as far as we're concerned, you're just another picture to burn. And to DOGE, now we got problems, and I don't think we can solve them. You made really deep cuts, and baby, now we're bad blood. I think we're out. I yield back.
I now
Here comes
recognize
Killa.
myself for closing remarks. The American people gave President Trump a mandate to drain the swamp, and they expect us to deliver on that promise. Our massively growing debt and interest threaten every single American, their children, and every generation to come. The United States is now $37 trillion in debt. In fiscal year 2024, the government spent over $1.8 trillion, more than it took in. And in fiscal year 2025, the interest on our debt is expected to exceed $1 trillion, more than our military budget. We need to be brutally honest about how this massive debt came to be in the first place. It originated from Congress and elected presidential administrations for decades. We are grateful that President Trump's DOGE team has already identified at least $180 billion in federal savings. However, without legislative action, these hard-won cuts could be reversed by the stroke of a pen with a future administration. After all, we listen to Democrats every single day, make fun of, attack, and criticize the efforts of DOGE. They don't take it serious. They want government to be bigger and bigger and bigger until we completely collapse. Congress must use every tool at our disposal to make the hard work of the Trump administration permanent. 2 weeks ago, House Republicans took the first step in codifying the DOGE cuts by passing the White House's $9.4 billion rescissions package. This is only the first step. The Senate must immediately pass these cuts and send them to President Trump's desk. We must continue to codify every penny of DOGE cuts through rescissions and the appropriations process. This is our mandate. This is our duty. The legislative branch can't sit on the sidelines. In this subcommittee, we will fight the war on waste shoulder to shoulder with President Trump. We've held hearings exposing billions in improper payments, corrupt NGOs pushing destructive policies, and taxpayer-funded media like NPR and PBS that serve elite interests over the public good. We've uncovered shocking examples like USAID funneling money to undermine U.S. interest abroad, lavish spending on empty federal buildings, and so-called nonprofits bankrolling illegal immigration. Today, we heard more egregious examples of Americans' hard-earned tax dollars being abused to promote genital mutilation of children, fund the Green New Deal scam, fund terrorists overseas, and fund hundreds of billions of improper payments. The American people overwhelmingly support the cuts. And I don't know what faulty polls my Democrat colleagues are using to back their claims saying otherwise, but I've never heard of any legitimate poll that adds up to 110%, like the one on their poster that was displayed here today. What a joke. What a pathetic example. My God. Maybe they should support spending a little more on teaching actual mathematics in the classrooms and a little less on seeking to advance racial justice in mathematics, like the National Science Foundation grant. Regardless, we know the American people are behind the DOGE efforts, and we know the American people don't believe stupid fake polls that have math that make no sense. Exposing this waste and abuse is only half the battle. To win this war, we need to make sure these cuts aren't just temporary. That means passing laws to streamline agencies, eliminate redundant programs, and give the president the authority to fire bureaucrats who don't do their jobs, the same bureaucrats that go ahead and give out these grants that mutilate children, gives money to USAID to do regime change in foreign countries, and so many more stupid, horrible things that the American people don't want to spend their money on. Slashing waste, fraud, and abuse from the federal government provides real savings for the American people. We as lawmakers should pass new DOGE cuts every single day and make cutting waste, fraud, and abuse our top priority. Instead of growing the government, we should be slashing the government. The government is far too big. It's like an overgrown, out-of-control animal, and the American people are beginning to hate it. With that,
all right, so I'm just going to scale back a little bit. Give me 1 second. Couldn't find it. But yeah, she's slamming that gavel down on that Stansberry because she's a mouthy bitch, of course. And also, there was an interesting video that came out yesterday. And let's see. 1 second, let me check this real quick. Let's see this. That's what we'll do. All right. So, checking out his True Social post, right? This is from today, 6:01, not too long ago.
Just some advice, because you come under fire a lot. Our moms are standing for things that often the media attacks them on. We'd love to get some advice from you about running for office.
Yeah, so I would say don't do it.
No, run for office. We want you to run for office.
I do say this, though. It is nastier to run as a Republican than it is. Now, I'm the ultimate, you know, I mean, they suffer from a thing called TDS. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
TDS, it's a horrible, horrible terminal disease. It destroys the mind. It destroys the mind before the body, but the body eventually goes. TDS is Trump derangement syndrome. They have it at levels. They can't even stand their life. They can't stand anything. And, you know, part of the reason is I won an election which everybody said couldn't be won.
And he posted that. So, there's another one here. Let me find it. Here it is. Let's see what she has to say, shall we?
And to understand enough about the Constitution to the extent that I'm the one that's supposed to make the fucking decision or at least get a vote. Because Ron is telling me. Right. So literally, like,
He posted that. I think all these people are about to very much lose. We're just going to go through some of his True Social from today.
Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job.
Well, he's saying it. Now,
if you're decent.
this one, though, somebody takes the cake. So, it says, woke professor screams, white people must die as a race. I bet you can imagine what religion this guy is.
Quite easy to put the whiteness down. So I encourage you to renounce your whiteness, because it's not right to be white.
What's up, folks? We are back again. Okay, so a common thing that I've been seeing on Twitter and on social media in general is anti-whiteness, okay? This was really big during the BLM time, the Summer of Love, when they were burning down the country because of a fentanyl addict who, you know, what happens when you take fentanyl? Well, that kind of happens. That's kind of what happens, okay? What did you expect, actually? What did you expect? And these people took the opportunity to burn and riot and loot because nothing screams I'm fighting for civil rights like stealing a phone out of an Apple store and smashing a window of a black-owned business, right? Nothing screams you're standing with your people and U.S. Kangs like that. So anti-whiteness has become very trendy. It kind of seems like it's slightly on the way out, only but because white people are finally starting to stand up against it. And we're starting to identify the culprits behind this said movement. So as I was growing up, I was a very normie conservative, and I was always like, what is it about these people who are white, apparently, and yet they are constantly putting out an anti-white message? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. You know, why would you want people to hate who you are? It's going to result in you being killed yourself, right? It's going to result in you getting persecuted too, right? It was always a puzzler to me. It always never made sense why a white person would be pushing an anti-white agenda. Well, as the person that you just saw in the video that I showed before here, he was actually a person of color pushing the anti-whiteness. And there's other people of color as well pushing the same agenda. But some of these people, you think that they're white people. You think they're white. And before you say I'm a conspiracy theorist and whatever, let's take a look at this lefty TikToker, and we'll let him, basically vindicate everything I'm saying, okay? Because these are not white people pushing this anti-white agenda. And I think this liberal commentator, he thinks he's giving this guy a shout out. He thinks he's telling everybody what a great guy this is, but it's actually just like letting us really know. It's a real mask off moment of who really is behind the anti-white movement.
During his lifetime, historian Noel Ignatieff was called one of the 10 most dangerous minds in America.
Sorry to interrupt so early, but right off the start, that's a very interesting nose he has on him. You notice that? Who knows? Just saying, that's a very suspect nose.
America. And the reason why he was seen as so dangerous was for his call to abolish the white race. So what did he mean when he said we needed to end whiteness? To start to answer this question, we first have to understand what race and whiteness really is. In 2001, scientists made a revolutionary discovery. During the work of the Human Genome Project to map all of the genes in the human genome, researchers found that race is not real. In other words, racial categories like white and black are not biological or genetic facts, but social constructs. Science tells us that race is not real and skin color is simply an evolutionary adaptation. And the white race is an even more recent development in human history. In fact, the idea of white and black racial categories is only a few hundred years old. And scholars like Ibram Kendi argue that race is a product of the 15th century and is directly tied to slavery. Protestant.
See, what this is called cope. Other races who may have not accomplished the same things as white people have, this is how they cope for that. Because they don't like to face the reality of, ooh, these people build really good shit. They invent really good things, like Henry Ford. Henry Ford was, let's just say he was onto a few things himself. They don't want to admit that. They don't want to accept that because it makes them feel inferior. We're not trying to make them inferior, but they feel inferior just by the contrast of looking at Paris, France, as opposed to Zimbabwe. You know? So that's why they want to abolish this idea of whiteness. It's not about equality. It's about ruining the racial unity of white people. That's what it's really about. Because if white people do not unify and feel like, just like black people are allowed to have a culture. They stick to each other. They go to barbecues. They have a distinct culture. White people don't have that. And that's because years of propaganda like this liberal TikToker is trying to push. And it's interesting that the people behind these studies and the first guy he was talking about, they all have one thing in common. They have a race in common. And they're very proud of that race. They talk about that race all the time. They wear the symbol of that race around their neck. They're allowed to have a race, but white people aren't allowed to have a race. That's very interesting.
And Catholics. Before the Atlantic slave trade, there were no black people either. Instead, there were thousands of unique African kingdoms, cultures, civilizations, and religions. It was the Atlantic...
Okay, take it easy on the glaze. Really? Really? Yeah. Okay. Sure, whatever you say, honey.
Slave trade that created white and black people.
By the way, it wasn't actually Europeans that were enslaving Africans. The same people pushing this anti-white agenda, they were the slave traders as well. So, just another interesting thing to note.
People they enslaved became one monolithic group too, black. Whiteness meant the freedom to enslave. Blackness was the mark of the slave. Why don't we have a White History Month? Because there is nothing to be proud of or celebrate when it comes to the invention of whiteness. The idea of a white race was invented for only one purpose, to argue that white people are superior to black people and therefore have a right to enslave them. But to simply be proud of whiteness is to be proud of a history of slavery, racism, violence, and evil. To acknowledge these facts has nothing to do with white guilt or white shame. It's simply a recognition of the historical fact that whiteness was invented to justify the exploitation and abuse of people with darker skin. It's a recognition that the idea of whiteness has done more harm than any other idea in human history. On the other hand, black pride is something beautiful, powerful, and necessary. Because whereas whiteness was invented to justify...
Do you see this? Do you see this? Oh, you literally just did a whole thesis about how whiteness is not a thing. And now you're saying black people are allowed to have black power movements. And black pride is beautiful. And we're evil if we collectivize. We're evil if we even consider ourselves our own race. Do you see the propaganda? Do you see it?
The right to enslave and exploit black people. Blackness came to represent the power to resist that abuse and find strength in suffering and adversity. Blackness was about fighting back against racism and discrimination and finding power in unity and solidarity. Black pride has always been about fighting for their dignity and human rights, which they were denied for centuries. White pride has always been about fighting to strip those rights away from black people and forever treat them as second-class citizens. This is why the historian and activist Noel Ignatieff dedicated his life to a powerful but controversial idea. He argued that if whiteness could be created, it could also be destroyed. And he believed that abolishing whiteness was the only way to ever achieve true racial or social justice in America. Noel Ignatieff was born in Philadelphia in 1940 to a working-class family. In 1958, at the age of 17, he joined the Communist Party and began a long career of Marxist activism. For 20 years, Ignatieff worked in factories where he sought to educate his fellow workers on revolutionary theory and help them organize to fight capitalism. It was during these years that he concluded the greatest ideological barrier to the achievement of proletarian class consciousness, solidarity, and political action is now and has been historically white chauvinism, which he defined as the ideological bulwark of the practice of white supremacy, the general oppression of blacks by whites. Ignatieff declared that for the American working class to unite and overthrow capitalism, white workers had to reject their whiteness and lose their white skin privileges that separate them from the rest of the working class. He argued that white workers had to break away from their white privilege. Ignatieff decided to go back to school, and he was accepted into the Harvard graduate program, where he began work on his dissertation on the history of race in America. While at Harvard, Ignatieff started a magazine called Race Trader, and their motto was, "Treason to whiteness is loyalty to humanity." He wrote that the aim of Race Trader is to abolish the white race, which is neither a biological nor a cultural formation, but a social construct, existing only because of the privileges its members enjoy within the state and the legacy of those privileges. When looking for a model of what it would look like to reject whiteness, Ignatieff turned to John Brown, who gave his life in the fight against slavery. In 1995, Ignatieff completed his dissertation, which was published as the book How the Irish Became White. He said he wanted to understand how the Catholic Irish, an oppressed race in Ireland, became part of an oppressing race in America. In the book, he shows how the Irish were not originally accepted into...
Okay, so I think we've heard enough about Noel Saul Ignatieff, you know? And again, but you know what? Let's just take a look at the early life. I like to always do an early life check on people who want to tell me about how to be white and who want to tell me about my race. Let's take a look at him. Abolish whiteness. Let's take the early life check real quick. Wow, this is from Wikipedia again. This is not from a alt-right account. Delivered newspapers. His original surname, Ignatiev, was changed to the later original spelling. You'll notice that some people like to change their names to blend in more. His family was Jewish. His grandparents were from Russia. Oh yeah, the birthplace of communism. The same people who are behind communism are also behind anti-whiteness too, if that makes any sense to you. Ignatiev's parents ran a houseware store. He attended the University of Pennsylvania but dropped out years later. Later, he joined the Communist Party in the USA. Do I need to even say anything more, folks? Let's just leave it here at anybody who wants to tell you that being white is wrong and you should be ashamed of yourself and being white is not even a thing and you have no culture, there's a reason why they want that. Because they want to destroy your culture. They want to destroy your race. And it's people who you think are white and they're not actually white. Okay? And they're allowed to have their own culture. They're allowed to be proud of their culture, but you're not allowed to be proud of your culture. All right? And I love how that lefty was using that whole expose on abolishing whiteness, and he was just like proving my point. So you can call me all the names you want in the book, but I'm sorry, behind every time, there's a little phrase, every time. And I suggest if you are wondering about certain things, Wikipedia is a great way to kind of see somebody's agenda, you know? Early life checks. I really suggest doing early life checks on people because it's important to do your due diligence on people who want to say that you should be ashamed of yourself and you shouldn't have a race. You shouldn't be a people. Anyway, I'm going to leave that there, folks. Don't want to get banned. Don't want to get banned because, you know, who controls you? All right, the people you can't criticize. The fact that I have to tiptoe around this topic anyway kind of just shows you who's in control. But anyway, have a great one and don't stop being proud.
She's got a point there. Yeah, the whole black rights, that was all started by the Jews out in California with the civil rights and MLK Jr. being a devout communist. I mean, this whole thing is just, they need to get rid of all this. Oh, and you know what the funny thing is about Juneteenth, right? What's 17 days from Juneteenth? July 6th, the parade. Kind of cute, right? It's all timing. And another thing is that when people talk about the body of Christ, right? The body of Christ, they don't say the body of Jesus Christ, right? Why? Because the body of Christ is an office. That's why. There's always been somebody representing the office of the Christ on earth. And right now, he's 47. Thing is, people want to sit here and say, oh, no. Really? So, yeah, we have a, oh, shit, wrong one, sorry. So we have actually a couple more videos because they're educational beyond belief, right? Because, okay, this one is a short one. This one's only 6 minutes and 31 seconds long. And it has to do with the absurdity of Zionist birthright, the biggest con in modern history.
The modern right to self-determination is grounded in secular, evidence-based principles. Territorial rights derive from a combination of factors, including a people's continuous presence and cultural attachment to the land, supported by either the exercise of effective authority or the collective recognition of customary land tenure. By these standards, Zionism stands as a historical anomaly. It asserts that people with no recent presence or legal connection to a land have a birthright to it, based solely on ancient religious texts and an assumed genealogical connection from 2 millennia ago. Many countries offer citizenship by descent, but only with a verifiable paper trail. One cannot claim Irish or Italian citizenship based on a 2,000-year-old religious connection. Yet, this is precisely what Zionism demands, not just the right to immigrate, but the right to establish exclusive sovereignty over Palestine at the expense of the indigenous population that never left. If any other group asserted a right to land based on such ancient and tenuous ties, the claim would be dismissed without a second thought. Zionism began in the 19th century as a European nationalist movement, but unlike Polish or Irish nationalism, which sought independence for people in their native homeland, Zionism aimed to build a nation-state in a land where its founders' ancestors had not lived for thousands of years, and where it constituted a tiny minority of the population. This created a zero-sum dynamic from the start. A Jewish majority state could not be created in a non-Jewish majority land without fundamentally altering its demographics. As early Zionist leader Ze'ev Jabotinsky bluntly admitted, Zionist colonization, even the most restricted, must either be terminated or carried out in defiance of the will of the native population. To justify this radical project, Zionism constructed an origin story, a myth in which all Jews lived in Judea until the Romans violently expelled them in a single cataclysmic event. As Shlomo Sands describes it, national mythology determined that the Jews, banished, deported, or fugitive emigrants, were driven into a long and dolorous exile, causing them to wander over lands and seas to the far corners of the earth, until the advent of Zionism prompted them to turn around and return en masse to their orphaned homeland. Archaeology and historical records tell a very different story. The Jewish diaspora wasn't a single event, but a continuous process, driven more by commerce and opportunity than by persecution. When the Romans arrived, there were already as many Jews living outside of Judea as within it. Jewish merchants, scholars, and artisans had established permanent, thriving communities in every major commercial hub and important city along the trade routes opened up by the Greeks. As classicist and historian Eric Gruen notes, compulsory dislocation cannot have accounted for more than a fraction of the diaspora. Many Jews left looking for better economic opportunities with no plan to return. Many Jews never left, and their descendants adopted different religions and languages over the centuries. Even after the destruction of Jerusalem and the brutal reprisals that followed the Jewish-Roman wars, a large Jewish presence remained in Palestine. Meanwhile, diaspora communities like the one in Babylon grew into major centers of Jewish learning and culture, at times eclipsing Judea itself. Their descendants made Baghdad the city with the highest proportion of Jews in the world. In 1910, Jews were 40% of Baghdad's population. A documentary about Iraqi Jews noted, the Iraqi Jews had until that point been largely indifferent to Zionism. Early Zionism mostly concentrated on the Jews of Europe, ignoring the Iraqi, indeed all Sephardi Jews. The indifference was mutual. Iraqis were not interested in the agricultural ideals of the settlers, and the Ashkenazi, European Jews were snobbish about Jews from the Middle East. If a return from exile was a long-held dream, history shows little evidence of it. For 4 centuries under Ottoman rule, there was nothing preventing the 300,000 Ottoman Jews from returning to Palestine. Yet the Jewish population of Palestine remained minuscule, less than 15,000 in 1850. Palestine offered fewer economic opportunities than cities like Istanbul, Izmir, or Salonika, which is why only 3% of the Jews in the Ottoman Empire chose to live there. What about the European Jews? In the early 1900s, millions were leaving Europe, but they weren't heading to Palestine. They were heading west. Zionists promised a Jewish state that would offer security and opportunity. But judging by the numbers, most Jews believed America was far more likely to deliver. The contrast is stark. Over 2 million went to the Americas. Fewer than 45,000, about 2%, chose Palestine. Nothing about the Zionist claim to birthright holds up under scrutiny. Yes, Jews everywhere have a deep religious and ancestral connection to the land of Israel. That bond is real and meaningful. But turning a spiritual connection and ancient lineage into a legal claim to sovereignty, 2,000 years later, and over the heads of those who never left, is without precedent. And it should never have been justified under international law. Palestinians, as the people who remained, deserve what all indigenous peoples deserve: the right to self-determination on their land. Thanks for watching. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons if you
All right, I've got one more. This one's a 30-minute one, but this is from Jake Mofonius last night. Now, I used to watch him a lot, Blackstone Intelligence, but then it was just like all like, you know, with the Jews. And I'm like, I'm not about that. Well, guess who had a change of heart? Now, this is only part one because he hasn't come out on part two yet, because this just came out literally last night. This is a great, and I'll stop before the end because he goes on like a, you know, talking about other things and all, but I just want to get this main part in, and then we have something else to go over. And also, if you guys want to get your songs in, please do. And also, Charlotte24, happy birthday. Make sure you get your song into Dina, and it will be played.
If you suspect
and
that the
definitely
US
subscribe to
government
his
is
channel.
lying to you about the true nature and purpose of its activities in the Middle East and throughout the world, you are not alone. Geopolitical expert and investigative journalist Jake Morphonios will guide you through the labyrinth of mainstream media lies and government gaslighting. Sit back and get ready to learn. This is the Blackstone Intelligence Network.
For over 1,000 years, Muslims have been the majority, the overwhelming majority, the demographics in the lands of Palestine. This is widely accepted fact by historians, including among Jewish scholars. Let me put up a chart here as we go through. There we go. Now I understand you may not be able to read this; it may be too small, so I'm gonna share some stats, but I wanted you to be able to see it as I talk. So, for example, if you take a look here, back in the 1500s, there were approximately 145,000 Muslims living in the area called Palestine. 145,000 Muslims. They were mostly Arabs, of course, and there were only 5,000 Jews in Palestine. People have this misunderstanding that because of the Bible, Jews have been, you know, this huge population there in the Holy Land ever since, and that's simply not true. Jews were driven out by the Romans. They were driven out by the Babylonians. They were driven out by the Romans, and they eventually settled in a lot of the countries they were taken to. They settled in Iraq, what is modern day Iraq. They settled in Persia. They settled in Europe. They traveled to Europe, and that's one of the reasons there's so many Jews in Europe. But if you look at the chart here, by 1890, there were 432,000 Muslims in Palestine. There were 57,000 Christians. Most of them were Arab Christians. there were only 43,000 Jews. That is a significant difference. Now, around 1890, roughly, this is the time when the wealthy and the powerful Rothschild family, Jewish family, bankers, very much entrenched in the centers of power in London and major cities in Europe, they begin trying to buy up land in Palestine and trying to encourage European Jews to migrate over to Palestine. The plan to do this was staunchly opposed by the Orthodox Jews who were living mostly in Europe. Relatively few Jews were into this idea. They did not move. Religiously speaking, the Orthodox Jews, you can find photos online, there's tons of them. To this day, back then, in the early 1900s up through today, a lot of the Orthodox Jews, based on their religious faith, they do not believe that they are supposed to go and reestablish a state for the Jewish people until the Messiah himself returns and leads them. Because they had been wicked, according to the scriptures, they were driven out, they lost the lands, and it is a sign of lack of belief or lack of faith in their God, in Yahweh, to presume that they can go back and establish their own state without obeying or following or waiting upon the prophecies that the Messiah will lead them back and establish it. You know, just look up videos of the Jews in New York City, the Orthodox Jews in New York City, that give speeches about this all the time. Yeah, Rabbi David Weiss is one of them. But anyway, you've got the Rothschilds, these various powerful people in the early Zionist movement who were looking to establish an outpost in the Middle East. They wanted to expand their financial empires. These guys were the European robber barons like we had over in the States with Carnegie and Rockefeller and later on J.P. Morgan. You know, these were the big guys over there, and they're trying to make money, and they need to get into Palestine because that is a central place. There was you couldn't make a whole lot of money there at the time, but they wanted to get in there. So you end up with the Balfour Declaration and things like that we can talk about some other time. But they're trying to expand their financial empires, and they're using Zionism, the Zionist movement, to do it. Most of these people were atheists, these Zionists. They weren't doing it because because of religious reasons. They're just using religion as a way of manipulating the people. So after World War I and the fall of the Ottoman Empire was, it was huge. You didn't have all these individual states like you have now. You didn't have Syria and Iraq. You didn't have Lebanon. You didn't have these. You didn't have a country called Palestine because that was kind of the old world order. These individual nation states really started popping up as the Allies after World War I started chopping up what was, the lands of the Ottoman Empire, which had been one big caliphate, primarily led by the Turks. And they chop it up and they create their own little territories and say, okay, France, you get Syria. The British are going to get Palestine, so on and so forth. But it was after World War I and the fall of the Ottoman Empire that the British government goes in and they take control of the area known as Palestine. Jewish terrorists organizations, including Haganah and Irgun, they waged campaigns of bloody terrorism against the British to try and force the British out so they could take the lands for themselves. Let me show you this as well. Just so for those who are new to this and think that I'm being a little hyperbolic here, let me read to you what about these early terrorist organizations. This is how Israel was born. This is from Haaretz, the oldest, longest-running newspaper in Israel. Assassinations, terror attacks, and even castration, the hidden actions of Israel's pre-state militia. This month marks the 100th anniversary of the formation of the forerunner of the Israeli army. While the Haganah boasts of its heroic acts and looks down on similar right-wing groups, its history also includes dark operations it would prefer not to mention. Okay, so when I call Haganah terrorists, that's Israel's longest-running newspaper, referring to them as terrorists. Okay, I mentioned Irgun, which kind of took over after Haganah. Here's what Encyclopedia Britannica says about the Irgun. Irgun, the Hebrew National Military Organization, a Jewish right-wing underground movement in Palestine founded in 1931, at first supported by many non-socialist Zionist parties in opposition to the Haganah. It became, in 1936, an instrument of the revisionist party, an extreme national group that had seceded from the World Zionist Organization and whose policies called for the use of force, if necessary, to establish a Jewish state on both sides of the Jordan River. Irgun committed acts of terrorism and assassination against the British, whom it regarded as illegal occupiers, and it was also violently anti-Arab. Irgun participated in the organization of illegal immigration into Palestine after the publication of the British White Paper on Palestine, which severely limited immigration. Irgun's violent activities led to execution of many of its members by the British. In retaliation, Irgun executed British army hostages. Okay, think about this. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica. It doesn't get any more vanilla than this. This is not coming from some anti-Israel organization. This is not coming from, some anti-Semitic source. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica, referring to Irgun as a terrorist movement. It mentions the extreme national group. It was an instrument of the revisionist party, an extreme national group that had pulled away from the World Zionist Organization. You know who one of the heads of that new revisionist party was? Benjamin Netanyahu's father was the head of it. Netanyahu's father was a freaking terrorist. Or at least he was all gussied up and looking nice, but he was a terrorist. Very anti-Arab, very racist organization. And these groups, Haganah, later Irgun, they were the predecessors of the Israeli military. When Israel first declared independence, these were their fighters. So you hear all the time, all this talk about, oh, Hamas, they're terrorists. It's funny how when Israel was the party that didn't have the power, their organizations were all known for terrorism. They blew up the frickin' King David Hotel to kill a bunch of British soldiers, killed Americans too. But anyway, let me bring this census stat back up. I just really think it's the pot calling the kettle black when the Zionists talk about Hamas, calling them terrorists, when that's what they were. That's how Israel started. Israel was created through illegal immigration and terrorism. Anyway, so as these immigrants are moving in, as the Rothschild programs are and other Zionist programs are really pushing to try and get as many Jews to move into Palestine as possible, you get these Zionists moving in. They're trying to buy the lands from the Arab natives, but the landowners didn't want to sell their properties. Their families had been on these lands for centuries. The British government kept extensive census records. In 1914, look, you can see here, 1914, the Jewish population had increased to 94,000. But look, just 8 years later, it dropped to 84,000 in 1922. They couldn't sustain it. They could not sustain the population increase. But it was in the late 1920s, early 1930s that Jewish immigration really began to pick up. Illegal immigration. Immigration contrary to what was allowed by the political entity that controlled it, which was the Brits. By 1931, there were 175,000 Jews, but the Arab population had gone up to 760,000 Muslims. By 1947, you've got 630,000 Jews, but you've got 1.2 million Muslims. So despite this illegal Jewish migration increasing rapidly, there's still twice as many Muslims as Jews the year before the Jews that were there declared independence, saying, you know what, I know that there's less than half of us, but we claim this land for us. And also, according to these British census records, as late as 1948, the year that Jews declared independence, the Jews who lived in the lands of Palestine only had legal ownership of 5% of the territory, because the Arabs wouldn't sell the land to them. They didn't want to. People should not have to sell their property if they don't want to. But since it's clear that the European Jews flooding into Palestine were not going to be able to get the locals to sell the land, the Jews decided they were going to take control of it by force. And that's when they really, when Irgun really increased its terrorism against the British, trying to drive them out so that they could turn around and go after the Arabs without the British there, keeping them somewhat in line. So seeing that this was not sustainable, the British decide, you know what, we got to back out of this. This is not in our interests. So the United Nations recommends a solution. The United Nations recommended a two-state system where what they would do is split the lands of Palestine, with the Arab population, the Arab Palestinians, having the clear majority of the land, while letting the areas where the Jews were squatting, because remember, they didn't own the land, but they were on it, letting the Jews have the minority portion that they were occupying. Now, that sounds great. The Jews were like, yeah, okay, fine, give us that. Because they knew they were going to go after more, but still, international backing, support for us getting some of it? Yeah. Now, wait a second, though. The land doesn't belong to them. It belongs to the Arab Palestinians. So naturally, the Arab Palestinians said, absolutely not. We will not consent to this. It was a non-starter. You can't have one party say, listen, I propose this, where I'm going to take half your land, and if the other party says, no, I'm not going to give you half my land, you don't have the right to say, well, I'm just going to take it anyway. But that's what the Jews did. They declared independence in 1948. They don't just want, they didn't then and they do not now only want the land that they're on. They want all of the lands of Palestine, and they want lands beyond Palestine. Let me show you something else here. Let me find where I put this. this thing I want to show you here. Is this it? Yeah. All right. It's you don't have to be able to read the whole thing, but this is from Wikipedia. It's just a little bit of information on Greater Israel. The only reason that I'm using Wikipedia is just to emphasize that this is kind of, that when you hear people talking about Greater Israel, this is not some conspiracy theory. It's just commonly accepted information. Greater Israel is the idea. Let me expand this. Greater Israel is the idea that the Jews have, that they want not just Palestine. They want a lot more land. They want to take parts of Egypt. They want to take, of course, everything in Palestine. But they also want to take huge sections of Jordan. They want to take parts of Lebanon. They want to take the majority of Syria. They even want to go over and take parts of Iraq. Okay, now this is one chart. There's another chart that I posted on. This is another Theodor Herzl, who was the founder of Zionism. He said that Greater Israel is the area of the Jewish state which stretches from the brook of Egypt to the Euphrates. This territory here, outlined in red, takes all of the Sinai Peninsula, takes the coastline of Egypt, it takes all of Lebanon, it takes all of Jordan, it takes half of Iraq, it takes a huge swath out of Saudi Arabia, it takes most of Syria, all the way up into southern Turkey. This is Greater Israel. This is what Israel wants. One of the main proponents of Greater Israel was Benjamin Netanyahu's father. Benjamin Netanyahu is carrying out the dreams of his own dad, that his dad worked for throughout his life. As the leader of one of the largest and also one of the most extreme Zionist organizations. So when you look at current events going on today, and you see Israel saying, we're fighting Hamas, and yet they're over in the West Bank where Hamas is not in control, and they're bombing the West Bank. Back in December of 2022, Netanyahu said, we're going to annex all of the West Bank. We're going to take it. They're over in Gaza. They're not fighting Hamas. I mean, if they happen to kill some Hamas militants while they're over there, fine. But that's not the goal. The goal is to absolutely flatten the entire top half of the Gaza Strip. Reduce it to rubble. Get rid of all of the homes. Get rid of the infrastructure. Make it impossible, literally impossible, for the people, the Palestinians, to live there. Force them down. Here, let me bring up Google Earth here so you can see. Okay. All right. And one thing that's ironic about Israel going after the Gaza Strip, even in the Bible, this is one area that Israel, in all of its history, never conquered. The Philistines were here. You've heard of Goliath, the Philistines. Israel could never, not under David, Solomon, all the future kings, they never conquered Philistia, which is what the region is named after. Philistine, Palestine, that's where the word comes from. But anyway, the goal here is to cut the top half of Gaza off, reduce it to rubble. The reason that they're ordering over and over and over, trying to get the civilians to go down into the south, is so that they can just demolish everything up here so it's uninhabitable. They're saying, oh yeah, move into the south and you'll be safe there. That's bullcrap. Down here, the only crossing is at Rafah. The only way out of the Gaza Strip into Egypt is right here in Rafah. The Rafah crossing. The goal is to force, you've got roughly 2 million, little over 2 million Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip. They have forced about 1 million of them, over 1 million, out of the top down into the south. Stage 2 is going to be to open Rafah crossing, which the Egyptians right now are keeping closed because they don't, they're one of the reasons they don't want the refugees flooding in because they've already got so many Palestinian refugees in Egypt. But Israel will open this up and bomb the southern half and force them to leave and flee as refugees into Egypt, and then Israel will claim the entire territory for itself. I don't have it at my fingertips. Let me look here and see. I'm going to look at my Twitter feed. There was a letter, WikiLeaks. Oh yeah. Here we go. Let me go back over here. So WikiLeaks put something out today. Verified document from Israeli Military of Intelligence on October 13th. This is a week after the Hamas attacks. Suggests forced displacement of Gaza civilians to Egypt would, quote, yield positive and long-term strategic results. So this is a leaked document that shows that the goal of Israel is not trying to get rid of Hamas for some self-defense. It's to push everybody down south and then push them even further into Egypt so that they can have the whole Gaza Strip. That's what it's about. It's land theft. It's the same thing they've been after from the beginning. It's land theft. It's trying to expand their borders. But the average American, the average whoever, doesn't know this because it's a very complicated history. There's a lot that has gone on there. And unfortunately, the Israelis, the Zionists, are master manipulators of information because they have so much influence in the media and over politicians. And so you don't hear ever about what precipitated an action by Palestinian resistance or by a Palestinian militant or terrorist action. You don't hear what provoked it. You only hear the part of Israel is only defending itself. It's a damned lie, and everyone keeps falling for it, and I want all of you out there to learn and understand this so you can push back and say, no, no, no. Israel is not defending itself. Israel has been the offensive party going back to their early days when the entire world acknowledged that they were engaged in terrorism. They used terrorism to drive the British out. They used terrorism to steal the lands from the Palestinians to begin with. And they have used state terrorism ever since to suppress the population, to keep them in abject poverty, and to ethnically cleanse the lands in degrees over time so that they can take more and more land. Israel's not just bombing Gaza, they're bombing Syria. They, in 1982, no. Yeah, it was 1982 they killed 20,000 people. Most of them were Palestinian refugees, or a lot of them were, in southern Lebanon. So anyway, you've got 1948. when the Zionists arbitrarily declared ownership of these lands in Palestine that nobody gave to them, that they just took, the same lands that they had been trying to purchase, they said, screw that, they're not going to sell it to us, so we'll just steal it. And because they had much more powerful weapons, they had tanks and things that these Palestinian peasants didn't have. So they take it. They mobilize their terror network. They use their new state military, which was essentially just basically if ISIS overthrew Syria and then said, we now have a military and it's all ISIS fighters, well, you could say, sure, it's a state military, but if it's the same people that were committing the acts of terrorism before they got their self-declared statehood, they're still terrorists. I don't care what anyone says. The members of the Israeli military, they are engaged in terrorism. But anyway, when the Zionists do this, when they go and gobble up these lands and drive the Palestinians off, the surrounding Arab nations tried to stop them. But Israel succeeded in a partial ethnic cleansing of Palestine. They slaughtered massive numbers of Palestinian civilians. They sent close to 1 million of them fleeing out of Palestine, where they live, them and their children and their children's children are living in refugee camps in Egypt. They live in refugee camps in Jordan, in Lebanon, and Syria. Now, fortunately for the Palestinians, even though Israel took control of 500 of their towns and villages in that initial push to try and take all the land, fortunately, the Arab coalition stopped Israel from taking it all.
You can find Jake on YouTube under the channel name Blackstone Intel.
I mean, is he wrong? Well, the part that I was thinking about last night, because he went live when, whole peace deal came out. And yeah. So we do have something else to go over. Always a fun-filled day. Oh, here it is. Here we go. All right. You guys ready for this one? This one I've been meaning to get off my chest for a while. Who are the Nazis? Well, the Nazi right. In the Hebrew Bible, Nazi right or Nazarite is an Israelite, i.e. Jewish, man or woman who voluntarily took a vow, which is described in Numbers 6:1-21. This vow required Nazarites to abstain from wine and strong drink, as well as other grape products such as vinegar, refrain from cutting their hair on his head. Think about those locks. Not to become ritually impure by contact with corpses or graves, even those of family members. After following these requirements for a designated time period, which would be specified in the individual's vow, the Nazi rite would offer a specific animal sacrifice. Along with it, the Nazi rite's hair was to be shorn and burned. So, remember New York when they were grabbing chickens by the legs and slamming them against the concrete? Nobody said anything about it because, oh, that's their religion, right? Now, personally, fried chicken, baked chicken, whatever, that chicken's alive. So, no, you're not going to do that. That's what they do. This is how disgusting they are. And still, for the life of me, we need an answer on the mattress and the high chair in the tunnel in the synagogue. Please, FBI, somebody, get back. What the? There's blood on it. The Nazi rite is described as being holy and holy unto God, yet at the same time, he or she must bring a sin offering. This had led to a divergent approaches to the Nazi rite in the Talmud and later authorities, with some viewing the Nazi rite as an ideal and other viewing the Nazi rite as a sinner. Nazirite comes from the Hebrew word nazir, meaning consecrated or separated. It may be ultimately derived from a root meaning vow, similar to Hebrew neder. The word nazir is also sometimes used to refer to a prince who fills a special position of secular power. And the cognate word nezer can refer to either the state of being a Nazirite or else to a physical crown. A physical crown. There's only one crown we could think of, right? Hebrew Bible laws. Besides the basic laws to be followed during the Nazirite period, number 6 describes in detail the sacrifices to be offered at the conclusion of the period. The Nazirite would make 3 offerings. A lamb as a burnt offering, a ewe as a sin offering, and a ram as a peace offering. Also 3 additional offerings. A basket of unleavened bread, a grain offering, and a drink offering to accompany the peace offering. He would also shave his head in the outer courtyard of the temple in Jerusalem and place the hair on the same fire as a peace offering. Jesus. The text is unclear whether this refers to the fire on the altar or a cooking fire. I don't know. Maybe the same one that, a lamb, a ewe. Don't they classify us as sheep? So now, a lamb, a ewe. There you go. Mentions. In addition to Nazirite laws, there are a few other mentions of the Nazirites in the Hebrew Bible. The prophet Amos condemned the Israelites for their failure to respect the Nazirite vow. And I raised up some of your sons as prophets and some of your young men as Nazirites. And you gave the Nazirites to drink wine, and you commended the prophets, saying, do not prophesy. Sounds definitely Jewish. The Rechabites were a group mentioned in the Bibles who avoided wine similar to the Nazirites. The Septuagint, I don't know how to say it, Septuagint, uses a number of terms to translate the 16 uses of Nazir in the Hebrew Bible, such as he who is vowed or he who was made holy. It is left untranslated and transliterated in Judges 13:5 as Nazir. Samson and Samuel. Now, this is where you have to put the thinking cap on. So, if they called the Nazis and the SS, two prominent biblical individuals who had Nazi rights that were similar to Nazi rights were Samson and Samuel. Why wouldn't they use Samson? Like the option? For both, their status was lifelong, unlike the Nazi rights described in number 6. Both were born of previously barren mothers, and each entered into his vows through either his mother's oath, as in the case of Samuel. Yeah, the mother's oath. The mother's maiden name. Or divine command to his mother, in case of Samson, rather than by his own volition. These vows required Samson and Samuel to live devout lives, yet in return they received extraordinary gifts. Samson possessed strength and ability in physical battle against the Philistines, while Samuel became a prophet. Now you see why we had to watch the previous video. Because the Philistines are the Palestinians. It's the same story throughout the whole time. It's all allegorical. You just have to pick it and just put it all together. Paint the picture. While Samson was explicitly commanded to be a Nazirite, Judges 13:5, the word Nazirite was not used regarding Samuel. Rather, he was given to the Lord and forbidden to cut his hair. So it's like a Cain-Abel. Cain killed Abel. Abel went to the Lord. And then Cain was a piece of shit. Some commentators later noted Samson appeared to break his Nazirite vow several times throughout the text. Why not? Don't they always? I mean, they don't have that copper wire around New York City for nothing. Because on their Sabbath, they're not supposed to use like electronics or anything like that. Like we learned in the video before that. Well, actually, there's a couple of videos before. But they don't even respect their own religion. Because they don't believe in God. They're the dirtiest, filthiest people in New York City and New Jersey and all that, and just filth. I mean, I've heard numerous stories about how they treat ordinary white Americans. We all know how they treat the blacks. I mean, we go back to those photos too. But yeah, they're racist as fuck. So in his text, throughout the text, his killing of both humans and animals would frequently threaten, if not outright violate, his vow of ritual purity. Humans, that would be their Hannibal directive, and animals are the Goyim. And Judges 14:8-10 describes Samson holding a feast, an event which traditionally entailed the consumption of wine, though the text never states that Samson drank any wine himself. This conflict of interpretation has spawned numerous explanations. Rabbinic sources claim Samson had a unique Nazi right status called Nazir Shimshon, which permitted him to touch dead bodies since the angel who imposed the status omitted this restriction. So, this is where you have to get really creative with this. Isn't it funny that the Jews over in Israel, they just take all the bodies, they dig holes, and they don't touch the bodies. They let the bulldozers do it. They make mass graves. Also, when we think of alcohol, who owns Seagram's? I mean, Brockman. I mean, everything that has been, that's here to corrupt mankind is from them. Everything. David Kimchi conjectures that even without the special status, Samson would be allowed to touch dead bodies while doing God's work defending Israel. Now, do you see how they pick and choose what they want to go through? But remember, they're Talmudic. Another argument analyzes the semantics of the vow itself, because they're not Semites. Bunch of fucking European faggots. Number 6:6, throw another 6 in their form, forbids Nazi rights from coming near a dead body. And though there are cases in the Pentateuch where nefesh is used to refer to animals, the term number 6:6 is usually taken to imply the human dead, which seems to be the most focused meaning according to number 6:7. In any event, the supernatural strength that Samson was given was evidently not taken away at the time of Judges 14, indicating that his Nazi right vow was not considered broken. Goswell suggested that we cannot understand the career and failings of Samson without attention to his Nazi right status. So, Samson was given supernatural strength. So, when we look back on the Seal of Solomon and all the witchcraft, and the Jew that we referred to earlier that was in the magic circle, the whole bunch of fucking magicians, it's all they do, black magic with a K. Rabbinic literature, laws. Halakha, Jewish law has a rich tradition on the laws of the Nazi right. In addition to the biblical text of Numbers 6:1-21, the laws are explained in detail in the Mishnah and Talmud, Tractate Nazir. These laws were later codified by Maimonides in the Mishnah Torah. And back to Maimonides, we just go right into the House of Representatives and find his relief above one of the doors up in the gallery and just bust it the fuck. In fact, all of them, except George Mason and Thomas Jefferson. That's it. Those two stay. The popes, Hammurabi and all that, just get rid of them all. And especially the Moses one that's facing you. Because remember, who was fighting over Moses' body? Why was Satan? Because Moses went to the mystery schools in order to learn how to do the black magic that all these fucks are doing now. That's why they are under the law of Moses, and they decided to put us under Education Day USA under the Noahide laws. In which case, if we blaspheme their God in number 2, you get beheaded. So then bring all the things we've learned about the 30,000 guillotines and how they want to build this third temple and how they want to get this red heifer to have a sacrifice, put it all together to bring back this whole Messiah. Because remember, not bringing back the Messiah, they're bringing back that Moshiach, that Mendel Schneerson, him. He was the one that first told him about it. Now, you'll see why when we go through the next documents after this. And I know this is going to be a little bit long, but we have got to get through this because Fuck them. That's why. Vows. An Israelite, not a Gentile, not us, becomes a Nazirite through an intentional verbal declaration. This declaration can be in any language and be something as simple as saying, me too, as a Nazirite passes by. Now do you see where they get the Me Too movement, guys? Funny. In general, there are two types of Nazirites. Those who take a vow for a set time and permanent Nazirites. A person can specify how long he intends to be a Nazirite, but in no time period or time period less than 30 days is specified. The vow is considered to last for 30 days. Now, also, the Nazirites. Remember, yeah, they did a lot of drugs. They did a lot of meth. They did a lot of speed. Talk to truck drivers in the 80s and 90s. Same thing. My dad, all that. I mean, I don't think he did a lot of truck speed, but I mean, he did a lot of driving. Let's face it. So when you look at it, one of the laws said that, well, they don't drink alcohol or anything from grapes. Unfortunately, meth and all that doesn't come from grapes. It'll leave you strung out like a vine, but hey, that's on you. Now, so when we talk about the Nazis, were they both? Remember, you had the ones that believed in all this. They said, hey, this is what we want to do and everything. But then you had this other faction, that whole Babylonian black magician shit. A person who says, I'm a Nazi-right forever, or I'm a Nazi-right for all my life is a permanent Nazi-right, and it's slightly different laws apply. So I guess you just have to proclaim it, and it's yours. Almost like if you're taking somebody else's land. However, if a person says that he is a Nazi-right for 1,000 years, he is a regular Nazi-right. The permanent Nazi-right has no source in the Bible, but is known through tradition. Okay. All the laws of vows in general apply to all also to the Nazi-right vow. Second. Oh, this talk. As with other vows, a father has the ability to annul the vow of his young daughter, and a husband has the ability to annul a vow by his wife when he first hears about it. A father, but not a mother, can declare his son, but not his daughter, a Nazi-right. However, the child or any close family member has the right to refuse this status. Likewise, all the laws related to intent and conditional vows apply to also to Nazi-right vows. Sacrifices. At the end of their vow, the Nazirite brings 3 sacrificial offerings to the temple in Jerusalem. I mean, of course, Christ is all about this shit, right? He's like, fucking kill everything. It's like, but everything we've seen, painting and all that, I mean, he's over there petting a lamb. He's always, I don't think you're supposed to sacrifice anything to God. Unless you serve the other one, which, of course, they do. The first is a ewe for a sin offering. The second is a lamb for the elevation offering. And finally, a ram as a peace offering. Now you see why they only sacrifice kids, huh? Because if they sacrificed a ram, there would be peace. Along with a basket of matzah and a grain and drink offerings. Full-blown fucking homos. After bringing the sacrificial offerings, the Nazirite shaves their head in the outer courtyard of the temple, and the hair is burned on the fire, which is under the peace offering. Now I see why there's a lot of bald-headed Jews over there, huh? Even the women. The rabbis, along with some but not all academic scholars, view this as simply the appropriate disposal of a sanctified object rather than being the hair itself being a sacrifice. You should have just resulted to slitting your wrists. That would have been a good sacrifice. Part of the Nazirite's offering is given to the Kohen. This gift is one of the 24 Kohanic gifts. So let's see this. Let's see what this shit is. 24 gifts, 10 gifts were given to the priest in the temple, 4 to be consumed by the priest in Jerusalem, and 10 would be given to the priest outside the land of Israel. It almost seems like, gifts. An animal brought as a sin offering, a guilt offering. Because, what are they guilty about? Nothing. Sacrifice of the communal peace offering, a bird brought as a sin offering, the suspensive guilt offering, the olive oil offering of a metzora, the 2 loaves of bread brought on Shabbat, the showbread, the leftover portion of the meal offering. Yeah, because you know what? God really wants your fucking matzah ball of leftovers. No. The leftover portion of grain from the Omer offering. 4 further gifts to be given or to be consumed within the confines of the walls of Jerusalem were firstborn of any domestic kosher animal. Were if well, let me how to say this. Okay, so when they would sacrifice children, right? The whole Saint Simon and everything, Saint Simon of Trent. Well, they would crucify them upside down, slit their throats, and they would bleed them out like a pig. That is what makes them kosher. They just, instead of doing anything humane, they like to just slit a throat and just sit there and just laugh as it flails around, bleeding everywhere. This, you know, if you put this all on the scale, right? If you had $8 billion, right? Would you be missing $20 million? You write it off, right? Make that population, then write it off. First fruits. Where did we hear first fruits from? Yesterday? Actually, the day before, when we were listening to that video, they were talking about the first fruits. The inner organs of certain offerings, that which is removed from the Nazi rite offering. So yeah, you know, just like Aztecs, you know, they just, you know, just go ahead and just grab your heart out and shit. The skins of certain offerings. Now you have to think about Israel, right? Don't they have a massive skin machine that makes rolls of skin. They actually, a lot of these Palestinians, they actually, like all the ones that they have as terrorist prisoners, they harvest their organs. This is how disgusting the whole lot of them. There's no way in hell. That's why everything's coming out now with, oh, Israel did this, Israel did that, you know, Dimona, that's why they killed JFK and all this. Like, yeah, I have a picture of the skin machine too. It's fucking disgusting. I got 36,000 photos, but we have most obscure pictures because everything seems to just pop up and just, I mean, when you dig as deep as we have, you know, I don't think anything's going to surprise us anymore when we start digging into some of this stuff. I mean, at least it's going to soften the blow. 10 gifts which might be given or consumed outside Jerusalem were, I have no idea. Gifts to a human, priestly dues, a tithe. Oh, man. Man. You know they weren't about this. If they had to give up 10% of their money, Shala rolls, they have those at, you know, Einstein Brothers and shit like that because it's all Jews. First hearing of the sheep, foreleg, cheeks, and maw of all non-sanctified, ritually slaughtered domestic animals. Remember, what are we? Ritually also? What kind of ritual? Money given to the redeemer, a firstborn son, money or sheep or goat. See who's plowing them first. They just taught it the Arabs and they perfected it. Redeemed in place of firstborn donkey. Well, there you go. Property declared harem, dedicated to the temple without specifying to which uses be given. Not harem. It's a object of real property to be devoted to God. With God being the what? With God authorizing a Cohen to be its receiving agent. These people are fucking psychotic. Inherited fields that were dedicated to the temple and not reclaimed in the Jubilee year. Land theft. Recovered property which was stolen from a convert who then died without leaving heirs. Israel stealing land, stealing property and everything. Females who do not serve in the tabernacle or the temple were permitted to consume and or benefit from some of the 24 priestly gifts. But if a priest's daughter married a non-priest, she was no longer permitted to benefit from the priestly gifts. Conversely, the daughter of a non-priest who married a priest took on the same rights as an unmarried daughter of a priest. So technically, if you happen to be this priest's daughter and you decided that, maybe, suicide wasn't the way out, marry a non-priest. Then you don't have to deal with eating humans. That's how sick these people are. If the Nazi Rite has accidentally become impure by touching a corpse during the Nazi Rite period, he must offer a different offering and restart the Nazi Rite period from the beginning. Oh. So if you happen to accidentally touch a dead body, that means you got to kill another one and let it start all over. I wonder if there's anything in here about wearing diapers. Never understood that. In addition to Nazi Rite laws, there are a few other mentions of Nazi rights in Hebrew Bible. Wait, we already went through this one. Yeah. Hold on a second. I was going to say, I'm like, man, I could have sworn we read that already. Okay, here. A person can become a Nazi Rite whether or not the Temple of Jerusalem is standing. However, no temple means that there's currently no way to make the offerings that end the Nazi Rite vow, so anyone taking the vow would become a de facto permanent Nazi Rite. So, who are the Nazis again, guys? Them. Abstinence from grape products. A Nazi Rite must abstain from all beverage derived from grapes, even if they are non-alcoholic. According to traditional rabbinic interpretation, the Nazi Rite may drink alcoholic beverages not derived from grapes. According to less traditional rabbinic interpretation, a Nazi Rite is forbidden to consume any alcohol and vinegar from such alcohol, regardless of its source. The law regarding combining wine or grapes with other food is similar to kashrut, which applies to all Jews, not just Zionists, guys, all Jews. An early rabbinic proverb warned the Nazi Rite, get yourself far around it, don't even come near to a vineyard. Huh. So maybe people need to rethink these vineyards that they own. What's under them? Uncut hair. A Nazi Rite must refrain from cutting the hair on his head. He could groom his hair with his fingers or scratch his head and need not be concerned if some hair falls out. However, he cannot use a comb since it is very likely to pull out some hair. Oh, Jesus, they're all lepers. A Nazi Rite is not allowed to use a chemical depilatory to remove hair. However, a Nazi Rite who recovers from the skin disease of whatever, fucking well, they already got herpes, so whatever else they have, is obligated to cut his hair, and a permanent Nazi Rite may cut his hair once a year. Nazi Rites who shave their hair are obligated to redo the last 30 days of the Nazi Rite period. I've done it 30. Avoidance of corpses and graves. A Nazi Rite must avoid corpses and graves, even those of family members, in any building that contains one. In this respect, the Nazi Rite is similar to the high priest. Oh, Jesus. A permanent Nazi Rite becomes ritually impure through proximity to a corpse. Nonetheless, a Nazi Rite who finds an unburied corpse is obligated to bury it, although he will become defiled in the process. Not if you're using a D9. If a Nazi Rite touches a corpse or carries a funeral bier or goes into a building that contains a corpse, their vow is ended as unfulfilled. In this case, after he has waited 7 days for his purification, see, even they have their period. The Nazi Rite should shave their head and bring sacrificial offerings. Probably more people, and then they have to handle the dead people, and then they have to do it all over again. You know how psychopathic and retarded they are. After that, he is permitted to put himself under another Nazi Rite vow with a new time limit. Fuck, it's all about timing, huh? The Nazi Rite simply enters an area where a grave or graveyard has been plowed, in which case there's only a chance that he touched human bones, or if he went to a foreign land that was declared unclean by the sages and he had touched its earth, or if he stands beneath the branches of a tree or a rock that shades the ground near a graveyard, he still contracts a level of uncleanliness. I mean, did anybody ever think of, like, them over in Israel being clean right now? No. It's like, and that's the thing, it's like, there's some out there that are really pissed off about this shit, and they want out, but that's the thing, it's like, did you serve in the IDF, the IOF, whatever you want to call it? I mean, that's the scary part. It's like, you don't know which side anybody's on, but I firmly believe that it's going to come down to that leavened and unleavened bread, because did your lips touch the blood of somebody that the Nazis sacrificed? Interesting. Especially when their Passover is it correlates with the Feast of Moloch. I know, odd. It was from 422 to 430 this year, and 421 to 430 is the Feast of Moloch. Coincidence, I guess. However, this is less than impurity of touching a corpse, and although he must be sprinkled with water containing the ashes of a red heifer on the 3rd and 7th day. So, you don't think Trump knows that these fuckers are Nazis? You guys, how many B-2 bombers did he send out? 10. Did they all go in the same direction? No. 7 went to the east, 3 went to the west. 3rd and 7th day, what do they have in their possession? So please tell me again that they're not the fucking Nazis. He's not required to shave his head or bring sacrificial offerings. And I know I get a little fired up because how much of this stuff have we gone over and people are still blind to this? It's like we've read like their documents. We didn't make it up. That's why we go over it. But more you know. He is not required to shave his head or bring sacrificial offerings, and his Nazi rite vow is not invalidated, though he adds 7 days to the time he spends as a Nazi rite to make up for the days of impurity. God, I mean, can you imagine the stack of IOUs they have in their rooms? Of just like they have to make up for days of impurity. It's like, yep. You know, it's like that one meme. It's like, 0 days of purity. It's like, yeah, 1 and then change it. Desirability. Noting that the Nazi rite must offer a sin offering at the end of their vow, Rabbi Elazar Kapper argued that Nazi rites are effectively sinners for unnecessarily distressing themselves, while Rabbi Elazar argued the opposite, that Nazi rites are holy and thus to become one is desirable. Isn't it funny that they both start with E's and that's a 5-5? Among medieval authorities, Maimonides followed the view of Rabbi Eliezer Hapakar, calling a Nazi rite a sinner and explaining that a person should always be moderate in his actions and not to be any extreme. Nevertheless, he does point out that a Nazi rite can be evil or righteous depending on the circumstances. I think we're seeing that now. In contrast, Nachmanides sided with Rabbi Eliezer. I mean, where do they get these names from? I mean, it's like, I just say like that could be, I don't know, maybe a Jewish ghetto. I mean, that's where the term ghetto came from. I mean, and then he passed on to the blacks. He explained that ideally the person should be a Nazi rite his whole life. Therefore, ceasing to be a Nazi rite requires a sin offering. Opinions recorded in the Tosafot compromise between these views and explain that Nazi rite is both good and bad. Yeah. Just think. You have everything in your life based on something that a couple rabbis that like to just gnaw the end of fucking little boys' dicks off when they're 4 days old. They're the ones writing the rules. And you guys believe it. Fuck. Reviewing halakhic and Agadic literature, Jacob Neusner writes that Jewish sages generally viewed the vow of the Nazi rite to be shrouded in arrogance and weakness. Ooh. Damn, that's a truth bomb right there. Put that on a shirt. According to Rabbi Meir, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil was a grapevine, for nothing brings wailing up a person like a wine. So, what do they call that wall again over in Jerusalem? The Wailing Wall? I mean, now you see why they, well, grapevine, I mean, according to Mishnah, Queen Helena of Adiabene once placed herself under Nazi rite vow for 7 years on condition that her son returned home from more safely. Probably where you get the bankruptcy shit too, right there, 7 years. I mean, they control everything. When her son returned home safely, she began to perform her Nazi rite vow for 7 years, after which she brought the required animal offerings to Jerusalem. Upon arriving there, she was told by the school of Hillel that she must observe her vow anew, and she therefore lived as a Nazirite for 7 more years. Toward the end of those 7 years, she contracted corpse uncleanliness, which rendered her vow as null and void, and therefore was required to repeat her Nazirite vow once again for a period of another 7 years. Altogether, she continued her Nazirite vow for a period of 21 years. 7. According to Jerusalem Talmud, Simon the Just, the high priest, opposed the Nazirite vow and ate of the sacrifice offered by the Nazirite on only a single occasion. He's probably like, this white kid tastes funny. Probably a clown. Once a youth with flowing hair came to him and wished to have his head shorn. When asked his motive, the youth replied that he had seen his own face reflected in the spring, and he had pleased him, so he feared lest his beauty might become an idol to him. He therefore wished to offer up his hair to God, and Simeon then partook of the sin offering, which he brought. So, remember we were talking about the locks of love that all those little, Remember, they've got bald heads, but then they have the locks. So once again, what are they fucking doing in the tunnels? And where are the 500,000 kids? Because you're not going to find out in New York right now, because unfortunately, you've got that pig bitch in there as the police commissioner. You know, Jessica Tisch, because her father, Lawrence Tisch, or grandfather, Lawrence Tisch, is the one that started the mega group in New York. You know, the Jewish billionaires that's running everything. The MS-13, Michael Steinhardt, and the 13 people below him. All right. When asked his motive, the youth replied that he had seen his own face reflect in spring and pleased him, so he feared lest his beauty might become an idol to him. He therefore wished to offer up his hair to God, and Simeon partook in the sin offering, which he brought. The Jerusalem Talmud tells the stories of 300 Nazirites who came to offer sacrifices at the conclusion of their vow, but could not afford the animals for the sacrifices. Yeah, kids were probably pricey then. Simeon ben Shittak, who was the head of the Sanhedrin, was able to annul the vows of 150 of them, because remember, who killed Christ, guys? Sanhedrin. Retroactively canceling the Nazirite period and making their sacrifice unnecessary, but was enabled to find a justification to annul the vows of the other 150, half and half. Not everything is 1-to-1. Sometimes half-half. He then went to King Alexander Junius and offered to split the cost of sacrifice for the 300 Nazirites. The king provided money for the sacrifice of the 150. Shimon provided no money, as the vows of his 150 were already full. Fucking even dicked over the king. I mean, fucking, this angered the king, who felt tricked. Shimon was forced to flee, but eventually reconciled with the king by explaining how they had contributed equally. You with your money, and I with my learning. I cannot fucking hate these people anymore. Until tomorrow. Or maybe until later on today. Gamaliel records in the Mishnah how the father of Rabbi Shania made a lifetime Nazirite vow before him. In the Gospels, the historical Jesus. Here we go. The practice of a Nazirite vow is a part of ambiguity of the Greek term Nazarene. That appears in the New Testament. The sacrifice of a lamb and offering of bread does not suggest a relationship with Christian symbolism. Then again, these are the two most frequent offerings described and prescribed in Leviticus, so no definite conclusion can be drawn. Because it's all allegorical. Stupid. While saying in Matthew 11, 18, 19, and Luke 7, 33, 35, attributed to Jesus, makes it doubtful that he reported to be a wine drinker. Greek was a Nazirite during his ministry. The verse ends with the curious statement, but wisdom is justified of all her children. Guys, think about it. Who hasn't touched a drop of booze his whole life? The advocation of the ritual consumption of wine as part of Passover in Mark 14, 22-25 indicated he kept this aspect of the Nazirite vow when Jesus said, "Verily I say unto you, I will drink no more of the fruit of the vine until that day that I drink it new in the kingdom of God." The ritual in which Jesus commenced his ministry, recorded by a Greek as baptism, and his vow in Mark 14:25 and Luke 22:15-18, at the end of his ministry, do respectively reflect the final and initial steps: purification by immersion in water and abstaining from wine. So, here's the funny thing. So, purification by immersion in water, right? Remember, cleanliness leads to godliness. So, das Juden, remember, in their Passover stuff, they take a blowtorch to everything. Like counters, anything just to make it kosher. So if they use fire and Christ used water, and fire doesn't beat water, but water beats fire, yeah. Abstaining from wine inherent in a Nazirite vow. These passages may indicate that Jesus intended to identify himself as a Nazirite, not drinking the fruit of the vine before his crucifixion. Because remember, they messed up. Luke the evangelist clearly was aware that wine was forbidden in his practice, for the angel, Luke 1:13-15, that announces the birth of John the Baptist, foretells that he shall be great in the sight of the Lord, and shall drink neither wine nor strong drink, and he shall be filled with the Holy Ghost, even from his mother's womb. In other words, a Nazirite from birth, the implication of being that John had taken a lifelong Nazirite vow. Holy shit. Oh my God. And they're calling Trump a Nazi. Fuck. It's just, you can't make this shit up. Oh my God, this is great. Acts of the Apostles is also attributed to Luke. See Luke's Acts in Acts 18:18 is reported that the Apostle Paul cut off his hair because of a vow he had taken. From Acts 21:23-24, we learn that the early Jewish Christians occasionally took the temporary Nazirite vow, and it's probable the vow of St. Paul mentioned in Acts 18:18 was of similar nature. I don't see how you could have Jewish Christians. I mean, that's an oxymoron. It's like, if you guys, like, either Jewish or you're Christian. You can't be both. Although shaving his head in Caesarea outside of Judea was not in conformity with the rules laid down in the 6th chapter of Numbers, nor with the interpretation of them by the rabbinical schools of that era. If we are to believe that the legend of Hegesippus, quoted by Eusebius, James, brother of Jesus, Bishop of Jerusalem, was a Nazirite and performed with rigorous exactness all the practices enjoyed by that rule of life, in Acts 21:20-24, Paul was advised to counter the claims made by some Judaizers that he encouraged a revolt against the Mosaic law. He showed that the believers there, believers in Jesus, i.e. Jewish Christians, in Jerusalem, otherwise by purifying himself and accompanying 4 men to the temple who had taken Naziritic vows, so as to refute the naysayers. Man, you can only imagine what the talking shit was back then, huh? That'd have been pretty good. Jeez. See if he posts anything else. Oh yeah, he's posting, damn it. The stratagem only delays the inevitable mob assault on him. This event brought about the accusation in Acts 24:5-18 that Paul was the ringleader of the sect of the Nazarenes, and thus provided further verification that the term Nazarene was a mistranslation from the term Nazirite. In any case, the relationship of Paul of Tarsus and Judaism is still disputed. So, when we think of the Nazis, right? So why use the symbol, right? The swastika, right? It was tilted, but that symbol is everywhere in the Far East. I mean, everywhere. So then we look at that, and you look at the Nazi right, and then you look at the other side, how, Talmudic, they just have to insert themselves there where they go. Because now you have the Nazi right and all that. So when you think of Hitler, and I know this is going to piss people off. Then you have Christ, Hitler, Trump, and all that, because they haven't drank, right? I don't even think Hitler didn't drink. I mean, he loved animals and all that shit. It's like, I don't think he was out killing 6 million people. In fact, you can't. It's impossible. That's why they keep on changing numbers. So with that, and then you look at the other side, right? They're the ones sacrificing, doing all this shit, because how many of them are in New York? How many kids go missing? You've got the Masons taking them. You've got them taking them. I mean, I think this thing's gonna blow out of the water when all this stuff comes out. Luke does not here mention Apostle James the Just as taking Nazirite vows, although later Christian historians, Epiphanes, Panorine 29.4 believed he had, and the vow of Nazi right would explain the asceticism of Eubius of Caesarea, ascribed to James, a claim that gave James the title James the Just. Nazi rights in history. You got deuterocanonical texts. Maccabees, dated about 166 BCE, mentioned men who had ended their Masorite vows. You got Josephus. I think that's Flavius Josephus. Mentioned a number of people who had taken the vow, such as Tudor Urbanus. Josephus briefly encountered the episode where in 12th year of the reign of Nero, during the outbreak of the First Jewish-Roman War, Bernice, the sister of King Agrippa II, had put herself under the Nazi right vow and had come to Jerusalem 30 days before she was to offer her sacrifices, during which time she was to abstain from wine, and after which to shave the hair of her head. Josephus added that those who put themselves under the Nazi right vow often did so when they had been either afflicted with a distemper or with any other distresses. Early Syriatic Christianity. Several Syriatic Christians beginning in 4th century appropriated the vow in ascetical practice. Aphorat writes in 4th century, the sons of Seth were virtuous in their virginity, but when they came to mixing up with the daughters of Cain, they blotted out with the water of the flood. Samson was honorable in his Nazi rightship and his virginity, but he corrupted his Nazi rightship with his licentiousness. You can't even make this shit up. Oh. Now you see why they condone pedophilia, why they condone child rape, child trafficking. Yeah. Sexual behavior conduct is considered crude and offensive or contrary to local moral or other standards of appropriate behavior. I mean, lewd and Levit. I mean, it's inordinate indulgence in sexual activity, unrestrained and promiscuous sexuality, immoderate indulgence of sexual desire, lewd and lustful behavior. Who came up with porn? Who came up with OnlyFans? Who came up with all this shit? Wasn't the fucking Christians, now was it? Nope. John Scully refers Ephraim, suggesting that the vines of paradise rush out to meet only the ascetics who lead a life of virginity and abstain from wine in the 4th century. John the Solidarity refers to John the Baptist for a model fasting in the 5th century. The Disho's commentary on Abba as Isaiah lists several physical activities in relationship to the term Nazi right. The anonymous author of Cave of Treasures writes, and the priest shall be a Nazi right all the days of his life. He shall not take a wife. He shall not have a house to dwell in. He shall not offer the blood of animals or fowl. Rather, he will offer bread and wine to God. Modern Judaism. Rabbi David Cohn, a leading disciple of Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, was a Nazirite for much of his life. Contemporary Hasidic perspectives. Look who it is. According to teachers of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the 7th Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Nazirite's abstention from wine and personal grooming symbolizes a broader principle of self-sanctification. But the Rebbe emphasized that in contemporary times, spiritual refinement is best achieved not through physical withdrawal, but through active engagement with the world. Oh my God, by fucking slaughtering people, why the fuck not? Rather than advocating asceticism, the Rebbe interpreted the Nazirite ideal as a metaphor for the internal discipline necessary to transform everyday activities into acts of divine service. Everyday activities into acts of divine service. Well, what God are they bringing back? So, what would everyday activities into acts of divine service? Well, I mean, they all like to tote around guns and, kill indiscriminate children and, steal people's land and bomb other countries. I mean, but then some bomb them. Holocaust, October 7th. Fuck you, October 7th, too. We proved that yesterday, too. It's even, I have it right here, the timeline for the history of Judaism, and it started on let's see if it pops up. Started on October 7th, 3761. 3761 is your 17. And October 7th is also 710 in the drops because over there they go day, month, year. We go month, day, year. As we go. This review reflects a Hasidic emphasis on integrating holiness with mundane life rather than withdrawing from it. See? Holiness. Where's the Messiah? Why isn't the Messiah back? You're not doing it. You're not. What the hell? It's like, then what'd he do? He ran to Congress. He's like, you guys need to take down Saddam Hussein, and he's got weapons of mass destruction, and if you don't do it, they're going to have nuclear weapons. What happens? Here we go. What just happened? He's like, oh, just like this. I mean, everything. That's why now we know Israel's last, because now you're starting to see everybody start picking up the chatter. This is going to be so awesome, especially when you hit them from the rods of God. And then you have to tell all these globies, say, so how's the rods of God work on a spinning ball? I mean, you have these massive titanium and tungsten rods the size of a fucking telephone pole screaming down through the atmosphere. I mean, I've played darts. That's no. Ain't nothing moving. Take your oblate spheroid shit, your globe, get the fuck out of here. 4 corners of the earth. You ain't gonna find a cornered round room. Rastafari, the tradition of the Nazarite vow, had a significant influence on the Rastafari religion, and elements of the vow had been adopted as part of this religion. In describing the obligation of the religion, Rastafari make reference to the Nazarite vow taken by Samson. Isn't it funny that they speak of Jews, but the Rastafari are from Ethiopia? Part of this vow, adopted by Rastafari, is to avoid cutting one's hair. And I mean, where are those massive churches? The 11 churches carved in stone by angels? They're certainly not in fucking Tel Aviv, are they? So maybe our ships are out there protecting Ethiopia and them wanting to bomb those churches. Let's just think about that a little bit. I think they destroyed enough as it is. Part of this vow is adopted by the Rastafari is to avoid cutting one's hair. This is inspired by the text of Leviticus 21:5. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave their corner of their beard, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. The visible side of the vow is Rastafarians' dreadlocks. Some Rastafari have concluded that Samson had dreadlocks, as suggested by the description stating that he had 7 locks upon his head. They weren't master locks. Additionally, the Rastafari are taught to abstain from alcohol in accordance with the Nazarite vow. That's why they blaze the devil's lettuce, man. They have also adopted dietary laws derived from Leviticus, which account for some similarity to the prohibitions of the Jewish dietary law of kashrut. Protestant Perspectives, 1979, Witness Lee, the local church movement. I mean, who would name their kid Witness? I mean, 1979, I mean, you should have named your kid General Lee, but it would have been a little bit better. Published The Principle of Nazarite, a short pamphlet outlining a metaphorical interpretation of the vow for uptake amongst Christians. Lou Engle, a charismatic evangelical American leader, has written Nazarite DNA, which outlines a metaphorical interpretation of the vow. An evangelical American leader. So, a Zionist pig for short. Cool. So, now, I'm gonna put this in the chat. So I don't know if it showed up or not, but this is where they get to October 7th, guys. Ancient Jewish history. There's the beginning of time period, the beginning date of the Hebrew calendar, according to scholar Rabbi Yosef ben Halafta, a 2nd century rabbi. Adam and Eve created year 1 of the Jewish calendar. October 7th. So 10, 7, 17, 37, 61 is another 17. Cute. Now, but wait, there's more. Oh, shit. I'll do this one. Let's see. All right. Now, what we're going to do here is I'm going to have to quote Dan Bongino here. Remember the names. Remember the names. Oh, he got me remember names, so here we go. All the name, not all of them, but there's a Rabbi Abraham Kook. Remember we listen and all that? But we're gonna go through 1, 2, 3, and 4 people, and then I'll wrap it up. All right. Now, and we're not even get the one that we're dealing with now. We gotta go back to go forward. Nathan Milikowski. He was born 8 years after the letter. August 15th, 1871, Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini outlining all 3 world wars, where in World War III, political Zionism and Islam would destroy themselves. So, who's that leave? He's a Russian-born Zionist political activist, rabbi, and writer. Milikowski's son was the scholar of academic Ben-Zion Netanyahu, and his grandson is current Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. You might as well take that current, and you could say is the deceased. Soon. Milikowski was born 1879 in Belarus, which is Krevel Russian Empire, which at the time was the Pale of Settlement region of Imperial Russia, in which permanent residency by Jews was allowed. Huh. I thought you guys were all brilliant and most moral and everything, huh? So why weren't you allowed to live anywhere else in 104 countries? The son of Zivi Milikowski and Liba Gittel Halevi, Milikowski's father made a living from leasing an agricultural estate in a nearby village. Notice how they all deal with farming. Like communism. At the age of 10, Milikowski was sent to the Volzhin Yeshiva, where he spent 8 years and was ordained. Oh, man. Shit. I'll bet you once he was done after 8 years, he was like a hot dog down a hallway. Sick fuckers. Already while Milikowski attended Yeshiva, he began to make speeches and lectures and was in contact with Zionist activist Yeshua Z. Yabzrov, who encouraged him to engage in this field. At the age of 20, Milikowski began promoting Zionism in the Siberia region, following a quest to do so by Zionist leader Yechil Cheltenov. Now, remember, he was born in 1879. So that'd be 1899. When was the Bolshevik Revolution again? Following years, Milikowski continued to engage in Zionist promotion and additional gave speeches against the Bund movement and against other socialist, Jewish, anti-Zionist movements. During the Sixth Zionist Congress, Milikowski was among the opponents of the Uganda program, despite belonging to the Theodore Herzl camp. So I believe the Uganda program was when they were going to send them all there. Yeah. To create a Jewish homeland in a portion of British East Africa. I could have swore you guys, I thought God gave you that land. Why was the British telling you where you... Oh, colonizers. Oh, are bad. So, Theodore Herzl camp. Remember, the guy that started Zionism. 1908, Milikowski moved to Poland, became director of the Hebrew Gymnasium with Mordecai Yakov Skrinsky in Warsaw, probably in Warsaw ghettos, while continuing to promote Zionism in Poland. He went through hundreds of towns and was considered one of the most popular Zionist speakers. In 1912, Milikowski moved to Lodz and served as a maggid, like a maggot, in the Zionist synagogue Beth Jacob. He used to deliver sermons in Hebrew, an uncommon practice at the time. In 1913, the Hebrew newspaper, reported about a major event held in Lodz, organized by the members of the Mizrachi movement. Yeah. A lot of black and white there. The report mentioned also the excellent speech made by Rabbi Milikowski, which was carried in Hebrew and partly in Yiddish. You know, it's Arab backwards. That's all they did. They took the Arab language, they went backwards, they went right to left, and that's Yiddish. They can't even come up with their own damn language. According to his son Ben Zion Netanyahu, the Milikowski family was one of the few families in the world who spoke Hebrew at the time. In 1940, I thought they were devout Jews, but there's no Israel, so What were you? 1914, Milikowski was appointed rabbi of the city of Ravine, but following World War I, he remained with his family in Lodz. That's what he takes at face. 1920, Milikowski immigrated to mandatory Palestine with his wife and 7 children and became the director of school Vilkomets in Ros Pina. Now, you don't think that they're molesting kids at these schools too, are you? I think they tried to perfect it. They probably did. During this period, he published various articles in the Hebrew press promoting the Jewish settlement of the Galilee region. 1920. On some of the articles he published and signed under the name Netanyahu, a surname some of his sons later adopted. In 1924, he moved with his family to Jerusalem, and during that same year, he traveled to England on behalf of Menachem Yushkin in order to raise funds for the Jewish National Fund and the Karen Hayesod, which is it's literally terrorism. Just like, Jake talked about Morphonios, it's all built on terrorism. It's the worst of the worst. And when we get to the third person in this, you're going to see why Harvard is on the list and why gank all their visas. Following the success of these campaigns, he was sent to the United States on behalf of the Jewish National Fund. Wonder why. Milikowski's numerous speeches made a strong impression on the American Jewish community. In 1926, the newspaper Das Yiddish Volk reported that American Zionist Rabbi Milikowski lectured in 700 places through 9 months. I'll bet you some of those he came here in 1933 to prop up the whole boycott, divest, and sanction against Germany. They're the ones that started it. Once again, World War II, everybody's like, oh, fucking Nazis. Like, it's the other ones. The other Nazis started it. Not these Nazis. Those Nazis. Because remember, there were a lot of Jewish people that were serving in the SS also. Once a year, Milikowski used to visit Palestine. Man, who's going to tell those Jews that it's actually Palestine? 1928, Milikowski published several of his speeches in the book Nation and State. Think about it. Israel's not a country, is it? What is it? And even the 1929 Palestine riots, Milikowski returned to Palestine, purchased land in Herzliya, in which he built up a farm. In addition, he was active in the Hadak Hakorim settlement movement for private farmers. Remember, Jake mentioned it too. He's like, they would go in there and buy up the land, throw everybody out, and that's it. After the assassination of Chaim Al-Salaf in 1933, Rabbi Milikowski was affiliated with the revisionist movement, the revisionist Zionist movement, the same one that all the rest of them were part, took part in the establishment of a public committee headed by Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook. And we just talked about the Nazi rights, which protected those accused of Arloff's assassination, namely Zivri Rosenblatt and Abraham Statsby. Rabbi Milikowski argued that evidence indicated that they did not commit the assassination, and their execution could lead to a civil war, which would harm the Zionist enterprise. Rabbi Milikowski died from diphtheria in Jerusalem on February 4th, 1935, and was buried in the Mount of Olives Cemetery. Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook referred to Milikowski in his eulogy as a divine speaker. Now do you see why this whole Netanyahu, how they think that Antichrist, guys. Square most adjacent to Israel's National Cemetery in Mount Herzl is named after Nathan Milikowski. Nathan and his wife Sarah Milikowski need Lurie. I mean, not like, the Ann and Robert Lurie Hospital downtown, Children's Hospital, because, who deals with that too? Pritzkers. And Pritzkers are also Jews. 9 children, including Benzi and Netanyahu, his father Ido, Yotanan, and Benjamin. Well, we're gonna go through him too. And Elisha Netanyahu, the husband of Shoshana Netanyahu, we're gonna go through her too. And the father of Nathan Netanyahu, Sadia Milikowski, and Miss Milo, all the rest, right? So here it is, right? So, funny thing is, Nathan Milikowski, had 2 sons and a daughter. You had Ben Zion, Elishia, 2 sons. And then Elishia married Shoshana Shenberg, which ended up being a justice at the Supreme Court of Israel when Netanyahu was there. You want to know a really funny thing about her? And we just have to see one thing with her. She died on October 7th, 2022, exactly 1 year to the day of the mass sacrifice. Call me crazy. They're psychopaths. And from one psychopath to another. Ben Zion, this piece of shit. Why is it that him and David Ben-Gurion, they always had that goofy, you know, they just got caught fucking neighbor's dog, and they don't know what to say, and their hair's all frizzled, and they're like, what kind of excuse can I come up with? Yeah. Ben Zion Netanyahu, born Ben Zion Milikowski, March 25th, 1910, April 30th, 2012, was a Polish-born Israeli encyclopedist, rewrote history, guys, historian and medievalist. He served as a professor of history at Cornell University. A scholar of Judaic history, he was also an activist in the revisionist Zionism movement who lobbied in the United States to support the creation of a Jewish state. His field of expertise was the history of the Jews in Spain. You mean the Spanish, the Spanish Inquisition, where Spain and Portugal mysteriously had a golden age after 1492 once they shipped all the Jews out of there? And now you see why we're hitting a golden age, guys? His field of expertise was the history of Jews in Spain. He was an editor of the Hebrew Encyclopedia, an editor. So, who's writing this shit? Because now, who controls the book publishing? Them. Assistant Benjamin Askin, Jabotinsky's personal secretary. So yeah, he was like on the left nut of the Zionist leader, of the guy that founded Zionism. Jabotinsky started that whole revisionist Zionism. So it was like, it went from Theodor Herzl creating Zionism, and then you had Jabotinsky that created offshoot revisionists, because it seems that the Zionists just were filthy and dirty enough. Netanyahu was the father of current Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, ex-commander of whatever. He's a bitch. He's a dead bitch. That's why July 4th this year is going to be fucking outstanding. You want to know a hint? You want to know when this Yonatan Netanyahu died? Died on the 4th of July. Bicentennial, baby. Woo. More to come with that, especially with Harvard. Ben Zion Milikowski, later Netanyahu, was born in Warsaw and partitioned Poland, which was under Russian control. It wasn't Congress Poland, but that's when it all started splitting up, was when it turned into Congress Poland. I thought I had it right here on top. I saw it before, so. Nathan was to Sarah Lurie and the writer of the Zionist activist Nathan Milikowski. Nathan was a rabbi who toured Europe and the United States, making speeches supporting Zionism. 1920, Milikowski family immigrated. They didn't immigrate; they emigrated. Man, you don't immigrate. You're not absorbing their their customs. That's why these are, when they say they emigrate here, it's like you need to throw them out. Because remember, Kamala Harris's mother was an immigrant with a hard E. She's never a citizen. Neither was daddy. So does that make her not eligible? Family immigrated to mandatory Palestine and changed their surname to Netanyahu because for some reason, if you move to Israel, you have to adopt a Hebrew last name because they don't want to know where you came from. Because they don't know where they came from. That's why you can't do DNA testing in Israel. Funny. After living in Jaffa, Tel Aviv, and Safed, family settled in Jerusalem. So you mean after stealing a house in Jaffa, stealing a house in Tel Aviv, and stealing a house in Safed, they finally found their perfect paradise in a stolen home in Jerusalem. Perfect. Ben Zion Netanyahu studied at the Teacher Seminary in the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Although his father was a rabbi, Ben Zion was secular. His younger brother, mathematician Elisha Netanyahu, became the Dean of Sciences at the Technion. Yeah, you could blow that place up too, all of it. It's common practice for Zionist immigrants at a time to adopt a Hebrew name. Yeah, of course. Nathan Milikowski began signing some of his articles. He wrote Netanyahu, the Hebrew version of his first name, and his son adopted it as his family's name. So, how can you take your father's first name and make it your last name? I mean, they've got to be one chromosome short. Gotta be. It's gonna, if compassion's in that chromosome, that's the one they're missing. He also used the pen name Nitte. Two of his aunts were murdered during the Holocaust in 1941. Guess they couldn't work fast enough. 1944, Netanyahu married Tazila Siegel. 1912-2000, when we met during his studies in Palestine. Couple of three sons, Yotanan, 1946-76, former commander of the Sayeret Matkal, who was killed in action leading Operation Entebbe in Uganda. Benjamin, bitch face, because this is 17th year being prime minister. That's why Israel's done after this. It's their 77th year, his 17th year of being prime minister, and it's his 3.0. 96, 99, 09, 21, 22, 25, 17 years. And Edo, 1952, which is another 17, a physician, author, and playwright. The family lived on Hasaporim Street in Jerusalem neighborhood of Kataman. She died in 2000. Oh, fucking not enough. Ben Zion Netanyahu studied medieval history at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. During his studies, he became an activist revisionist Zionism. A movement of people had split from their mainstream Zionist counterparts, believing those in the mainstream were too conciliatory to the British authorities governing Palestine and espousing more militant right-wing Jewish nationalism than the one advocated by the labor Zionists who led Israel in its early years. Because remember, mentioned earlier in the video, we said they're only allowed so many people, so many Jews were only allowed to go there. So what happened? The revisionists stepped through like, hey, let's take it all. Because the Zionists, they were just like, hey, let's go street to street. We'll just start bringing them in slowly. And they're like, fuck it, It's like the old bull, young bull. Same thing. If you guys don't know, old bull, young bull, hey, Dad, let's run down there and fuck a cow. It's like, hey, why don't we walk down there and fuck them all? Same thing. Revisionists were held by Jabotinsky, whose belief in the necessity of an iron wall between Israel and its Arab neighbors had influenced Israeli politics since the 1930s. Now do you see why they built a wall around Gaza? Because Bibi was on his daddy's nuts. Now became a close friend of Abba Amir. I didn't fucking... You don't even have to say what race he is, what religion, or anything. You look at the glasses, that's a communist, that's it. Hillary had the same glasses on in the pictures in the drops. Netanyahu was co-editor of Betar, a Hebrew monthly, 1933-34, then editor of revisionist Zionist daily newspaper Hayarden in Jerusalem, 34-35, until the British-mandated authorities ordered the paper to cease publication. He was the editor of the Zionist Political Library, Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, 35-40. So, the British were like, okay, British mandates, like, okay, mandatory Palestine, hey, we'll move some of you guys in here and, just fucking don't wreck the place, okay? Just, but I thought it was people without a land without people, but seems like there were a shit ton of people there already. But why would the British mandate order the paper to cease publication? Because it was a militant organization, sort of like now. Netanyahu, 1940, Netanyahu went to New York to serve for a few months as assistant to the secretary of Jabotinsky, who was seeking to build American support for his militant New Zionist. They're still here, right? Jabotinsky died the same year, and Netanyahu became executive director for the New Zionist Organization of America, the political rival of the more moderate Zionist Organization of America. Think about that. The Zionist Organization of America, what did they turn into? AIPAC. So, if AIPAC is moderate, fucking napalm them all. But remember, they're all cowering in these bunkers. Why do you need 1800 MK-84, sir? Well, place the size of fucking New Jersey to take out. Why are you asking? Jesus. Executive Director Netanyahu was one of the revisionist movement's leaders in the United States during World War II. At the same time, he pursued his PhD at Drop C College for Hebrew and Cognate Learning in Philadelphia, now the Center for Advanced Judaic Studies at the University of Pennsylvania. He went to a school called Drop C. I think his mama dropped C on his head Z when he was young Z. Writing his dissertation on Isaac Abarbanel, a Jewish scholar and statesman who opposed the banishment of Jews from Spain. Of course, I mean, why are they getting rid of us? I don't know. You know, maybe it's your sacrifices, Nazis. Netanyahu believed in Greater Israel. Yeah, don't think that. That's not Greater Israel. We saw Greater Israel. It's the pig. It's backwards pig. Greater Israel Project. That's why they hate pigs, but they love Greater Israel Project. When the United Nations Partition Plan for Palestine was published, November 29, 1947, he joined others who signed a petition against the plan. The petition was published in the New York Times. During that time, he was actively engaging with Congress members in Washington, D.C. So not only did you have to worry about the Zionist Organization of America sitting there just getting their paws at all of our politicians, you have to worry about the new Zionists. They're even more militant, like the IDF. The IDF was created from 3 groups. 3 terror groups created the IDF. That's all it is. It's not even IDF. You can't defend yourself if it's not your land. You're an occupier. You're a guest. A shitty guest at that. 1949, he returned to Israel, where he tried to start a political career but failed. Relentlessly hawkish, he believed that the vast majority of Israeli Arabs would choose to exterminate us if they had the option to do so. And he thinks very highly of this psychopath, the kid. In his younger days, he had been strongly in favor of the idea of Arabs transfer out of Palestine. 1 second. You know, 1 second. Let me get this real quick. I've got, let's see, 1 second here. Because I have the, the video of, let's see, 1 second. Right. Oh, and I'm sorry that also, after we get through him and Jonathan, because of course him, we got a short video too, because I know this is a little long, but because everything's happening right now. So the more we jump on this and the more we dig into this and the more we see how everything's connected, we're going to feel a whole lot better once they drop all those MK-84s all the way down fucking Tel Aviv, fucking Haifa, just level the whole place. Fuck it. Let them all cry. Carpet bombs, right? Carpet bombs are efficient, but tactical nukes are better. And there was a countdown on there. They're not fucking around with them. And remember, what did the NCCL call themselves? They call themselves Liberty. What happened on June 8th, 1967? 5-5, huh? If you're looking at a ship, there's a 5-5. USS Liberty is why they're going down. Military's the only way. In 2009, he told Merov, the tendency to conflict is the essence of the Arab. He is an enemy by essence. Now, this is him saying this, and who looks up to him? His shit-stained son and that ugly lizard bitch, Sarah. Remember, Trump's like, hey, as long as we got Sarah, he knows she's the one. His personality won't allow him to compromise. It doesn't matter what kind of resistance he will meet, what price he will pay. His existence is one of perpetual war. So please tell me this is fucking biblical in their eyes. No, he's just looking up at his daddy. Because he felt so bad when his brother got killed on the 4th of July, 1976. Thank God. Having previously struggled to fit in the Israeli academia without success because he's a fucking retard. Perhaps for a combination of personal and political reasons. A Zionist pig, a militant? I don't know. They don't want you teaching this shit to other people. Netanyahu nonetheless continues academic activities upon his return to Israel, though he was still unable to join the faculty of the Hebrew University. His mentor, Joseph Klausner, recommended him to be one of the editors of Encyclopedia Hebraica in Hebrew, and upon Klausner's death, Netanyahu became chief editor in tandem with Professor fucking Leibowitz. I don't even know how you're going to say the first name. He went back to Dropsy College, first a professor of Hebrew language and literature and chair of the department, because, well, you know, he couldn't fit in Israeli academia, so he just brought the shit across the pond. Then as professor of medieval Jewish history and Hebrew literature. What the fuck does he know about Jewish history? I mean, what was it, 66, huh? So what do you have to teach them from 48 to 66? Yeah, we killed a bunch of people, we stole a bunch of land, we threw them out, and that's history. Class dismissed. Class dismissed. Subsequently, he moved to the University of Denver as a professor of Hebraic studies. Because, oh, they're so Jewish, they're so hell-bent. Is it? Then New York to edit a Jewish encyclopedia. Eventually, he took a position at Cornell University as professor of Judaic studies and chair of the Department of Semitic Languages and Literature from 71 to 75. He's not even fucking Semitic. He's fucking Polish. It's fucking stupid. Following the death of his son Jonathan during an Entebbe hostage rescue operation 76, he and his family returned to Israel. Of course. At the time of his death, Netanyahu was a member of the Academy of Fine Arts and a professor emeritus at Cornell University. Continuing his interest in medieval Spanish Jewry, golden age of Jewish culture in Spain and Portugal, it wasn't a golden age of Jewish. You guys got thrown out. Netanyahu wrote a book about Isaac Abravanel and essays on the Spanish Inquisition and the Marranos. Yeah. You know, I mean, Kamala's a Marrano. I mean, from the islands. Spain developed a theory according to which the Marranos converted to Christianity, not under compulsion, but out of a desire to integrate into Christian society. Where have we seen this before? If we go back, 980 AD? You know, you have the Scythians, the Ashkenazi, the Khazarians. Remember, they were all part of that whole tribe over there in Ukraine, and Prince Vladimir the Great had to come down and say, which one you going to pick? They picked Judaism, and remember, they took a little bit, but then they kept on doing their Babylonian black magic. However, as new Christians, they continue to be persecuted due to racism. Racism! Not purely for religious reasons. No, not sacrificing animals and flipping upside down and eating children. Nah, not at all. As previously believed. Now remember, he's the one writing this shit. That's why he's having a dispute with this. He's writing a dissertation paper against this because he's like, oh, no, it's not because of this, it's because of racism and this and that. It's like, no, they want to convert. It's like, no. Did they want, when Jews come over here, do they want to assimilate to the American lifestyle, or do they want to bring a bunch of filth with them? I'm sure there's some that are great, but New York, I mean, if everything's run through there, I mean, you've got Nexium, you've got all of them through there. You've got a Jew. I mean, I wonder, Meg was probably sitting there and just, you know, popping bottles on 9/11, probably 8:30 in the morning, you know, just ready for the show. God, people need to die now. He argued that what was new, not now, but we want to see it. We want to see the suffering. He argued that what was new in the 15th century was the Spanish monarchy's practice of defining Jews, not religiously, but racially, by the principle of limpieza de sangre, purity of blood. No. It's because, blood libel. Here we go again. Which served as a model for 20th century racial theories. So this is where you have to ask yourself, who did the slave trade? They did. As we saw in the video earlier, they said, oh, we need to get rid of white people because they're the ones that kept you enslaved. Back up, Sparky. That's not all what happened. Not at all. You've been lying to everybody your whole time. I mean, the Holocaust is a fraud. Everything's a fraud. Everything that they've said historically has been one big lie. We've caught them in lie after lie after lie. When have they told the truth? How about never? Doesn't that sound a lot better? Trump knew that they were going to break the ceasefire. It didn't take but a couple hours. They're like, oh, they're suspected that they sent some missiles. And it's like, Trump's like, well, it was an air one. And he's like, and it didn't even land. It's like, who launches a missile doesn't land? But then what they do? Wait. Well, because they have their secret bases in there in Iran. That's why when Iran is capital I, lowercase R-A-N, that is referring to the people and the country of Iran. When he says Iran in bold, that means these Shlylocks with Mech, the Mujahideen-e-Khalik, the Muslim Brotherhood, they're working in tandem. That's who got the $1.7 billion from Obama, was the Mujahideen-e-Khalik and these filthy Zionist pig Mossad agents. Awesome. Netanyahu rejected the idea that the Marranos lived double lives, claiming that this theory arose from Inquisition documents. He rejected the idea that Marranos lived double lives. Oh, you mean like, like the Ashkenazi, like the rest of them do? It's like, just... Yeah, God, the Bible, Torah, just... But hey, anybody got some of the red heifers? Shit. Maybe they just, like, try to breed one of them. Like breed one of the Jew women over there. Let them be one of the red heifers. Netanyahu is perhaps best known for his magnum opus, Origins of the Inquisition in 15th Century Spain. His publisher and friend Jason Epstein wrote of the book. The 1,400-page work of scholarship overturned centuries of misunderstanding and predictability. It was faintly praised and in few cases angrily denounced or simply ignored by threatened scholarly establishment. This passionate scholar soon prevailed, and today Ben Zion's brilliant revisionist achievement towers over the field of Inquisition studies. See? He fucking lied about it. But they decided to bullshit it anyway. His obituary in the New York Times stated, fuck him, he's dead. Kidding. So, though praised for his insights, the book was also criticized as having ignored standard sources and interpretations. Of course, because wouldn't you want to have like footnotes so that you could revert back to someplace else that where you got that information? Not just make up a fictitious story like the Holocaust? Yeah. Because remember, now they're out the Holocaust, now they're back to October 7th. They just needed their event to prove that, they're punishing us. It's like, God damn, I want an oven that seats 20. Not a few reviewers noted that it seemed to look at long ago cases of anti-Semitism through the rearview mirror of the Holocaust. Indeed, quite generally, Netanyahu regarded Jewish history as a history of Holocaust. Of course it is. Of course it is a history of Holocaust. Define Holocaust. It's a burnt offering. Refer back to Nazi right. What do? They burn offerings. Now do we see how it all correlates together, how they're so full of shit, take your little hat and shove it right up your fucking loose ass. Origins led him to scholarly dispute with Yitzhak Bear. Bear, following early reviews, considered the forced converts to Christianity a case of Kiddush Hashem, sanctification of the name of God, i.e. dying or risking oneself to preserve the name of God. So, they forced her Christianity in order to preserve the name of Christ and of God instead of doing all that other shit. They didn't want to be a part of that blood cult anymore. But no. It's all because of racist. Anti-Semites. Oh, shit. Oh, and Ben Zion Netanyahu was born in Congress, Poland, by the way. According to Bear, therefore, the converts chose to live a double life with some level of risk while retaining their original faith. Netanyahu, in contrast, challenged the belief that the accusations of the Inquisition were true and considered the majority of converts cultural assimilationists. and willing converts to Christianity, claiming that the small number of forced converts who did not truly adhere to their new religion were used by the Inquisition as propaganda to allege a broader resistance movement. Wow, propaganda coming from him. Oh, that's far reach. According to Netanyahu, Christian society had never accepted the new converts for reasons of racial envy. It's always something. Surprised it's not anti-Semitic or something like that, you know? Netanyahu was a member of the American Academy for Jewish Research, Institute for Advanced Religious Studies, and American Zionist Emergency Council. Why would you need American Zionist Emergency Council? Oh, that's right. We went over this one too. It's founded as a tax-exempt umbrella organization of American Jewish groups, which and include the Zion. This was the big one right here, the American Zionist Council, AZC. Finish this one, and I'll probably end up doing that one. Probably Thursday. That depends. I mean, there's a lot of shit happening now. So, in the 1960s, it contributed 2 more major reference books in English: Encyclopedia Judaica, and the World History of the Jewish People. Man, if you want a book that you'll get talked down to, get that one. Awarded doctorate honoris causa by the University of Valladolid, Spain in 2001. I wonder why Spain would give him one. I mean, you guys got thrown out so many times. Died on April 30, 2012, in his Jerusalem home at the age of 102. April 30 being Queen's Day in the Netherlands, and also the last day of the Feast of Moloch. So it's like beautiful. Survived by 2 of his sons, 7 grandchildren, and 12 great-grandchildren. Netanyahu's family portrayed in Joshua Cohen's novel with Netanyahu is an account of a minor and ultimately even negligible episode in history of very famous family. Fucking who cares? Fuck these people. Published works. Statesman and philosopher toward the Inquisition, essays on Jewish convo history in late medieval Spain, models of Spain, origins of the Inquisition, 15th century Spain, founding father of Zionism. So it's like, and especially it's funny, but it's by Balfour Books. I mean, 10 Balfour Street is 10 Downing Street, so why not? So we got one more shit bag. Sorry, guys. Just let's see. 1 second here. You know what? Oh, you know what? I want to show this video first, because this New York, you guys are in real trouble. This I was supposed to play at last Tuesday's show. I know. We're late. Let's see. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me see this. Let's see. All right. There we go.
When you look at everything that is going on, the choice in front of us is so clear, and it is so easy to make. It's just, which do you choose, life or death? Life or death? Are you a part of a culture of death or a culture of life? Are you fighting for life in all of its forms, or are you fighting for death in all of its forms? And it's really clear to see which side is which. It really is. Isn't that what God said when the Israelites went into the promised land? Choose life. Isn't that what l'chaim means? L'chaim, to life, l'chaim. I think it is, choose life. I don't know. Everything I learned about Hebrew, I learned from Fiddler on the Roof, but that's a different story. Not exactly true, but almost true. True in this case. Anyway, you have to choose life. And the left is becoming more and more about death in every way. Today, the more enlightened left, the more enlightened they become, the more left the doctrine, the more barbaric it actually becomes. We've seen it on the streets in LA, right? Look at that. That's not about life. That's about destruction of everything. According to their doctrine, the left believes that the only, that that not doing a thing to police illegal immigration is the only solution to compassionate, service. You just can't do anything about it because that way we're compassionate and we're loving and we're handling the situation, okay? And you can't do anything about it. And if not, well, we're going to prove how compassionate and loving we are through mob violence and arson and theft and assaulting federal officers. It doesn't make any sense, let alone standing up for the people who have horribly raped 14-year-old children. I don't understand. How are you doing that? How is that choosing life at all? Now, in New York, things are even worse. In the legislature, where the people's representatives have passed a bill to make it easier for people to kill themselves, the U.S. Surgeon General's office calls loneliness and isolation in America an epidemic. How many people do you know that have either killed themselves or have had their children almost kill themselves? I don't think I can count them on two hands. My mother killed herself when I was a child, and she was the only one I had ever heard of doing that except in TV shows and movies. Now it's an epidemic. Yet New York is choosing to declare open season on anybody vulnerable. This bill is assisted suicide, and it is dressed up, as always, as compassion. But it's not mercy. It is absolute madness.
It's just like made up in Canada. Canada's been communism for fucking decades. Universal health care? I mean, Canada's a communist country. Hate to say it, it's communist. Don't they have the MAID program for the whole, oh my God, I'm just, I don't know. Oh, I got a C on a test. Oh, hey, do you want to commit suicide? Oh, sure, cool. It's all assisted suicide form. Wonder who came up with that, huh?
It's now sitting on the governor's desk of New York, Kathy Hochul. It's waiting for her signature to make it law. But this bill is an absolute nightmare. It requires no waiting period after the person's first request to die. So in other words, hey, I've got some bad news for you. You have cancer. And it's probably untreatable. Oh, I just want to die. Okay, no waiting period. Nurse, can we bring that in? No waiting period. Somebody who has a terminal diagnosis one day can be handed the lethal cocktail the very next day. Unlike other states that are at least nodding to some health evaluations, no, New York is just going to check, make sure that it's an informed decision. You know what you're saying, right? You want to kill yourself? Yeah, I do. Okay, good. You're informed. I mean, when people are staring death and depression in the face, despair and depression clouds everything. You don't make a decision when you're like that. As somebody who has had major depression when I was young, it is insane. It's insanity. And as somebody who is older, this week, my back has been so bad. I went to my doctor and I said, I can't live this way. I can't walk. I could barely breathe. I just can't live this way. Now, I didn't mean I want to kill myself, but I understand how people can get there. I get that. But is that who we are? Is that as a society? Is that who we are? I mean, it's crazy. Since when is the left concerned about patients being informed? They don't want a woman who's considering an abortion to see an ultrasound of their baby. I don't know. Is that informed consent? One guy, he's a bioethicist from Washington State. He's tracked these laws now for 40 years. He says the bill in New York is probably the worst law of its kind in the U.S. What a surprise. Their last governor was killing people in nursing homes. The language that is in this bill, the lies are disgusting. They call prescribing poison a, quote, medical practice. And the poison is medication. Now listen to this. It also prohibits referring to this practice as suicide. in the worst part of this bill, and remember, we're talking about killing people, this shows you how they know they're lying. Even when you write out the death certificate of a person who dies through assisted suicide, you are only allowed to list the person's underlying illness or condition as the official cause of death. You cannot say it had anything to do with suicide or any medical aid in dying. So if I have cancer and I'm not going to treat it, I just want to die. If I have depression, I just want to die, I would die of depression or cancer. You know what that does? That hides the actual stats. It hides the crime. You won't be able to track how bad is this getting. They're trying to memory hole suicide, making doctors lie about it. No, helping doctors lie about it. I'm sorry, but if you're a doctor and you are going along with this and you are not standing up, where is your Hippocratic oath? First, do no harm. Are you kidding me? Abortion.
You can't have a Hippocratic oath without hypocrisy, correct?
You excuse that. Now we're going to get it on the other side. You excuse that. And you don't even have to medically evaluate the person. And then you cover it up. Wow. New York State has been, developing this culture of death since 1970. 3 years before Roe versus Wade, they were doing it. More than half a century of pro-choice messaging. It greased the slippery slope, and we are now at the bottom of it. If, according to the left, the compassionate thing toward a pregnant woman is to allow her to kill her unborn child, that's just a short jump to assisted suicide being considered the compassionate way out for the terminally ill or the mentally ill. After all, it's my body, my choice, right? Dr. Lydia Dugale, she's from Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, New York City. She wrote an op-ed last month, and she said, this is not compassionate policy. Instead of investing in the infrastructure of support for the lonely, the depressed, the disabled, and the poor, we just offer them a prescription for death, and we call it autonomy. But it's nothing but abandonment. The art of dying well cannot be severed from the art of living well, and that includes caring for one another, especially when it's hard, when it's inconvenient or costly. It's not enough to offer the dying control. We have to offer them dignity, and not by affirming their despair, but by affirming their worth. Life is worth it. She went on and said, even when they're suffering, even when they are vulnerable, even when they are, in worldly terms, a burden. To anyone who has common sense left in New York and California, I mean, you seem to be outnumbered by barbarians. It must be an awfully hopeless feeling. I'm glad we can be there for so many of you every day. Just don't give up. Don't give up. You are not without hope as long as you're still in the fight. So, you live in New York? Call your governor's office. Urge her to veto this evil bill of death. Choose life. Do not give up on trying to salvage a culture of life. Because once you do, we're completely done. Choose life.
Well, if they want to choose life, I mean, they wouldn't bring this transgenderism shit. And who brought that? Once again, guys, it was them. So, for a finale, this is why we have a problem. Jonathan Netanyahu, Israeli officer, commanded Secret Maktal during an Entebbe raid. Raid launched in response to 1976 hijacking of international civilian passengers flights from Israel to France by Palestinian German militants who took control of the aircraft during a stopover in Greece, and they diverted to Libya and then to Uganda, where they received support from Uganda dictator Idi Amin. Though Israel's counter-terrorist operation was a success, with 102 out of the 106 hostages being rescued, Netanyahu was killed in action, the only Israeli soldier killed during the crisis. Yes. And look, he was born on March 13th, too. Funny how Obama did a lot of stuff on March 13th as well. He's born in New York City and spent most of his youth in the United States. We attended high school. After serving in the Israeli military during the Six-Day War, you know, the one where, you know, USS Liberty, that Six-Day War that they started, that's why they sent the ship out there, USS Liberty, to see what the hell's going on. And, well, by that time, they already bombed Egypt. They already bombed Syria. They already took out other planes. They're like, oh, we're just defending ourselves. Again, after serving in the Israeli military in the Six-Day War, he briefly attended Harvard University before transferring to Hebrew University of Jerusalem in 1968. Soon after, he left his studies and returned to military service in Israel. So, he killed people during the Six-Day War. They're complicit with war crimes. Then he came to Harvard. Now you see why Trump is going directly after Harvard. Hot and heavy. I mean, we discussed all the Harvard stuff too, dealing with Larry Summers and all that shit, and how these Russian oligarchs were all created. It was through Harvard and Soros. In 1968, soon thereafter, he left his studies and returned to military service in Israel. He joined the Sayek Mektal in the early 1970s and awarded the Medal of Distinguished Service for his conduct in the Yom Kippur War. You know, the slaughtering of innocent people. After his death, Operation Entebbe was renamed Operation Jonathan in his honor. That's not the only thing named in his honor, which we went over before, but I'll say at the end. Born in New York City, the eldest son of Zilda and Ben Zion. Yeah, we already went through him. His mother had been born Petah Tikva, was now Israel, which was then the Ottoman Empire's Mustasafarite of Jerusalem. The good old Ottoman Empire. Remember, it's all land leases. Theirs is up. They didn't understand is that it didn't matter when you decide to go in. When was the Balfour Declaration? You only get 99 years. His father was born in Warsaw and immigrated to Mandate, Palestine in 1920. Named after his paternal grandfather, Rabbi Nathan Milkowski, and Colonel John Henry Patterson, who formerly commanded the Jewish Legion and attended his circumcision. They sat around and watched some rabbi go down on him as an infant. That's no good thing he's dead. Two brothers are Benjamin and Edo. Benjamin was elected Prime Minister of Israel in 96 and 2009, re-elected 2013, 15, 20, and 22. 22 was stolen. Because remember, they had to have how many elections in order for him to get in? Because they had that October 7th. They had to have that. The youngest of three is a radiologist and a writer. All three brothers served in Saret Macau. His family returned to the newly independent state of Israel in 1949, where the two settled in Jerusalem. They moved to get in the United States before returning to Israel in 58. Now, who attended high school at Gymnasia Rehava in Jerusalem, 63, when he's 11th grade. The family returned to the United States, where he attended Cheltenham High School in Wincott, Pennsylvania. He's a classmate of Reggie Jackson. While in high school, he began contemplating his purpose in life. He wrote in a 1963 letter, "The trouble with the youth here is that their lives are meager and content. I ought to be ready at every moment of my life to confront myself and say, this is what I've done." After graduating in June 1964, he returned to Israel to enlist in the Israeli Defense Forces, the Offense Forces. He joined the Paratroopers Brigade and fought in the Six-Day War. Married his longtime girlfriend, Tootie Goodman, on August 17, 1967. Shortly after their wedding, they flew to the U.S., where Netanyahu enrolled at Harvard University. So after killing a bunch of people and after being complicit in killing Americans, you came to Harvard. And think about it. He's born in America, right? How many of these slippery shits over there now are born in America and have dual citizenship? The Birthright Israel Project. They go over there, do whatever they're going to do because our nightlife is the best because we got gay flags everywhere. Anybody can do anything they want. You want to fuck kids? Oh, one block over. That's how disgusting they are. He took classes in philosophy and mathematics, excelling both on the dean list at the end of his first year. However, feeling restless at being away from Israel, especially with Israel skirmishing against Egypt during the War of Attrition, he transferred to Jerusalem's Hebrew University in 68. Early 69, he left his studies and returned to the army. Because he's like, I didn't kill enough people. He had a bloodlust. You're not restless at being away from Israel when they're skirmishing. You're like, man, chop the bits. Like, how am I going to kill more people? People are delusional. His father described those decisions saying he was dreaming of resuming his studies and planned to do so in time and again. Yet he always conditioned his return to Harvard on the relaxation of the military tensions. Let me repeat that. Yet he always conditioned his return to Harvard on the relaxation of the military tensions. So if it got too dicey for him, if it's like, yeah, you know, I killed a lot of people, so it's like, I need a break, he'd just go back to Harvard. Oh, cute. 1972, he and Tootie were divorced. He's living with his girlfriend, Bruria, time of his death. Graduating high school, Netanyahu joined the Israel Defense Forces in 1964. Remember, he graduated high school in America. Yeah. So there. Volunteered to serve in paratroopers brigade and excelled in officer training course. He is eventually given command of a paratroopers company. In 1967, he considered college, but the constant threat of war made him stay in Israel. This is my country and my homeland. It is here that I belong. Oh, God. Your homeland. You were born in fucking New York City. It's not your homeland. On June 5th, 1967, 3 days before, during the Six-Day War, battalion fought the Battle of Umkep and Sinai, then reinforced the Golan Heights battle. Because they weren't supposed to be there in the first place. That's the problem. During the Golan Heights battle, he was wounded while helping rescue a fellow soldier who lay wounded deep behind enemy lines. He's decorated for valor after that war. What if he changed his diaper? I wonder if they have diaper medals. Can anybody check on that? If they have diaper medals. They've got to have them. After being wounded, he returned to the U.S. to study at Harvard University. See? But after a year, he felt the need to return to Israel and rejoin the army. At this time, he wrote in a letter, I should be defending my country. Harvard is a luxury I cannot afford. Okay. He next returned to Harvard in the summer of 1973, but again gave up academic life for Israel's military. So remember, what his dad said. His dad said that, he conditioned his return to Harvard on the relaxation of the military tensions. So anytime there was blood being shed, he wanted to be in the middle of it. He didn't give a fuck. By 1970, he was leading an anti-terrorist reconnaissance unit, Israeli Special Forces, in the summer of 1972. They could have just put that in the beginning. Would have been easy. Israeli Sissies Forces. Summer 1972 was appointed as the unit's deputy commander. That year commanded a raid into Syria named Operation Crate 3, in which senior Syrian officers were abducted and held as bargaining chips to be later exchanged in return for captive Israeli pilots. Wow. So why would you have captive Israeli pilots in Syria in the first place? So you can't say it's a raid when you're going to get the people that were bombing Syria, but yet, boom, they get shot out of the sky. Then what? The following year, they participated in Operation Spring of Youth, in which the terrorists and leadership of Black September were selectively killed by the Israeli Defense Forces, Shayat 13, and the Mossad. Isn't that cute? The Spring of Youth. It's like when they say they're cutting the lawn. It means they're out killing people. This is how delusional they are. Anybody that supports them, they're equally as sick. Because with the day and age of information, instead of blind faith and saying, I believe this, I believe that, go look into it. It's all you got to do. Just look at it, and then you make your own mind. You make up your own mind. Right now, we can't trust anything that any educators told us or anything. At all. And we spent 12 plus years doing this shit. Also, they get paid 8 hours a day, and we have to memorize in order to take an aptitude test, a state ISTEP or whatever, a state testing program. So it determines how much money the school gets. So the whole year you're practicing for this test, so the school gets a bunch of money, but what do you get out of it? You get nothing. During the Yom Kippur War in 1973, Netanyahu commanded a sissy force in the Golan Heights. It killed more than 40 Syrian commandos in a battle which thwarted the Syrian commandos' raid in the Golan's heartland. During the same year, he also rescued Lieutenant Colonel Yossi Ben Hanan from Tel Shams while Ben Hanan was lying wounded behind Syrian lines. Yeah. So following the war, Netanyahu's Medal of Distinguished Service, Israel's third highest military decoration for his rescue of Ben Hanan. Netanyahu then volunteered to serve as an armor commander due to heavy casualties inflicted on Israeli Armor Corps during the war. With this disproportionate number of these in officer ranks. Netanyahu excelled in tank officers course and was given command of the Barak Armor Brigade, which had been shattered during the war. Netanyahu turned his brigade into the leading military unit in the Golan Heights. You know the funny thing is about this? Barak. Look it up. What was Barak? Barak was Muhammad's horse. Why would they name their armored brigade after Muhammad's horse? Especially it being a tank brigade. Here's the operation he got killed in. Only Israeli soldiers killed during the raid. Along with 3 hostages, all of the Revolutionary Cell members, all the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine members, and dozens of Ugandan soldiers. Commonly accepted version of his death is that Netanyahu fired on Ugandan soldiers and was shot in response by a Ugandan soldier from the airport's control tower. His family refused to accept this verdict and insisted instead that he was killed by a German commanding the hijackers. So, remember when we talked about them being beyond racist? I think this pretty much seals the deal. So, he fired on Ugandan soldiers, and a Ugandan soldier, which is melanin enriched, killed him. But no. Don't tell us that a black man killed him. Tell him it was a German. Make sure he died by a German, just like the Nazis, right? You can't make this shit up. Yeah, Brock, it was the green horse. Netanyahu was shot outside the building being stormed. The suit died in the arms of Ephraim Sneh, commander of the mission's medical unit. Remember we talked about this guy a while ago? Yeah. In good old Jeffrey Goldberg's article we just read I think it was Sunday or Thursday. But yeah, that was the Ephraim Sneh. Remember Sneh? Operation itself was a success. It was renamed Mitzvah Jonathan, Operation Jonathan in English in his honor. Buried in Jerusalem's military center in Mount Herzl on July 6th following a military funeral attended by enormous crowds of top-ranking officials. And what are we having on the same day? Parade. Fuck Israel. Fuck Bibi. Fuck all of them. Shimon Peres, then defense minister, said during the eulogy that a bullet had torn the young heart of one of Israel's finest sons, one of the most courageous warriors and one of the most promising commanders, the magnificent Yonan Netanyahu, by a black man. Just want to throw it out there. I guess didn't want to tell everybody that. I mean, you can imagine what their version of that was. I mean, they probably have him look like John Rambo at that point. The memorial trees that have been planted in his honor in front of a graduating high school, Cheltenham High School, and a memorial plaque located in the lobby. So, they have memorial trees outside of a United States of America high school and a memorial plaque for this prick that left America to go slaughter innocent people and then come back here to go to school. Then because he didn't get enough bloodthirst, he had to go back. Then he came back. Then he went back. Fucking psychopaths. Personal letters. 1980, many of Netanyahu's personal letters were published. Author Herman Wouk describes them as a remarkable work of literature, possibly one of the great documents of our time. Many of his letters were written hurriedly under trying conditions in the field, but according to a review in the New York Times, give a convincing portrayal of a talented, sensitive man of our times who might have excelled at many things, yet chose clear-sightedly to devote himself to the practice and mastery of the art of war, not because he liked to kill or wanted to, but because he knew that, as always in human history, good is no match for evil without the power to physically defend itself. Not because he liked to kill. Biographical play and film. Pay the price. They made a play about his letters. I mean, seriously? A play. Fucking weirdos. Author Herman Wouk, I don't even want to read it. It's short, but I'm like, it has nothing to do with this shit. Author Herman Wouk wrote that Netanyahu was already a legend in Israel even before his death at the age of 30. He's a tech-turned philosopher soldier of terrific endurance, a hard-fibered, charismatic young leader, a magnificent fighting man. On the Golan Heights in the Yom Kippur War, and the unit he led was part of the force that held back a sea of Soviet tanks manned by Syrians. In a celebrated stand-in after Entebbe, Yoni became in Israel almost a symbol of nation itself. Today, his name is spoken there with somber reverence. Oh, Jesus. Held back a sea of Soviet tanks manned by Syrians. That's a hard eye roll right there. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his own hard line against all terrorists came as a result of the death of his brother. So, all these people are dying because A, where's the Messiah? Because he knew that you were bloodthirsty, way more bloodthirsty than anybody else because you had a chip on your shoulder. Right? Here comes the Jonathan Institute that we went over about a week, 2 weeks ago. Netanyahu's father commented in 1977 that Yoni would have been disappointed with the West's reaction against terrorism. He would, I think, express great dismay and concern at the weakness and indecision displayed by some democracies towards this phenomenon, he said. He felt that there are principles that must be upheld if civilization itself is to survive. Now, who looked up to his father? They both did. But thing is that little Benji, he never wanted to be a disappointment to his father. Ever. So now, the psychopathy, his dad being involved with revision Zionism, and he is too, and then look who he's partnered up with, Ben Gvir. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. Well, I mean, we did a lot of research in this, but it's like it's plain to see now. Like everything is being played over and over and over again. It's like, but it's got to stop. That's why we do everything twice. You have to do it in concession. You have to defeat that cycle. So we're shortening a cycle in order to, move forward, ascend. In 1979, Jonathan Institute was founded by Benjamin Netanyahu to sponsor international conferences on terrorism. And that was in Jerusalem. One of his first speakers, U.S. Senator Henry M. Jackson, the Henry Jackson Society, then chairman of the Armed Services Committee, who gave a talk titled Terrorism as a Weapon in International Politics, described the purpose of the conference and its relation to Jonathan Netanyahu. Two conferences organized by the Jonathan Institute, Jerusalem in 1979, July, and Washington, D.C. in 1984, were attended by government officials and attracted significant press coverage. In fact, I'll make a note of it, and I don't think we went over the Washington, D.C. one. That work. So shit gets kind of deep. I am going to go ahead and play a couple songs right now. So I know people on YouTube, you won't be able to hear, but if you come on to Rumble, you can hear it, or you can just see the video and just play it yourself and all that. So, because we really don't want to get any more, we don't want to get any strikes over there or anything like that. We're going to see how long we could keep this up, because we're just bringing forth the information. That's it. All right. Give me one. Ooh. Marjorie Taylor Greene warns Israel may assassinate Trump just like JFK if the president stops their war. I mean, where would she get that from, right? Right here. This is something that longtime JFK assassination researchers had no reason to know about. Much of the material had long been classified as a secret, a deep, dark secret. Some of JFK's communications with then Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion are still classified. Not even top-level intelligence officials with special security clearance have been allowed to access these potentially explosive documents. Why? Because it exposes all their nuclear secret, exposes their whole nuclear program. Because they stole it from us. In fact, I have a video on that too, that they stole our nuclear program and everything like that. We'll watch it about NUMAC in Apollo, Pennsylvania. Now, A is a 1, P is a 16, so that means it's a 17.